This audiobook contains 27 censored sentences and 178 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. But Venus was the exception. Betting against a player whose depth she didn't know was too costly, Luna. However, she had nothing else to bet with. Terra gritted her teeth and drew her sword. At the same time, the rift in space vanished. What exactly is wrong with me? Why not me? Because you're just a doll, NPC. Me? A doll? You mean me? Yes, a poor doll, NPC, who isn't even aware of being a doll. You're not even aware that you're a toy. Until I met that person, I was the same. The last sentence was barely a whisper, so it wasn't clearly audible. Even so, it was obvious that Luna had felt insulted. Anger flushed Terra's face, and she glared at Venus. Venu, by my authority, you are expelled from the 7 luminaries as of today. From now on, do not think you can do whatever you want in front of me. Well, this happened sooner than I expected, but it's the perfect time, so it doesn't matter. Luckily, the 12 celestial stars have already recovered safe and sound, so everything should be fine. In other words, I'm tired of acting. Venus snorted, and her hair began to ripple. At that moment, multiple rifts in space seemed to surround Terra and Luna. Meanwhile, Venus fired her magic at a rift in space next to her. Then, the rift surrounding Terra and Luna began to glow simultaneously. You? Well, have a good day. The next time we meet, it will be as enemies. Please give my regards to His Excellency as well. Venus Dina emerged from the rift. At the same time, a golden glow shone from the rifts, striking Terra and Luna. While it would only cause minor damage to Terra, it would be fatal to Luna. Therefore, Terra hugged Luna and took the full force of the attack, using her back as a shield. Venus' attack wasn't intended to defeat them both. It was to use Luna as dead weight, so Terra couldn't move. When the attack ended, Terra confirmed that Luna was safe in his arms. Then, he looked for Venus, but she was already gone. And so, I was expelled from the 7 luminaries. What were you doing? After the fight with Scorpius, I waited several minutes when Dina said, "Someone's calling me," and disappeared through an X gate. Upon her return, the first thing she said was how she confessed all her crimes to the Demon King's son and was expelled from the 7 luminaries. But when the son asked, "Was it you?" she could have firmly denied everything. Instead, she had to say it was me, with an air of satisfaction, and then she was expelled. After all, this person might be an idiot. Should I say it was my temper, or perhaps I was just desperate? I pretended to have some leeway, but I was actually in a tight spot. Terra-sama. Oh, no need to call him that anymore. Terra-san is level 1000, just like me, and his status is abnormally high. He's practically a boss, okay? His HP is even higher than Rufus Samus, okay? Well, Rufus-sama would probably win in a fight, but I definitely wouldn't. Senshiredo, senpai, especially those who seem upright or serious, they're always the ones with a bunch of strange ideas in their heads. That guy already went too far with Luna-chan. Hey, stop it. Why did everything suddenly get so out of hand? Dina started on a strange topic, and I interrupted her. It was someone else's privacy, and it shouldn't be invaded. Well, when I saw him carrying her like a princess, as if she were something fragile, I thought she must be more than just a subordinate. That was probably it. The son was interested in Luna. It wasn't bad. At least it was proof that he was a healthy man who loved someone. However, the carefully constructed image of the handsome protagonist would be ruined. Precisely for that reason, it would be considered compassionate of a man not to go that way. Even so, I thought these handsome guys should just explode and die. So you can no longer be a double agent. They forbade me from entering. The term pun refers to a type of wordplay using similar sounds. In this case, the specific words are words. It's difficult to adapt to English, so we'll leave it as a note. Oh, you understand? Cologne. Is that terrible? As a double agent, Dina had been quite reliable in gathering information on demons. But from now on, I couldn't trust her information about their movements. However, on second thought, she hadn't been sharing much about their movements with us, so nothing really changed. What a useless double agent. So what do we do now? Okay, first of all, let's fix those 3 mass production Libra models. As for the one that broke into pieces, I think it could still be used as raw material. So let's salvage it and head back to Bloodgang. I couldn't prevent it if it had completely collapsed, but if it was only partially damaged, I could still use my skills to repair it. The problem was whether they would consider me an enemy in attack. I was confident I could handle 3 inferior, broken copies of Libra, but I preferred to avoid it if possible. Doing so would undoubtedly make me an enemy of the Bloodgang. As I was pondering this, one of the mass-produced models, less damaged than the others, walked toward me. What? It didn't seem inclined to fight, as I didn't see any weapon data scan compatible. It must be Rufa's Mafel-sama. We were expecting your visit. Please come to the royal chamber of Bloodgang. Our master awaits you. Huh? Teacher? No, that guy was already dead. Although I thought that way, I couldn't say it out loud. No way I thought. That guy Mizar was still alive? Author's notes question, are you taking it out? Lan. Libido-san. Oh, I'm sorry. I have work to do. Physics mass language. Dat Jew really butchered OS. This is a somewhat famous line from Kamen Rider Blade, in which the main character Kazuma Kinzaki mispronounces. Have you really betrayed us? As Chapter 69, Libra's models guided us through Bloodgang. He said he would take us to the royal area. He said we were going to meet his master, but there was no doubt that his creator was Mizar. Did this mean that Mizar was still alive? Otherwise, perhaps they changed masters. Even though it was Mizar who created Libra, he still called me master. It would be natural for the same to happen to them. Let's prepare to flee. If they wanted me to hand over Scorpius, I'm sorry, I would retreat quickly, even if I had to resort to violence. I wouldn't want if possible, but my followers were important too. Then the real Libra and Ares appeared from across the street. Libra looked at the 3 partially damaged, mass-produced models, and then turned to me as if nothing had happened. Master, the cleansing of the demons in the city is complete. By the way, those here are all the same type. Greetings. I am Unit 3 of the Libra mass production model. You must be the original. Welcome to Bloodgang. Thank you for visiting. You are very kind. My name is Libra. Libra and Libra's mass production model exchange compliments and walk side by side as if it were the most natural thing in the world to do so. Huh? Was that your only reaction? Their conversation ended in a surprisingly simple way. There was no small talk. As one would expect from golems, their behavior was surprisingly simple. And then Ego Karos. Ah, right there. He was standing in front of a wall with a hole in it, looking dazed. What was he doing? Hello, Ego Karos. He overreacted to my voice and suddenly transformed into a human, kneeling and prostrating himself. Ah, it was because he couldn't prostrate himself on goat legs. It wasn't the way I wanted it to be. I'm so sorry, my lord. I failed to capture the 7 luminaries as you ordered. Ah, I see. He was worried about failing the task I gave him. Well, it was inevitable. After all, it wasn't just the 7 luminaries. It was my fault for not predicting the arrival of the Demon King's son. However, Ego Karos didn't seem to believe it. He continued to sincerely apologize. Even though the 7 luminaries were overwhelmingly weaker, he managed to escape? What incredible blunder. You've lost your arms after 200 years? Ego Karos. While she was thinking about how to comfort him, Libra and Karkinos began to rub salt in the wound. Hey, stop it. Don't you have any compassion? Meanwhile, Dina was teaching Virgo. Look, this is the kind of useless person who can't do their job. As I said, enough is enough. Only Ares tried to comfort Ego Karos by putting his hand on his shoulder. You never change, Ares. Well, don't worry. Even though you failed this time, try harder next time. How merciful. If this happens again, Ego Karos, will pay with my life. No, I'd be worried you'd pay for it with your life. What should I do? This goat's loyalty was giving me a headache. If that was the case, he might do something drastic next time. I figured I'd have to give him a simple task to regain his trust. Or perhaps I should organize some kind of event to distract him. Or maybe just let him graze as much as he wants. In any case, my subordinates were recovered. The unconscious Scorpius was handed over to Karkinos, and we resumed our mass production routine. We took what looked like an elevator and arrived at the 14th city. Several dwarves were standing before a massive gate. They were unarmed, so it didn't seem like they were about to attack. Were they just there to feign vigilance? Welcome to Bloodgang. I was expecting you. Rufus Mafaldano. My name is Janelle. I am the commander of the Bloodgang army. I see. It seems you already know me. Then the blindfold isn't necessary. Apparently, they already knew my identity. Well, I did beat Scorpius up and get him back. Besides, the real Libra was right there with me, so it couldn't have been anyone else. I took off the blindfold and gave it to Dina, then removed my decorative glasses. Even though they expected it, the dwarves were still stunned and cried out, "Oh, and why did you call me? Is it to lure and capture me? You're joking. We'll be wiped out if we turn hostile within Bloodgang toward whoever subdued Scorpius. Right now, I'm desperately trying not to offend you." Then that's fine. The dwarves seemed quite nervous. Well, I was known as one of the world's greatest villains, so they were basically inviting the supposedly last defeated boss to their country. If that was the case, of course they'd be nervous. ID recently forgotten, but I was basically a source of terror in the world. No one had been able to deal with me normally after learning I was Rufus. In that respect, these dwarves were striving to be strong. Then let's hear what you have to say. To expose royalty to such danger, you must have a story to justify it. Regarding that, it's not royalty you'll be meeting. Someone from outside the royal circle wants to see you. What? What do you mean? It would be quicker if you saw it yourself than if I explained it to you. Please, let me guide you. The dwarf named Janelle pulled a lever near the door. It opened, revealing the royal realm. The first thing that came into view was a vast garden. Beyond it were a swimming pool and a court for some kind of sport. There was also a white structure like that of a luxury hotel in the center. A few magical beasts resembling guard dogs, whose manes would put lions to shame, roamed freely and gazed in this direction. Their tails hung low, trembling. I was truly shocked. The truth is, I really like dogs. Passing by those frightened little dogs, we continued backing away. Every now and then, I felt their eyes on us. Apparently, there were people watching us from the castle. When my eyes met those of Small Dwarf, I waved my hand. Then, Cinchureto the dwarf guides were scared too. They were looking at us sadly, as if they were ready to give their lives in retribution. What should we do about it? Finally, the dwarves led us to the far end of the royal compound, or rather, they reached the wall, but there was nothing there. A dwarf placed his hand on the wall and murmured something. The wall opened, revealing a room beyond. What he had just murmured was probably a password or something similar. It was a rustic room. It was a different space from the luxurious area before. It was a room without decoration, surrounded by walls and a ceiling. The only adornment was a crystal placed in the center. It glowed dimly with a blue light. Is it a golem? Yes. This golem is the heart and brain of Bloodgang. It contains the personality and memories of our great king, which were transplanted just before his death. What could it be? Janelle's words made me stare involuntarily at the glass. You there? Are you there? Mizar. The crystal gleamed as if answering my question. Then, though I didn't seem to have heard it before, a strangely familiar voice was heard. Have you come? It's been a while, my friend Rufus. And my masterpiece, daughter. Mizar. Mizar-sama. It seemed that it really was Mizar. Like Libra's reaction, I was convinced of it. Without a doubt, it was Mizar. Although there was no proof, I could say so. Something inside me told me to. I see. While Bloodgang is the protection you left behind, it's also you. To think you remain as a golem. This shows your passion for golems. Kakik, is that a compliment? Idiot. You're a complete fool. No, seriously. Who would have thought Head turned into a golem? In an old RPG, there was a funny character called Dungeon Man, a character who could temporarily join the party in Earthbound RPG, published by Nintendo in 1994. He loved dungeons so much that he ended up becoming one himself. I didn't think someone so silly would do the same. Don't put it like that. It was necessary. After all, back then, I was quite abnormal. The event from 200 years ago? I'm not trying to justify what happened, but back then, Mizar was very strange. The crystal that controls Blutgang's golem was already imbued with my personality. That's why I could say that the Mizar of that time was influenced by something. And it was painful to watch from the sidelines as I, the original, became stranger every day. It was as if I were turning into something else. Isn't that strange? The copy resembled the real Mizar more, while the real Mizar became a different person. Which was the real Mizar? I could no longer tell them apart. I couldn't answer that. Mizar's unique method of copying personalities and creating golems had resulted in the existence of two Mizars. One was the real Mizar, who grew stranger by the day. The other was a copy who retained his original personality. Since he had a copy, he could objectively assess the changes. He could see with his own eyes how different it was becoming. What torture! It must have been a pretty crazy situation. When did you start getting weird? Well, that was probably after we returned from the goddess sanctuary. From then on, I think I started to feel hostility toward you. It was probably the same with Alioth, Migrez, and Dubby. And what about everyone else? To begin with, Merak's location was bad. Vanahemer was practically in the goddess lap. As for Fekta, she'd been wandering around a lot. Perhaps she met you at some point. I don't know if Bene. Mizar uses Bene as shorthand for Benet Nash. She was obsessed with you from the start. Honestly, even if the goddess didn't do anything, she'd probably fight you anyway. Bene, seriously, everywhere she went, everyone had the same opinion about her. It had always been, she's dangerous to begin with. How dangerous did her peers see her, this vampire princess? Let's leave her alone for now. When I created golems with you, I already felt threatened. I wondered if you would one day steal my title as the best golem creator in Midgard, but it was absurd to even consider removing you just for that. Therefore, I copied my personality into a golem while still remaining myself, leaving behind a normal form. Near the end, I realized I was completely lost and there was no hope left. My original self was only thinking about defeating you. It wasn't even listening to me anymore. And, well, you know what happened next? Mizar paused. After a moment, as if feeling regret or perhaps pity, she continued speaking. After defeating you, he returned to normal, but it was too late. As compensation, he challenged the Demon King. Well, it was impossible to win after succumbing to despair. As a result, it was a crushing defeat, and he lost an arm. Mizar, whether it was himself, his friends, his arm, or a world at peace, he lost everything. With a heart full of regret, the original wept every day for years. He couldn't bear to look. Shopta Zipzicho, I'm sorry. This ruins the mood. I didn't call you to hear something like this. The crystal shimmered softly as he spoke. It was a diamond-shaped object, but strangely, I felt as if I were watching a rustic dwarf scratching his cheek. Somehow, I knew he would do that if he had a body. Of course, it didn't matter, since he would still be indistinguishable from the other dwarves. It was the unshaven beard. They all looked the same because of it. I think I should tell you what I know about the goddess. Even so, it might not be anything new to you. Let's listen to it. Information about the goddess. That was what she craved most at that moment. It was almost certain that Alovinus was behind these events, but she didn't understand what he intended. She had a feeling that Dina knew something about it. Well, first, it's about the relationship between the demons. As you suspected, the demons and the goddess are connected. The true form of the demons is arcane magic. Interrupting Mizar, Ego Karos responded. Everyone's attention turned to Ego Karos. What? You already knew that? Well, if it's you, it won't surprise you to know. Of course, anyone would have noticed that they are such poor quality products. Well, sorry, I didn't realize. I wanted to say that. But Ego Karos seemed to have more to say, so I decided to listen silently for now. Arcane magic. Is that what you mean by magic? Yes, Ares. Arcane magic transforms mana into a phenomenon. The metal attribute could even generate matter. But demons are living beings. They are not. They are magically created phenomena that resemble living beings. As I listened to the conversation between Ego Karos and Ares, I recalled the Demon King's words. Demons were created by the goddess and would completely vanish upon death. In the past, he had defeated demons and held them up as a public example. A normal Barato would remain for a while, but it couldn't maintain its form and would vanish as if by magic. Barato. They transformed into mana upon Barato, which was similar to arcane magic. As arcane magic unleashed to attack humanoids, it naturally attacks humanoids. It's the same as fire magic. The unleashed magic wouldn't ask, why am I attacking that? It's magic released by the goddess to attack humanoids. That's so. Oh. Upon hearing Ego Kara's explanation, Virgo's face turned blue, while Karkinos gazed at the sky. Although he had long suspected a connection between the goddess and the demons, he hadn't expected it to involve arcane magic. These weren't creations under orders, nor were they creatures manipulated mentally. The truth wasn't so subtle. The demons were an attack by the goddess against the humanoids. There are some exceptions. Does this exception refer to the type called Terra? That's right, sir. It's arcane magic, but the one who casts it is different. Only Terra possesses the magic unleashed by the Demon King. I see. That's why he's the Demon King's son. So demons are arcane magic? I see. If I had to say it, there was something compelling about it. But it was simply cruel. They are magical arcana who are convinced they have their own will, but they're just soulless puppets created by the goddess. They're basically NPCs. Teacher? No, it's nothing. When I thought of soulless dolls, I thought of NPCs created by game administrators. At first glance, they seemed to move of their own volition, but in reality, they had no soul. They were simply dolls that mimicked people, moving according to pre-programmed parameters. That was the truth about demons. Conversely, ordinary people and magical beasts that I would normally consider NPCs wouldn't qualify according to this world's definition. They weren't arcane magic, but creatures with free will. If there were people like me with knowledge of that other world, they would have defined demons as NPCs as well. There is another being who is also a self-aware magic created by the goddess. I have confirmed her existence after extensive research. Once Ego Karos finished his speech, Mizar brought the topic back up. I refocused on the present and put the NPC issue on the back burner. Even if I sympathized with them, nothing would change. The goddess intended to make him her agent, but due to his differing opinions about humanoids, he distanced himself from her. He transformed into a fish and fled to the sea. If Terra is the Demon King's son, then is he the goddess' son? What's his name? It's Eros. Eros is the god of love in Greek mythology, sometimes depicted as the son of Ares and Aphrodite. In one myth, Eros and Aphrodite transformed themselves into fish to escape the monster typhon. The word Eros is also the Greco-Christian concept representing romantic or Barato love. What a terrible name. I didn't know what to say about the name Mizar mentioned. What was that name? Anyone with that name would be ridiculed. If you combine Terra, the Demon King's son, with the goddess son, you'd get Terreros. There were many terrible names in the world, but Eros was one of the worst. What was Alovinus thinking when he named him that? While I was thinking that, I looked at my companions and the 12 celestial stars. Aries, Libra, Ego Karos, and Karkinos had looks of surprise on their faces. Rurupasama. What a reaction. It's Eros. Eros. Isn't that the real name of Pisces, the fish? That. I was stunned by the startling truth that came from Ares' mouth. Was Alovinus' son one of my servants? Or had I captured the goddess' son? While I was thinking this was a problem, I was overwhelmed by the awareness I felt inside. Then, the bravado of a blond young man came to mind from a corner of my memories. Was he on the verge of tears because he was surrounded by friends who were calling him by name? That's it. What? Is he your companion? Mizar said in shock. Well, I just found out myself. Ah, yes, Rufus. If possible, could you repair the damaged golems and the mass-produced Libras? You could freely use any materials available in Bloodgang. I don't care, but what about those who have fallen apart? Those that have crumbled? You can use them to create something else. Simply discard them. Keep them as compensation. I understand. Upon accepting Mizar's request, an idea occurred to me. What if we repurposed the parts of the mass-produced golems that had broken down to create new weaponry for Libra? A golem's power was fixed and couldn't be increased. It was common sense, and I believed it too. But then I thought, even if Libra couldn't become stronger, couldn't it become more powerful by using additional components? For example, if there were a golem with a very offensive status, it would be a small monster incapable of doing anything on its own. But if it were transformed into a weapon for Libra, its offensive power would increase. It turns out I want to do something. Mizar, do you want to collaborate again? Even if you don't know how to use alchemy, you still retain your knowledge, right? Interesting. Your outlandish idea surprised me too. What did you come up with this time? Mizar seemed enthusiastic about my proposal. So, from now on, it would be the alchemist's turn. It wouldn't be fun to watch, so I should let Ares and the others out. That's what I thought, so I ordered them all to leave. Now, what interesting weaponry should we build? I was really a little tired. First, I repaired the damaged golems and the 3 mass-produced Libra models. Then, I crafted a weaponry from the parts of the destroyed mass-produced model. As expected, given Mizar's expertise, the final product turned out to be better than I anticipated. Well, I couldn't reach a definitive conclusion without testing it. Then let us test its performance. Yes, teacher. The new weapon created this time wasn't technically equipment. It was a weapon-like golem with a degree of autonomy, similar to Tanaka in some aspects. Its main feature was that Libra could summon it from anywhere. Libra and I left Blutgang for the performance test. We confirmed that there was no one near the target, which was a huge rock about 1 kilometer away. If we made a mistake and someone got involved, we'd regret it. All right, let's begin. Weapon selection. Astrea. Astrea is the goddess of justice, innocence, and purity in Greek mythology. According to Ovid, she ascended to the heavens to become the constellation Virgo, while holding the scales of justice, the nearby constellation Libra, in her hand. As Libra screamed loudly, Blutgang's golem launch door opened and a pair of steel wings shot out. The aircraft spun in midair and hovered above Libra, transforming into a different form. At the same time, Libra leaped out, and a line of red light, similar to that in the Gundam Seed Destiny anime series, connected them. The 2 golems then drew closer as if attracted by magnets. Additional weaponry, called Astrea, attached itself to Libra's back. 2 cannons were deployed on Libra's shoulders to face the front. Until now, Libra only had the correct scale mounted on its right arm. But with this armament, its artillery firepower would triple. In addition, 2 more cannons extended from its waist. Although this was a purely artillery-based attack, unusual for a fantasy setting, its firepower was so potent that it could destroy a fortress with a single blow. And finally, Astrea's wings extended into 3 pairs of steel wings. The weaponry is based on the Gundam Seed anime series. See the images at the end of the chapter. This was the new form of the automated tracking and combat made, Super Libra. Or perhaps Astra Libra would be better. Super Libra turned his right arm into a weapon, pointed his 3 railguns and 2 anti-fortress cannons, a total of 5 cannons, at the Rocky Mountain and aimed. Maximum power. All cannons aimed at 1 target fire. For a moment, my vision went white. 3 beams of light and 2 artillery shells headed straight for the pitiful mountain. A column of fire rose into the sky, and everything was incinerated. This is dangerously good. If Blutgang were hit by this, he could be in danger. Even if it didn't completely destroy him in 1 blow, it would penetrate him catastrophically. I thought it could probably vaporize Levia in 1 hit. Well, of course. After all, it was 3 volleys of the correct scale, Zubin el Janubi, supplemented by 2 more artillery attacks. In game terms, this would be considered 5 combined attacks. I wondered if Karkinos could handle it. The level of power was terrifying. All my bravado stared at me in astonishment. I looked away. It couldn't be helped. Once a person started something like that, he wanted to see it through to the end. It was like chasing an important goal. However, I admitted that the firepower was excessive. It could completely annihilate the 7 luminaries with a single attack. Libra landed on the ground in front of me and bowed. That's astounding firepower, Commander. With this power, I could eliminate any enemy. Thank you very much for giving me this weaponry. By the way, Commander, what's happening? Libra looked at me with narrowed eyes. Well, since there wasn't much of a height difference between us, this wouldn't normally happen. Looking Barado closely, it was clear that Libra had deliberately stood on slightly lower ground than me. It was clearly a calculated maneuver. Where are the enemies we need to eliminate with this? Or when do we expect to find them? Despite her apparent lack of emotion, it was clear she had anticipated it. Seeing her before me, I decided to seal Astria away. At the very least, she shouldn't use it without my permission, even though I was the one who did it. She was one of those who shouldn't have any more firepower. Author's notes Libra. Hasn't the enemy arrived yet? Quick, quick! Libra's San, who wanted to shoot the enemy as soon as possible, had forgotten his callousness. In the comments section, it was suggested that the golems be combined, which is why it was used in Libra. Thus, Libra became a weapon of annihilation for no particular reason. Seriously, what can we do about Archer San, who hasn't even debuted yet? Given Libra's incredible range, power, and accuracy, it seems he'll be an unwanted child unless I put a lot of effort into the design. Chapter 71. The Demon King summoned high-level monsters high above in the air of Midgard. It was in an even higher zone than Vanaheimr, in the area around the stratosphere. Blue skin and golden eyes. Long, black hair that reached his back and was wrapped in a jet-black coat. In this world, this man was the Demon King. One behind him was an army of high-level magical beasts that obeyed him without showing the slightest fatigue. He, the Demon King ORM, flew ceaselessly high in the air with a specific goal, to go in search of it. Including today, more than a week would have passed. He was informed that it was in that area. However, even as a Demon King, it was difficult to capture it that was constantly moving. However, their efforts had paid off. At that moment, what he had been looking for was right in front of his eyes. "I've found it," ORM murmured and looked up. There was a ship there, a flying ship with giant wings. On the mast of that strange ship, filled with contradictory objects, stood a man. The tips of his bright golden hair, which shimmered in the sunlight, curled and stood on end. He was a young man who exuded a refined and understated presence, and whose features carried a strong, confident character. His muscular body probably weighed a little over 180 pounds. The combination of his facial expression and the way he stood gave him an elegant appearance. One of his eyes was hidden behind an eye patch, and, combined with what he was wearing, one couldn't help but think he was trying to say, "I'm a pirate." From above, he wore a white gown, and on the back of it was embedded an emblem of black wings. His name was Castor, also known as the Tyrannical Path's 12 celestial stars, one of the Geminis of the twins. "So you've come? I already heard you've been looking for us for a few days now. What business is it of yours, esteemed Demon King?" "Castor, huh? I have nothing to do with you. What interests me is a treasure hidden on that ship." Even with the Demon King standing before him, Castor did not waver. Likewise, the Demon King did not lose his fearless and audacious smile. It was an explosive atmosphere, but both sides maintained their composure. It was as if each side knew that in the end, they would be the ones to emerge victorious. However, in that place, there wasn't a hint of carelessness or negligence. "I see, so you seek riches. If that is what you want, would you mind giving it to me?" "Cinco no. No. You see, unfortunately, what I seek is not something that can be exchanged for gold. What I want is the key that conquers the heavens. I can't. Only my master can conquer heaven. You'll never be that one. So you're so determined to be under Alcor's command. Huh? In the end, along with your sister, it seems that's all you'll achieve." ORM mocked him as if to provoke him. However, Castor let it go gracefully. To begin with, neither side revealed their cards, and they simply played dodgeball with words. "It is true that I am under Rufus Samus' orders. I will not deny that I follow her orders loyally. However, I never intended to be beneath you, the Demon King." "Seriously? Are you suggesting him below 12 stars? If you go that far, even for me, it hurts my self-esteem. Even I can be sensitive. I apologize, that was insensitive of me. But unfortunately, I'm quite direct. I just state the facts, you see. The smiles they spread gave a very refreshing feeling. There wasn't a trace of malice. Unless one heard the words they were saying, one could imagine them as best friends of many years having a flowery and nostalgic conversation. However, the words spoken were poisonous. It was as if thorns were stuck into them and hurled at the other person with all their might. That's right. I really want to try it. I suggest you stop. I prefer not to get involved in fights where I can already see the outcome. ORM narrowed his eyes a little until only a thin slit remained, as if to defy Castor, and the air around him distorted like a mirage. At the same time, Castor grabbed the anchor as if it were his favorite weapon. Originally, anchors were used to keep ships in place. However, this anchor was so large that a human could hold it, and its length was modified to resemble a spear. An anchor, or rather, it would be better to say that it was a spear that was like an anchor. But while the size was normal, the weight was abnormal. Gently clinging to that anchor, which could shatter the ground with a single release, Castor jumped from his beloved ship, the Argo. Sixie then stopped in midair and faced ORM from the front. But if you still say you're coming, I won't hesitate to be your opponent. Of course, you'll have to be prepared to take a good beating. You'll avoid a minor scorch, huh? How kind of you. Even extensive scorch is still a scorch. A flash, another flash. The anchor, which swung so fast that its sound could only be heard afterward, turned into a whirlwind as it moved toward ORM. However, ORM protected himself with his arms and counterattacked by releasing condensed mana that he formed in his palms. Castor maintained his composure as he continued to spin the anchor to disperse the condensed mana, and then swung widely. Wind, he might call. From the anchor that was swaying downwards, a wisp of wind was released. Despite being the same attribute as wind, it was in a completely different league compared to Jupiter of the seven luminaries. If it were a small island, it wouldn't be surprising if the great sword split it in two, and if it struck it head-on, even if it were Libra, it wouldn't be able to avoid taking damage. However, even this was wiped out with one hand by ORM as he approached Castor, then leaving a scratch on Castor's cheek with the simple pressure of the after-effect of his kick. Phew! As expected, if it's an individual strength, you'd excel. Huh. With just a few seconds of exchange, Castor was able to accurately assess and determine the difference between each person's skills. As expected, if it was a matter of individual skill in combat, the other side surpassed it. Even if the other side did a handstand, they weren't sure they could win. However, that was something I knew from the beginning, something predetermined. There was nothing to be surprised about. From the beginning, Castor's true strength did not lie in his individuality. If only his skill in single combat were considered, Leon and Libra would be superior to him. However, he had no doubt in his belief that he was still the one with the greatest war potential within the 12 celestial stars of tyrannical ways. The battles weren't just about individual power. The strength of the army was what mattered most. Castor raised his right hand in the air. With that as a signal, many shadowy figures gathered on the deck of the Argo. They all individually emitted strong and majestic auras, imposingly awaiting a starting order. For the first time, Orm's composure vanished from his face, and he displayed a gloomy expression. Heed my call. Fellow Argonauts, 7, show me your power. Our archenemy is here. 8, command. At the same time, all the heroes called Argonauts jumped. The number of them was approximately 50, all of them above level 500. No, many of the strong ones among them even surpassed Castor and reached level 1000. These heroes were the living remnants of the great battle of 200 years ago. No, it wasn't quite right to call them living remnants. It was because these heroes, without a doubt, had already died once before. The identity of these types were those heroes who had once fought on Rufa's side. They were defeated and lost their lives, but were reanimated as fairies. They were the warriors who had sworn loyalty to the black-winged master. Some of those who died did not ascend and remained in this world. They were vengeful spirits, they were moving corpses, they were magical beasts, and many other forms and figures. However, some of the existences among them, Only those existences with strong souls were able to become exceptions and retain the memories and rationality of their previous life, allowing them to preserve their minds and become heroic spirits. Castor's younger sister, the other half of the Gemini, Fairy Princess Pollux, was able to use her Argonaut's ability, which allowed her to put those heroic spirits into artificial bodies made of mana, thus reviving them in this world, turning them into an army. 9. Despite how broken and cheated that ability was, she herself had no ability to take command, nor did she possess any skill in battle herself. As such, the eldest brother, Castor, led them and fought on their behalf. In other words, it was a skill that couldn't be used if one of them was missing. It was a skill that required both of them to act as one. That was what the return of the heroic spirits, Argonauts, was. 10. Look closely, Demon King. What you see is our true power, our bond. The Fairy Prince's sword, the Blackwing army led by this beaver. To the rhythm of Castor's voice, all the heroic spirits moved aggressively. Orm's mana bullets were completely blocked by the priest's shields. The swords of the sword masters tore apart the magical beasts that followed Orm, and the fists of the fighters blew the giant magical beasts to pieces. One alchemist transmuted and caused a storm of swords, while another alchemist transmuted a gigantic golem to destroy multiple magical beasts at the same time. Those who were considered strong 200 years ago were undoubtedly powerful. Individually, they were powerful warriors who possessed a strength capable of matching thousands and could rival a country's army on their own. Outside of the time they were under a mobilization order, the effect of the ability was cancelled. Therefore, they could not increase their numbers using the Monster Tamer's ability or the Alchemist's transmutation. However, it was not wrong to say that they were the most powerful squad in Midgard. Even the Demon King knew of his terror. That was precisely why he had brought with him the army of magical beasts. However, there was too much of a difference in quality. The army of magical beasts, which were by no means weak, was defeated one after another. They were unilaterally exterminated. Listen, Demon King, you are undoubtedly strong. If it were only based on your individual skill, you would be on par with my mentor. Those magical beasts are no weak either. But that's all. If it were a simple comparison of strength, the gathering of magical beasts was no less formidable. However, the battle remained one-sided. The magical beasts were a group, but they were not an army at all. 11. The best thing that could be said about them was a group. There was no order or formation. If there were 100 magical beasts, there would be 100 magical beasts fighting as they pleased. However, the army of heroic spirits was different. Even if there were 100 of them, they would still be just one. Having the strength of 100, they moved as one and loyally faced the enemy as one. They protected each other, encouraged each other, and gave courage to others so that they could face even the strongest enemies. 1 was not 2. It was even possible to reach 10 or 100. That was the army. That was what unity meant. Against me, in the name of Rufus Maffel, you, who order your subordinates to fight only as a group, will have no chance of victory. As a commander, you are far inferior in quality to my master. Castor glided through the air and struck Orm with his weapon. Castor's anchor struck Orm's arm several times, causing sparks to ignite like fireworks. The black coat flapped and the white coat shook. The two men become a shooting star that swims through the air and repeatedly collide with each other. If this one-on-one continued, Orm would surely win. However, from the side, a strider came to Castor's aid by slashing Orm's sides, causing him a small scratch, followed by the sorcerer's magic swallowing Orm. This is the end, Demon King. Scatter, heroic warriors. This attack will finish him off. Following Castor's order, all the heroic spirits retreated at once. What was unleashed was an arcane magic with a wood attribute of an absolutely higher level. The storm roared wildly and lightning thundered. What was behind Castor at that moment was the imposing and majestic aura of 50 gods. In this world, there was only one true god, and that was the goddess Alovenus. However, faith and religion had always diversified according to the era and civilization of the time. There was an infinite number of gods created by people's imaginations. This was the result of something or someone, after being buried in the obscurity of history under the name of a loviness, perhaps considered heretics, which led to their persecution and punishment. Otherwise, labeling and treating them as demons would be an illusion created by the imagination of those dispossessed beings. This was a manifestation and an invocation of them. The god who has 50 names, 12 following Castor's edict. 50 false gods mobilized to attack. 13. There were those who were born as chiefs of the god from the figure of the imagination, from myth or from a legend. 14. There were those who were born as gods of war. 15. There were those who were born as the gods who presided over the realm of the dead. 16. There were demigods who inherited the blood of both the gods and the people. 17. There were false gods who breathed fire from their mouths. There were false gods who crushed things with their fists. They created raging storms and thunderous lightning, and, with the brilliant aura of the gods, they trampled everything in their path until they achieved absolute bravado. When everything was done and cleaned up, there wasn't a single magical beast left after all. The bravado of ORM, there no longer existed. So it's done. Sustaining himself in the air, Castor looked down at the magical beasts. The magical beasts that could no longer maintain their physical forms returned to mana, destined to bless this world. 18. In any case, he was able to somehow defend that thing that his younger sister had entrusted to him. For 200 years, since his master fell, he has continued to protect that thing using the ship and the spirits. With just one misuse of that thing, the world would crumble. The key that conquers the heavens. It was impossible for him to give it to the demons. That thing belonged to its rightful owner, who would one day return. Although her sister, the fairy princess, possessed no battle skills, she had a strange ability, and she had announced, "The leader will definitely return someday." He then ordered Castor to protect the key. All of this happened 200 years ago. He, who only knew how to fight and control, couldn't understand. However, he believed his sister could see what was coming. Or perhaps her commander had ordered his sister to do something before the fateful battle. That's why Castor was there. He had continued fighting for the past 200 years because he had believed in his teacher and his sister. Anyway, they'll change the ship's location before the next thing arrives. Castor, convinced of his victory, tried to return to the ship, but it happened right after that. Suddenly, a beam of black light dispersed through the cloud and passed through the ship. So there was still one enemy left. Without losing sight of the smoking ship sinking into the clouds, he armed himself with a weapon as he turned around. The heroes also prepared themselves in battle position, arming themselves individually with weapons. And then they saw, swimming through the clouds, something enormous, an appearance of something too enormous. What? This is impossible. It can't be. In terms of length, how long was it? 1 kilometer? No. 10 kilometers? No. That was something so enormous, something so long, something so abnormal that it could even encircle Midgard. That enormous shadow split the cloud and poked its head out, causing the heroes to feel fear. Without a doubt, they were winning as an army. They had successfully exterminated and expelled the group that ORM had brought with him. But they didn't know that in this world there were simply irrational things. The existence of absolute individuals who were above an army. For the first time, on that day, they understood. The real reason the 7 heroes were defeated. Author's note, I'm coughing badly, so I'm going to take a break before the first appearance check. Castor, suddenly a loser. Mars, colleague Jupiter, colleague Maru and Jupi, colleague Castor, don't come near me. Note that in the myths, the other half of Gemini, Pollux, is a man. However, having a useless character who only receives constant protection serves no purpose, so Ibarato replaced him with a woman. Or rather, with respect to these two, if I don't switch the genders around, it gets Barato odd. In this world, there's probably a guy like Clytemnestra. TLN? Well, not that she's going to appear. Chapter 72. Scorpio behaved like a spoiled, brat the morning after doing that stupid thing, that is, further strengthening the strong Libra, we left Bloodgang because we were being watched. I mean, while the dwarves were sending us. Honestly, I wanted to take it easy for a little longer, but we had Scorpio with us. Unexpectedly, it was no longer possible to house the individual who had attacked the country, so we faced the inevitable problem of having to quickly abandon the place. In any case, the fact that they allowed us to stay one night meant that they were being magnanimous. Normally, it would have been an instant eviction. Cinchuredo, considering that I made her feel so alone all this time that it drove her crazy, I thought it would be okay if she was satisfied with this, so I let her be. That said, excluding Virgo, I felt that the other 12 stars were displeased with what was happening, as I felt my back hurt from them staring at me so much. Aries was acting disgruntled, and Ego Keros gave off the feeling of cursing someone to death as he stared intently at Scorpio. Libra was holding a machine gun the whole time, and Karkinos was crying. I had just come back with them too. Even though we became more chaotic, Tanaka continued driving as usual. After Mizar's revelation, our next target was determined to be Eros, also known as Pisces, but we had a problem with that. None of us knew where Pisces was. Not even Dina had a clue. So what should we do about it? Ianin, that worried look on your face when you're thinking about something is beautiful too. Rufus-sama. Scorpio, who was trapped in my arm, said something random as he became even more entangled. It didn't really matter, but I would have preferred if he had stopped whispering in my ear. It tickled. As if she had sensed what I was thinking, Libra grabbed Scorpio's head with her iron fist, literally, and pulled Scorpio away from me. Hey, that hurts. You know what? What are you trying to do? That's as far as you go, Scorpio. I understand you're happy about the meeting, but you're causing problems for the master. I won't allow any more. Huh? Why does this lady need your permission to care for Rufus-sama? If you push this any further, he'll deal with you just like I dealt with your sisters. I recommend you stop. If a fight breaks out, you'll be the one to regret it. Scorpio and Libra had me in the middle as they created sparks and began a staring contest between them. One Aries seemed to hesitate about what to do, but Ego Keros crossed his arms and seemed brimming with willingness to join. Instead of trying to calm the situation, Karkinos followed them and encouraged them while laughing in high tension. Two Virgo, on the other hand, ran to a position that would allow her to avoid being trapped, and Dina blended in magnificently with the background. No, I'm not. Well, blending in with the background was a joke. In fact, she was drinking tea in a corner as if the chaos had nothing to do with her. Even as she was thinking about all this, the atmosphere between Libra and Scorpio became dangerously threatening and eventually led to Scorpio's hair flailing and pointing towards Libra. In response, Libra clenched his fist, creating a volatile situation. Thinking this was getting too dangerous, I stepped between the two to separate them. Stop this. Do you two intend to break Tanaka? Looks like you managed to escape with your life, Scorpius. Are you talking about yourself? Libra. When I intervened, the fight was somehow avoided. However, they continued to stare at each other. These guys have a really bad relationship, oi. Aries and Ego Keros had a pretty good relationship, but it seemed that not all the members of the 12 heavenly stars got along. There were also some bad pairings. Well, if there were 12 individuals, I suppose there would surely be at least one bad couple. In any case, I should check on Scorpius' condition in the meantime. 12 celestial stars, Scorpio, level 800 species. Berserk Emperor Scorpion attribute. Fire horsepower, 90,000 SP. 8,000 STR. Strength attack power 4,800 DX. Dexterity 3105 EIT. Vitality 6570 INT. Intelligence 2,100 AGI. Agility speed 3,800 MND. Mental power 3,300 LUK. Luck 5,500. Level 800, it went down again. Was this what happened? Did his power level return to what it was because he was no longer under the goddess influence? Or because he reunited with me and his hatred dissipated? I wonder what the reason was. In any case, since his level had dropped, his HP had also decreased. Therefore, it seemed he could no longer withstand Brachium. Yes, it was exactly as Libra said. If they had fought, Libra would have won. Or rather, how was he able to win against Aries and Scorpio, against whom he wasn't supposed to compete well? They reminded me and made me feel once again how damaged Brachium's efficiency was. Of course, considering that with just that skill she was able to become a candidate for one of the strongest, it was to be expected. However, status alone did not determine an individual's strength. This also applied to Scorpio, since his true strength lay in his poisonous attacks. Simply by talking, his status didn't need to be so high. By improving himself further, he was able to multiply his attack. Therefore, in practice, his actual attack power was very different from the value that would be displayed. 3. Furthermore, due to his great luck, he could frequently land critical blows. So, as long as there was no Brachium, it was unlikely that he would lose against Libra. For the most terrifying thing was the influence of the goddess who managed to strengthen this Scorpio to the point of being able to defeat Libra. Considering how the 7 heroes were strengthened by this unreasonable power for 200 years, it's no wonder they couldn't win. Anyai, Rupasama. What should we do from now on? We have no choice but to gather those whose location was known. If I remember correctly, Alfheimer, Helheim, and Muspelheim. Those 3 places, right? For now, if I had to choose one place among them, Alfheimer would be the most convenient. And above all, since Gemini of the twins was actually 2 people who counted as 1 member, there was this joyful PowerPoint of bringing 2 comrades together at the same time. As I was thinking about the future, Tanaka suddenly stopped, causing my train of thought to be interrupted. What happened? Something strange, as if Takana stopped on its own. Oh, it stopped. I wonder what's going on. What happened, Tanaka? Did something happen? Yes, boss. I walked to the front and looked out the windows. When I did that, I realized there were quite a few people about 1 kilometer ahead of us. It seemed they hadn't noticed us, however. We saw beastmen, humans, and elves going towards the same place without caring about each other. When I looked up at the sky, there were even flukes, making it clear that there was some common goal among them for this journey. Dina, is there anything along the way? If it's this position and direction. There's Dropner. 5 the land of the beastmen, huh? But I wonder why the other races go there too. In response to my question, Dina said while tilting her head slightly. It seemed that she didn't know why either. Unexpectedly, Scorpio raised his voice at that moment. That's because a hunting festival was recently held, Rufusama. They released all the magical beasts that the tamers had captured at the same time for this ridiculous competition, where they determined who was the strongest of these weaklings to see who could hunt the most magical beasts. I see. You're quite well informed. Yes, of course. That's because after destroying Blutgang, he planned to randomly scatter magical beasts for this hunting festival and then raid that country. I see. How dangerous. It was a very wise decision to bring Scorpio back. Had he not recovered it. Centuredo, who's that blue thing? Oh, and that one with white wings. Are you asking after all this? The girl with white wings is the newest recruit of the 12 tyrannical celestial stars, Virgo of the Maiden. The previous Parthenos passed away, so she's taking her place. And that blue thing is Dina, a background Salma, the one for the background. What? Don't spread such a lie so casually. Libra Salma. I don't have a surname like that. Did we have a star-like background? Well, never mind. Nice to meet you, okay? Background San. No. Stop calling me that name. Dina was crying while looking at me. From the way she looked at me, I understood very well that she wanted me to do something about it. The tears of a beautiful little girl had that appeal of making people want to protect her. But strangely, even above all that, Dina actually made people want to make fun of her. So, instead of helping her, I decided to get on board. I see. So for the stars to shine brightly, we need a background. Or perhaps space for the stars to wander. Which means that background might be something necessary for the tyrannical one's existence. Mr. Rufus? Isn't it amazing, Fondo? In some ways, it's even more magnificent than the stars themselves. It's the universe itself. It doesn't make me happy at all. Since by then the crying had almost turned into full-blown sobbing, I decided to stop bothering her. Well, I felt that Scorpio didn't really regret what he said. But the hunting festival, huh? To be honest, I had no interest in the hunting festival itself. Although it may seem like too much, from our point of view this was really just a festival for the low levels, as Scorpius said. If I were to use the game as a basis, this seemed like something only extremely inept or novice players would do on a scavenging spree. If you're going to waste your time like that, you'd be better off farming more items. That's why I didn't feel like participating at all. I didn't know how big Dropner was. However, with my speed, it wasn't impossible for me to fly around the capital and defeat all the magical beasts. The other members of the group were also in the same situation, so whoever participated, it was clear that things would become exaggerated. However, I was actually thinking about putting that exaggerated situation into practice. It's not such a bad show. Virgo, why don't you participate? Huh? Me? Virgo's level was the lowest among us. However, his level 300 was still extraordinarily high by this world standards, so it would clearly still be an exaggeration. Meanwhile, although I felt a little bad for the other participants, I wanted Virgo to have some confidence. Most likely, she herself didn't realize how strong she was. After all, Parthenos raised her in the forest the whole time, and when she came out, she was surrounded by me and the 12 celestial stars. This made her believe she was weak. There was a saying that the frog in the well didn't know there was an ocean. 6. This referred to how the frog residing in the well might think it knew everything about the world, yet it wouldn't know how wide the ocean was. But nowhere was it written that the well was small. Besides, the frog could be a monster that measured more than 1 m long. However, the frog that lived in the well had no way of knowing how big or strong it was. She was in that exact situation. She didn't realize that all the frogs outside the well were smaller and weaker than she was. I didn't want her to become conceited, but I did want her to at least have the confidence that matched her own abilities. I felt it was my duty to think about such things as someone whom Parthenos had entrusted to look after her. Rufus Sama, do you seek victory in the hunting festival? If that is your wish, leave it to this lady. I will serve poison to all the magical beasts and participants for your enjoyment. If you leave this to me, I will show you the land of beastmen, mired in fear and terror. I'm going to sweep the whole country with brachium. It'll revert to my sheep form and stomp through the capital. What? Then it'll use Morningstar all over the capital? No. Only I, among the stars, don't have a large-scale attack. I can't win with this. Everyone is forbidden from participating, understood? These guys, why do they say something so dangerous so casually? The capital isn't a magic beast, you know? Even if you destroy it, you won't win, you know? Anyway, it's fine even if you don't use these guys as a reference. If it's you, even if you don't use these idiots as a reference, you have more than enough skill to aspire to victory. But I don't have any skills with such a large area of effect. That's why they shouldn't be used as a reference. For starters, hunting festivals are nothing like them. First of all, I thought I would properly correct things to resolve the misunderstanding caused by the group of idiots who acted that way. The hunting festival focused on how quickly the magical beasts could be hunted. It wasn't a festival about the scale of the attack that could be launched. I patted Virgo on the head and asked, "So how's it going?" I really wanted this to give her confidence. Those are my true feelings. It was truly unfortunate of her to underestimate herself because she was surrounded by a bunch of super powerful monsters despite having skill and talent. Yes, then, they'll try. Take it easy. This determined Virgo's participation. So all we had to do now was go to Dropner. I gave my order to Tanaka and changed the direction of our trip. Author's note, the hunting festival in the game Rufus, go Libra, scatter the enemies before me. Libra, yes, master. Brachium to the capital, fire. Rufus, transmute. Winter of swords the entire capital. Migres, a tsunami across the entire capital. High-level character San 1. Came HAA. 7 high-level character San 2. So special. Low-level character San. Shamo Star. 8 high-level character San 3. Excalibur. 9 high-level character San 4. A Jose Ho-Ho. 10 high-level character 5. Starly Breaker. 11 high-level character 6. Midgard is. Midgard itself is. No matter how widespread the player's attack was, the objects and NPCs weren't destroyed. Taking advantage of this, all the large-scale attacks were launched one after another. The game is terrifying. Chapter 73. This is Dropner, the city where furries and people live in harmony. The capital. If you heard that word, what would you imagine? Most likely, since it is called the capital, one would imagine a giant castle or a palace surrounded by buildings. Levitine, Svalin, and Gyllerhorn. Until then, although the forms of these three countries were different, they had one common characteristic. Blutgang's capital was a gigantic castle, so it might have been an exception among exceptions. However, I believe that the capitals of role-playing game worlds were fundamentally modeled after medieval Western kingdoms and cities. In short, that's how it was, you know? Fantasy role-playing games are fundamentally based on Western society. Occasionally, games with an Oriental style appear, but these games have a different setting from the beginning, and often the enemies were not magical beasts, but yokai and oni. Normally, things are like this. At least if magical beasts, magic, swords, heroes, and demon kings appeared, that RPG world would give off a Western feel. Well, that's essentially it, you know? After they tell you, now wake up, hero, and you grab a sword, the exterior turns out to have an Edo period aesthetic. Well, you know, wouldn't you feel a little strange? You'd feel like something was off. After receiving the request to defeat the Demon King and being about to storm his castle, it turned out to be an Osaka-jo, TLN, Osaka Castle, with the Demon King presiding over it wearing a chanmage and a kimono. How would you feel? And while we're at it, what if the hero also had a chanmage and wore a kimono and said, Sesha will now travel to subjugate the disorderly, called the Demon King. Now how would you feel? 3 and the Demon King, being the Demon King, said, why do you go to such lengths to close off a country? Cultural exchange is what pleases me most. Westernization is the most beautiful thing. Now, let yourself be absorbed by my culture and modernize. Wouldn't you be discouraged? It's too weird. At the very least, I wouldn't play a game like that. Anyway, despite all this, I haven't seen an Oriental-style city lately. For some reason, in role-playing games, if you go east, a player will often end up finding a Japanese-style country, and sometimes it might even be called Japangu. However, there seemed to be nothing of the sort in this world. That said, given that this world somehow has something called a katana, it's possible that such a country existed in the past. In fact, in the game, of all the countries founded by the players, there is one country with a purely Japanese style. Although, I actually waged a war and destroyed it, but it doesn't matter. In any case, the conversation had gone off the rails. What I meant was that if one were to imagine a capital, one would imagine a medieval city in the Western style. However, what I had in front of me at that moment was far from a Western-style city. Or rather, was this really a capital city? For starters, was this even city? The place we were in, if I had to sum it up in one word, it would be meadow. Although it had been trampled extensively, it was undoubtedly a genuine meadow. There weren't even any paths laid out to facilitate passage. Then there were tent-shaped buildings lined up side by side. So what was it? Something like what the Mongolian nomads might use. If I remember correctly, a yurt. Although I wasn't sure about that. 5 additionally, there was a forest nearby. It seemed that beastmen lived there as well. I wonder what this whole capital thing is supposed to be about. If the king resides there, then it is the capital. However, in the case of Dropner, instead of a king, they have an emperor. So, technically, instead of a kingdom, it is an empire. Sixumho. To take the title of emperor, they really put themselves on a pedestal. There are many kinds of beasts. For example, birds only have 2 types, white-winged and the rest, but beasts aren't like that. There are felines, dogs, horses, cows, and so many other kinds like elephants and rabbits. That would be pointless to list them all. Not to mention that even within a single species, like felines, there are many different subspecies, such as cats, tigers, lions, leopards, cheetahs, and other more refined ones. I see. So, You're saying that even though they're called beasts because of their appearance, there are actually many different species, right? After Dinah's explanation, I nodded. Although it was a common understanding that the world of Midgard was divided into 7 different races, the reality was that it only worked that way because all beastmen were broadly grouped as one. Well, of course, even if they were the same beast, it was impossible for the lion-based beast and the rabbit-based beast to be the same species. There were even animals like tigers and bears that lived in the forest. However, if we counted all those species, there would be over 100 different humanoid races, which would create a strange situation. Most of them would be some kind of beast. I suppose that's why they were all grouped into one. The ruler who commands all the different beastmen. Therefore, it is not a king's position, but an emperor's. At least, that seems to be the logic behind his statement. Centuredo, although I was quite satisfied with Dinah's reasoning, it seemed that Scorpius was not happy with it at all. I quickly restrained her and brought her under control as she said something dangerous and assumed a battle stance. Enough already, Scorpio. It's a fact that my current self is not a king. I don't care if some random person decides to call themselves emperor, sovereign, or monarch. Aenon, just as expected of Rufus Sama. How merciful and benevolent. 7 As soon as I stopped her, she quickly withdrew her crazy aura and went back to clinging to my arm. And that's it. Centuredo, perhaps I was too hasty in adding her back as a companion. However, what Scorpius says also makes sense. The title of emperor, superior to kings, only suits someone like Rufus Sama, who has ruled all the countries. What do you think, Rufus Sama? Once you recover the 12 heavenly stars, you can rule the world again and then proclaim yourself emperor. For a crab, that was a good suggestion. In that case, how about renaming the tyrannical road 12 celestial stars as the imperial road 12 celestial stars when that happens? Ah, that sounds great. Back there, ignoring the person in question, the crab, the goat, and the sheep were warming themselves. Haven't I been saying that I'm no longer interested in world domination? Why should I repeat the same mistake? 8 If I did something like that, I would once again become the final boss of the route and be defeated by the hero San. Being attacked by the hero, the demon king, and the goddess all at the same time is simply an impossible game, you know? The hero San is still weak right now, but his class selection is really wrecked. So, just by reaching level 1000, had reached my same strength. 9 These cheap hacks-level tricks should be limited to a reasonable level. Oh, and Benet and Leon are there too, so they're going to hack me in 5 ways. Yeah, definitely not going to happen. Well, those things don't matter. More importantly, can you find out where the registration office is for the hunting festival? I think it will be fine if we head towards where the people are flowing. Then we'll do that. I decided to accept Dinah's suggestion and join the wave of people. It's actually irrelevant, but my outfit this time was a full-body suit, so I was in suspicious person mode. After all, there were elves and flugelhorns in this place too. I couldn't be sure that no one remembered what I looked like. Fortunately, since there were adventurers and travelers from all over, I didn't stand out too much. Among the other adventurers, there were some so eccentric that they might have even said, "So what?" There were some truly outlandish appearances. Compared to them, my clothes were much better. If I had to be Barato specific, there was even a ridiculous man wearing a skimpy outfit. Even if the effects are so good, I still wonder if. I understand this isn't a game, and that technically you can equip restricted gear regardless of your character if you really want to, but Rufus Sama, that person, don't look. Virgo was pointing toward the armor and trying to say something, so I covered her eyes and turned her around. It was good that such perverts didn't come into your sight. They were poison to the eyes. Anyway, beastmen are quite diverse. That guy, Dubhe, did a great job unifying all these people. When I looked around, it really made me feel how diverse and numerous the species categorized as beasts were. The more I looked around, the more I felt there were many of them. Besides the dog and cat species, which were always standard, there were even reptile species that looked like lizard men. Considering they were also under the beastskin umbrella, it was quite surprising. Furthermore, I was able to confirm the existence of half-humans when I saw humans with animal ears and tails. Tinwell, if I had to point something out, it would be that especially for the mixed-race people, Their appearances looked a bit like those of the Sakiyaki, and I thought that didn't suit them at all. 11 who would benefit from the middle-aged man with rabbit ears and a beard. Would they start flying while saying Mamma Mia in the air? 12, if I may say so. Those brainless idiots could never have pulled off such a difficult feat. I'd like to say they simply stole the government that Rufus-sama built. Honestly, I was impressed by Dubhe. However, Libra interrupted from the side with harsh words. You're truly ruthless towards all 7 heroes except Mizar. Ah, I see something like a line. Look, everyone's lining up. It seems that's our destiny. As we continued towards where the people were going, we found a line formed by several travelers. At the end of the line was what appeared to be a reception area, so it seemed safe to assume that was the right place. We got to the end of the line and decided to wait until it was our turn. Yes, with that, registration is complete. The hunting festival will be tomorrow, so please take things easy tonight. After deciding to register for the hunting festival, Sei received a registration form from the receptionist and nervously put it in her pocket. After leaving Svalin, the heroes group arrived in Dropner in search of information. It so happened that a hunting festival was being held in this place, bringing together many travelers, adventurers, and merchants at precisely the right time. They had decided to change their destination to this place in the hope of finding someone who had information about Rufus' whereabouts and, at the same time, testing Ceaseability. Furthermore, this place also turned out to be the birthplace of the strongest member of his group, the Espada San Federico. After Sei told Friedrich that she wanted to speak with Rufus before making any decisions, Friedrich became as docile as a neighbor's borrowed cat. The group's decision coincided with the realization that part of the purpose of their visit was to cheer Friedrich up. There are many different types of people. Sei looked with great interest at all the travelers who were in that place. Sturdy warriors in heavy armor. A woman wearing clothes that a dancer or performer might wear. A bearded man with rabbit ears. A full-bodied, black-skinned swordsman who perhaps thought he was cool. And finally, a very muscular person in unusual armor. Yes, really, there's a lot of variety in people. Are all adventurers like that? No, it's definitely a unique case. So please, don't put us in the same category as that thing. Before Sei, who was saying something in amazement, Jean became nervous and quickly brought him back to reality. Subsequently, Cinchuredo, Tiger, Cruz, and Ricardo. This group was gathering information. The Ranger Squad, which always moves stealthily in the shadows, quickly headed to make reservations at the inns. Hey, look, Sei, that group has so many beautiful girls. I'm so jealous of the guy who's with them. As if to change the subject, Jean pointed to a group of people who were in line. He pointed to a group consisting of a very suspicious person, wrapped in a red cloak, and a tall, imposing woman walking closely beside the wrapped person. A beautiful young woman with white wings and another beautiful girl with rainbow hair. An elderly gentleman wearing a monocle and a handsome man in a red vest. Finally, a blue-haired beauty and a brown-haired maiden who gave off a stiff feeling remained silent. What is this? What's wrong with this party that seems to have nothing in common? Just when I thought the handsome man in the red vest was approaching the one in the red cloak, the maid punched him. They seem like a bunch of oddballs, but they're probably top-notch. That girl's intense gaze is quite striking. Yes, it's definitely a gathering of impressive people, right? Anyway, Sei, what kind of people do you admire? Well, no, I don't really have a particular preference. Don't hide it. Let me tell you what I think. Cinchuredo. Although Jean was usually very nice and sociable, he was a troublesome person in moments like this. However, at that moment, Jean suddenly let go of Sei and made a sound as if he were reflecting on something. That'll be what happened. Well, I have a feeling I've seen them somewhere before, but I don't think I'd forget them if I ever saw a beauty like that again. Perhaps it's just my imagination? Jean tilted his head as if it were something strange. However, Sei thought he was just imagining things. That said, Jean definitely wasn't someone who had a good memory. Jean was the type of man who had even forgotten how he had recently acquired the objects he owned. As such, Sei believed that this time, too, it was only due to his forgetfulness. It's probably just your imagination. Anyway, we should go. No way. I'm sure I've met them before. I wonder where it was. Say held and dragged Jean to the inn where they would be staying for the night, while Jean continued to look back even at that moment. Although the distance between them was very small, the time for them to meet had not yet arrived. Author's note, a very irrelevant note about the background environment. In fact, in Midgard, there were many pitiful creatures that looked humanoid but were not categorized as such. For example, there is a species of insect very similar to the werbeast. However, it seems that, due to their unsettling appearance, they were classified as magical beasts. In particular, species such as G and flies are particularly unsettling, so much so that even magical beasts flee from them. 13 Chapter 74, Virgo, I Choose You Update 1. The estimated release date for Chapter 75 is 20/05/2019 Update 2. Please ignore footnote 9 ahaha. Vecna K. TP, I think your footnote 9 is irrelevant. It goes off topic and it's too long. Also, I don't think the colors are fixed in games. Tepe, I was bored and I already wrote them. Request, please consider adding the website to the white list of ad blocking applications. I would really appreciate it. Thank you. Once we finished checking in, we decided to return to Tanaka for the night. We had thought about staying in an inn. However, in this country, even inns were little more than tents. Therefore, we didn't think it would be comfortable to stay in one. Perhaps this was due to an innate difference with the Beastmen. However, I believed it would have been more beneficial for them to create dwellings more suitable for other humanoid travelers. One at that moment, Virgo had already gone to bed early and Aries was already deep in sleep. I left Tanaka for no particular reason other than to enjoy the night wind and try to exercise my brain, which I didn't usually use, to reflect on a few things. What I was thinking about was the defense of this country. Levitine had the barrier of Alioth. Svalin had Levia, and Gillerhorn had the coercion of Merak. As for Blutgang, the capital itself was a mobile fortress that was further protected by mass-produced Libra models, which meant that this country also had to have some significant form of defense. If I thought about it, even though whatever was serving as a defensive mechanism might currently be on our side, it would be wise to consider the possibility that it could turn into an enemy. After all, to the citizens of this country, there was no significant difference between demons and me. There was no doubt they thought we were both a threat, which meant that the possibility of this country's defensive mechanism showing its teeth was not insignificant. I never for a moment thought we'd be unable to handle it if something like that happened. However, the problem arose when those fangs pointed at Virgo. Thinking about that situation, it wasn't wrong of me to think of a way to protect her. For now, I think I'll ask Dina for information when I have time. Although she's a suspicious character, 90 of the information she gave was correct. Teacher, I heard a voice behind me. Without even turning around, I recognized the owner of the voice. I kept looking ahead and shouted the name of the subordinate whose voice it was. Libra, what's wrong? I had something I wanted to discuss with the teacher. While Libra was saying that, she came and stood next to me. Her weight was completely at odds with her appearance. However, it was precisely because of this that her smooth, graceful movements, which prevented others from perceiving her true weight, were quite impressive. From one side, Libra looked worried. Never mind, it was the same old thing. Although he had exactly the same expression as always. He began to speak in a slightly bravado, serious tone. He'll get straight to the point. What kind of person is this woman named Dina? Although I haven't yet recovered the bravado data, I've at least been able to deduce that she wasn't there 200 years ago. So you'd already noticed? Yes. Besides, that teacher had noticed a long time ago and was hiding it from us. I thought I had hidden it pretty well. However, it seemed to be in plain sight. Leaving everyone else aside, it seemed reasonable that he wouldn't be able to keep it hidden from Libra for long. Not to mention, he was a terrible actor. Above all, he was pretty stupid. I let out a sarcastic laugh before shutting down and looked away from the loyal subordinate who didn't blame me. It seems I treated them unfairly. To no problem. I'm sure the teacher had things in mind too. However, if I'm going to advise the teacher on this, I think it's important that I also know the details of such an important matter. I took a quick look at Libra and thought about it for a bit. Currently, among my subordinates, Libra was probably the one I could trust the most. After all, I couldn't control his mind. In other words, whether it was the goddess or Dina, it would be impossible for them to manipulate Libra, which meant that even if the goddess thought Libra was a nuisance, there was no way to control her. The worst possible scenario would be that the idea that golems cannot be mind-controlled was nothing more than a hoax or a deception. However, I didn't believe that to be the case. If that were the case, instead of creating such an indirect deception, it would have been much easier and faster to control Libra and gain my trust. The fact that such a thing did not happen meant that it could not be done. I suppose it's good to inform you of what's happening. That said, to be honest, I haven't been able to fully understand her true identity either. Although she was one of the 7 luminaries of demons, it's clear she isn't a demon after all. I suppose so. The moment he could use divine magic, he could no longer have a demon or vampire background. However, with all that knowledge, what could he really be? From what I can tell, she definitely has some kind of connection to the goddess. I just don't know if her relationship with the goddess is similar to Partheno's or something much closer, or perhaps she herself is the goddess. I simply don't know. Yes, at that moment, I was convinced that my conjecture was correct. It was true that Dina and the goddess were not strangers. They were connected to each other in one way or another at their core. The goddess will be the one to discover her secret. What I didn't know was the extent to which they were related to each other. Whether her relationship with the goddess was of the same nature as Parthenos' past relationship with her, or whether she was someone much closer to the goddess, perhaps one of her closest confidants. Or yes, she was the avatar of the goddess herself. I simply lacked too much information to make a decision. Teacher, she's dangerous. I think the best course of action is to arrest her as soon as possible and interrogate her. Dosh, even if you do something like that, she could teleport away and escape from us. And once she escapes, we'll have no way of finding her. Are you suggesting we continue to let her get away with what she's doing? I wonder. It could very well be that we've gotten away with it. Whatever the case, she's currently the only lead we have to the goddess. Letting that go would be rash, don't you think? At that moment, Dina probably thought I was dancing on her finger. However, I believe there was something that even Dina hadn't been able to figure out. And that would be to what extent he had already returned. Only I could fully understand this point. After all, she had already tried to test it by asking him, "Are you really a player?" Now that I think about it, that line was probably used to determine how much of me had returned. Although it was embarrassing for me to say this, the original me would never have doubted Dina in the first place. The mere fact that I was able to think that way and suspect others meant that my way of thinking was no longer how I used to think. Looking at this from another perspective, the merit was that the other side could not understand the extent to which they were suspected while I continued to act as I usually did on the surface. So, for the moment, I was fine with how things were going. It was good to continue being the capricious me who didn't think things through. And, if I assumed that she was completely our enemy, that would raise some perplexing points. Puzzling points? Yes, it's true that he's been manipulating me to get what he wants. There's no doubt about it. But, so far, he hasn't done me any discredit. In fact, all his actions have been to my advantage. That's what I can't understand. To give me more benefits, to hide the disadvantages. If it were something like that, I would understand. But that wasn't the case. There wasn't a single negative result. The reunion with Ares and Svalin. Libra's recovery in the royal tomb. Ago Caro's returns to Gillerhorn. Karkinos and Scorpius gather in Bloodgang. And to re-establish the relationship with the 7 heroes in all the cities I had visited up to that point. It had all been for my benefit. Wasn't that strange? Wasn't Rufa's maffle a nuisance to the goddess? Wasn't that why he manipulated the 7 heroes and made them seal Rufa's maffle away 200 years ago? If that were the case, why would he strengthen such a weakened enemy at this moment? That was what he couldn't understand at all. This was the reason why I could not prove the hypothesis, already 90 certain, that Dina the avatar of the goddess. For you don't jump to conclusions. Don't let suspicions guide you. Analyze the information more carefully and calmly. That was the hesitation and the warning that kept echoing in my head. I thought I had definitely overlooked something. I can't explain it well. I feel it was a bad decision to corner Dina at this moment. Do you feel? That's ambiguous. I know, but give me a little more time. I wonder what it was. Although I didn't understand why, I felt it wasn't yet time to accuse Dina. Almost all the pieces were already aligned, and the complete puzzle image was already showing. Even without the remaining pieces, it was at the point where one could imagine the final image using the pieces that had already been arranged. However, it was still quite possible that upon finding the remaining pieces and completing the puzzle, the final image would turn out to be a trompe-l'oeil. For if I had to make an analogy with something, that was what I was feeling. Understood. If that is your wish, I will do it. Thank you, Libra. 5. No problem. I am the Master's tool. 6. Therefore, I exist only to support what the Master desires with all my might. Even if it turns out to be a wrong decision in the end, it is my duty to destroy the concept of the wrong decision. Pleasantly reliable. In truth, I had a very reliable subordinate. The problem was whether she would become too reliable and blow everything in my path to oblivion. In any case, it was already very cold. I suppose it was time to go to sleep. The day of the hunting festival. Beams of light, seemingly conjured by magic or something similar, illuminated the sky, forming a floral pattern like fireworks. Meanwhile, in the audience seats, various species buzzed with excitement, asking when the festival would begin. Fortunately, the audience seating wasn't intense, but rather rows of seats arranged like those you'd see at a movie screening. In front of all, there was a kind of huge, stupid screen that everyone in the audience was looking at. I thought this world didn't have anything like a camera. How are they going to show things? Ah, that's a mana screen created by Midgard before he died. By using mana from the air as a medium, it can show what's happening at a distance. Similar technology is also used in Bloodgang, as those inside seem to be able to see what's happening outside. However, I've heard that, because it was too much like a black box, unfortunately no one has been able to replicate the product after his passing. 7. Mizar again. Huh? While listening to Dinah's explanation, I looked up at the sky. Why was he the only one who was able to far surpass the level of civilization of Midgard? You were actually a modern Japanese person, weren't you? I really meant something like that. If he answered that he had no modern knowledge and was completely out of this world, then he was definitely born in the wrong time and world. At this point, everything's fine for you. Huh. Bearded boy. Feeling exasperated, I signaled to Virgo to come towards me. I was about to participate shortly. However, if something were to happen to him, I wouldn't have the courage to meet Parthenos again. As such, although it might have been overkill for this festival, I managed to get Dina to bring a weapon from the tower. Even though it was a second-hand weapon that I was using at the mid-level, it should still be an effective piece of equipment for now. Rufus-sama, what is this? It is a sword I used in the past. It is called La Pucelle and can use ambient mana to unleash arcane light attribute magic. It is an excellent weapon, which used to be a favorite of Flugels who cannot use arcane magic. Flugels could not use arcane magic. However, within the game, as if it were a promise or a standard concept, there were weapons that could produce the same effect as arcane magic simply by being used. This weapon turned out to be one of those, and its rarity was also among the highest. 9. This weapon also helped me get to the halfway point of the game. However, by the time I passed level 500, it was much better to use my own attack skills than to rely on these effects. So I ended up leaving it in my inventory and forgetting about it. That said, for the modern Virgo, it should still be very useful. The problem was, if in this world Flugels truly hated mana, why would they die if exposed to too much of it? In the game, the lore stated that Flugels couldn't use mana because they would die if they did. However, the associated death was merely a background scenario. That's why in the game, you'd see Flugel players arriving in Helheim, brimming with mana, recklessly and in stark contrast to the game's context. This weapon was also popular. However, the Flugels of this world instinctively hated mana. Therefore, if Virgo found this weapon repulsive, she had also prepared an alternative weapon for her. In that case, although it might be a bit of an exaggeration, I was thinking of giving him the spear I liked so much when I was around level 500. However, It seemed that all those worries were a pointless consideration as Virgo looked at me with such a bright smile that even flowers could begin to bloom. Thank you so much, Rufus-sama. I will definitely return as the winner. Great. It looked like a perfect target. Behind me, Scorpio was literally burning the surrounding grass with the flames of jealousy. However, I had no intention of giving him any personal belongings. I was afraid that if I gave him something, he might end up using it for some strange purpose. Or rather, Scorpio, don't unleash flames. It's a nuisance to those around you. Virgo, a sword alone lacks firepower. For my part, I'd like to give you this anti-golem cannon. Enough, Libra. Although I didn't know if she was feeling competitive or genuinely thought she lacked firepower, I quickly took Libra down as she was trying to give Virgo something like a rocket launcher. Hey you, that's clearly an exaggerated object that was going to blow up the area. Or rather, where did you get something like that from? Please be careful. Okay, Virgo? If it gets dangerous, call us quickly, okay? It'll fly to you fast with Mezar theme. If it were me, I could plunge all the participants into utter despair and incapacitate them. If you need to just say so. Era, what if I try to poison the whole place? If I do, you'll win easily, you know? Although Ares and the others were saying dangerous things, Karkinos alone could not say anything. He thought about it very seriously and finally cupped his head. 10 Karkinos, you run slowly so you won't arrive in time to help. You can't use ranged attacks or support magic, so, honestly, aren't you just an incompetent fool who only defends and counterattacks? You can't do anything but be a shield, can you? No. Ares, Ego Keros, Scorpio, and Dina didn't hold back for a second and broke Karkinos' heart one after the other. Hey, hold on. While what you say is true, it's the best among the 12 stars in terms of crest. But yes, this guy, he doesn't really have any role beyond being a shield. Author's note, the definition of humanoid in this world based on the human race. Humanoids are those races that do not differ too much in appearance and could coexist with other similar ones. Because of this definition, although creatures like mermaids and centaurs could coexist with other humanoids, they're currently classified and treated as magical beasts. To this day, it is still debated whether the term humanoids should be broadened to include these species. Furthermore, opinions regarding the giraffe bee species vary. One says that they differ too much from the form of humans, and the other says that if it's just the neck, it shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, some even argue that this won't work after all because they can't get into houses due to their long necks, or if they can get in, they break through the roof because of their long necks. Therefore, their position was constantly threatened. Chapter 75, a wild carnivorous dinosaur appeared when the hunting festival was just a few minutes away from starting. With a nervous expression, Virgo firmly held the sword while waiting for the festival to begin among the other participants. She felt that all around her were strong-looking people, and she felt very out of place. A muscular man held a gigantic battle axe, and a strange man, dressed entirely in black, posed with a foe. There was also a martial artist who was clearly over 2 meters tall and a random chubby human wearing a single piece of white loincloth around his barato. There were also knights in full plate armor who gave the impression of being strong. The Dropner Hunting Festival is finally almost here. I want to take this time to reiterate the rules. That's what I do like to say, but the rules are very simple. It's all about hunting, and hunting the magical beasts that have been unleashed all over the capital. That's the only rule. Each magical beast is individually assigned a point corresponding to its strength, and the brave warrior who has earned the most points after the 1-hour time limit will be crowned champion. Ah yes, excuse the late introduction, Chiron, reporting live. 3. It was an arcane magic of voice amplification, or perhaps divine magic. The voice of someone calling himself a live reporter echoed throughout the place. Virgo turned toward the commentary booth and found a very friendly-looking man sitting there. For beside the man was a tiger beast that seemed quite strong. This time, we've invited the pride of this country, the strongest man on the continent, the Sword Saint Friedrich, as our commentator. Sword Saint, please enlighten us. Roar. The common language of Midgard is fine. The stadium felt a certain excitement at the tiger's peculiar joke. It was probably his way of easing everyone's nervousness. People thought that once someone became known as the Sword Saint, they would probably know a way to relieve nervousness. Now, the moment has finally arrived to raise the curtain. Is everyone ready? Now, take your places and let's begin. The reporter's voice announced the start of the hunting festival. At the same time, some kind of arcane magic must have been unleashed because a powerful, explosive burst of gunfire was heard. All the participants started running to take the lead, and Virgo also ran with all her might so as not to be left behind. When he did that, he reached the front in an instant. Wait, what? Even though I thought so, it was obvious. There was too much of a difference in level and status. Could it be that everyone is holding back because they're being considerate of others? Thinking along those lines, Virgo looked back as she ran forward. That said, this festival wasn't a racing competition. It was a festival to see how many magical beasts could be hunted. Each participant used their own instincts and experiences to find and run towards places where the magical beasts might gather, causing them to scatter in all directions. And in front of Virgo was a magical beast over 2 meters tall with a face that seemed to say I'm strong, blocking the path. With green skin and well-trained muscles, it was a creature that wore a loincloth. It was one of the semi-humanoid species called goblins. Gabu-gobu. The goblin was probably underestimating Virgo, who seemed weak. With a creepy smile, he slowly approached Virgo. On the other hand, Virgo did not trust in his own strength. Although there was a saying that the frog in the well didn't know there was an ocean, the well it lived in was full of nothing but monsters that could scatter that giant ocean into oblivion. As a result, he was unaware of his own strength. Even so, the reason she did not hesitate was that her master had expectations of her. She couldn't do something as shameful as running away even after receiving a sword. Yeah, thinking that way, she launched herself forward with a desperate feeling. She thrust her sword forward and pointed it at the goblin's chest. When he did, the goblin was pierced without the slightest resistance and collapsed to the ground without even being able to raise his voice. Participant number 760, Virgo. 8 points earned. Hey, Virgo was a little taken aback by how easily he won. Then, slowly and nervously, she approached and pushed the goblin's corpse. However, he got no reaction. He realized there was no sign of reanimation and that he was truly dead. Observing the situation, Virgo finally realized that she had won and thought a little about what was happening. Could it be? Are all the monsters in this hunting festival extremely weak? Actually, it's not that the monsters are weak, it's that I'm strong. She was still unable to think that way. However, he thought things would work out somehow if the enemies were weak. Unaware that he was under some strange misunderstanding, he got up and motivated himself. If it's something like that, I can do it. Even if I don't win, I can fight without embarrassing anyone. Virgo flapped her white wings and danced straight in the air. The act of flying itself was not excluded by the rule. Flying in the air was also considered skill. Virgo searched for a magical beast from the air, and once he chose the nearest magical beast as his target, he accelerated directly towards that wolf-like magical beast. Straight to the side in a straight line. She defeated the magic beast and flew back into the air. Virgo participant. 6 points earned. This time he chose as his target a magical bird-like beast that was located a little further away. Although there was some distance between her and the magical beast, Virgo currently had a sword that was entrusted to her by Rufus. By pouring power into La Pucelle, Virgo was able to fire a white, blade-like thing from the tip of the sword, allowing her to tear apart the bird that was still some distance away. Virgo participant, 7 points earned. Without slowing down, this time, he was able to find a pack of goblins. Standing about 150 centimeters tall, there were 2 common goblins wielding clubs, as well as a rare goblin species that carried a staff and used magic, a goblin wizard. Therefore, there were 3 enemies in total. Virgo accelerated rapidly and launched herself into their midst, brandishing her sword. With a single blow, she managed to eliminate 2 of them. The wizard shot a fireball at Virgo, who was flying away. However, without even turning around, she managed to dodge the attack by moving to the side. She flipped upside down in the air and launched a sword of light from her sword towards the wizard. Virgo participant, 20 points earned. I can do it, I can win. After reaching this point, Virgo finally began to think for the first time that she could really be strong. However, while he was thinking that way, the first thing that came to his mind was the appearance of his classmates. In his mind, there was a scenario of what would happen if one of his colleagues had participated in this hunting festival. For example, what would happen if someone like Libra had participated? In Virgo's mind was an image of Libra equipped with machine guns and bazookas as she wandered across a burning prairie and turned a land of Dropner into a burnt ruin, murdering any magical beast she could spot. Ah, yes, it's impossible. Actually, I'm just weak. Although the mere act of comparing it was horrible, she was unable to notice that fact. In any case, as a member of Rufus Samus group, I have to at least try hard enough not to embarrass the others. Thinking in those terms, Virgo soared through the air without even noticing that she was also soaring high on the scoreboard. Virgo participant, 5 points earned. Virgo participant, 9 points earned. Virgo participant, 8 points earned. What's wrong with that girl? It's really bad. While the heroes say, trembled at such a thought, he was desperately trying to defeat a magical beast. He already knew who that unique young woman named Virgo was. She was the pretty girl with white wings in the group with strange outfits. Even before the festival began, her white wings were already prominent, which surprised Sei when he learned she would be participating. Moreover, seeing her visibly nervous, Sei was filled with a deep sense of justice, thinking he would come to her rescue if the situation became dangerous. It wouldn't be fair to say he had an ulterior motive. After all, Sei was a man. However, he was too naive in his thinking. Or rather, he was too pretentious. Help! Help exactly whom? Help the person who had been flying through the air and eliminating magical beasts using hit-and-run tactics? You must be joking. That girl is way stronger than me. Or rather, she's probably the strongest of all the participants in this festival. He wondered what had caused the nervousness earlier. Perhaps to camouflage his strength? It was a common trope in the fantasy genre to have a character who appeared weak but was actually strong. However, she was in a very difficult situation. Sei thought she might even have been stronger than the Sword Saint. Although in her head she thought that couldn't be possible, nevertheless, one couldn't help but think that way when they looked at her. Ah, this time he defeated a wyvern. The pseudo-dragons were apparently weaker than real dragons, but they were still terrifying monsters that exceeded level 80. Although it wasn't relevant to what he was thinking, Sei was currently at level 35. He was at the point where that young woman could easily take him down in one hit. Or rather, I want to cry because it's so hard to level up in this world. It should normally be a scenario where I can level up easily and quickly, right? In the light novels I had read previously, unlike everyone else, the main character was the only one able to level up super fast in an unreasonable way and enjoy an easy life using silly tricks. Virgo participant, 12 points earned. Participant Bunny Dandy, 3 points earned. Fitness contestant, 7 points earned. The names of the participants were announced one after another, which caused Sei to begin to feel impatient. Bad. At this rate, I can forget about reaching the Barato spots. I see myself among the last. In practice, Sei barely managed to maintain what would be considered a high rank. However, the person himself did not seem to think that way. Sei swung his sword as if possessed, knocking down the magical beast with the movement. However, he still hesitated to take someone's life. One might wonder why he still harbored that hesitation, but taking someone's life remained a difficult thing for a former Japanese man. Even Barato. So, if the enemy turns out to be a cute, magical puppy-type beast. Hey, stop! Don't come any closer. The truth is, I really like puppies. Please stay back. Don't come towards me using only your hind legs. Don't follow me from behind. With those thoughts, Sei continued to fight desperately against it. At that moment, he regained his composure upon hearing a shout in the distance. What? Could there be a powerful magical beast on that side? He turned his head in the direction of the scream as he considered that thought. Afterwards, Say froze at what he saw, in the direction of his eyes. In the meadow, a few hundred meters away from him, there was something large. It was a furious dinosaur, so big that I could see it clearly even from that distance. Un accident. An accident. The dinosaur Dino Giganto, whose territory is the surrounding forest, has come out and invaded the arena. Please don't fight it. That thing is not a target in this hunting festival. What on earth? Do dinosaurs exist in this world? C's face turned pale as he stared at the furious dinosaur in the distance. I didn't know if they were categorized as a magical beast or a living creature. However, I could at least see that it was a monster that was clearly incomparable to the magical beasts used for the festival. After all, the dinosaur was eating the magical beasts of all things. All the magical beasts fled from the dinosaur, and this even included the pseudo-dragons who had lost the will to fight. His appearance of hunting and devouring those magical beasts was a true representation of the predator. It was a portrait of those who stood at the top of the food chain. The biggest problem at that time was that he also saw humanoids as his prey. Currently, there were no casualties among travelers and adventurers. However, if things continued this way, it was only a matter of time. If no one tried to stop the raging monster, there were bound to be victims. And this horrific situation was about to become a reality. An adventurer, presumably a participant, stood trembling before the dinosaur. Bad. That was obvious to any observer. If they left her alone, they would undoubtedly eat her. Dang it. Say cursed loudly and started running towards the dinosaur's location. For some reason, the dog followed him too. The time remaining for the dinosaur to finish devouring the magical beast was, at most, a few seconds. In that time, it had to reach the spot and pull the adventurer, who was lying face down, out of her position. Fight? Stop joking. Say knew her place. He knew that the best thing he could do was buy enough time and allow the others to escape successfully until warriors who could fight the beast were sent. He knew that if he bought himself enough time, Friedrich and Gantz would likely arrive. When that happened, he would have a chance to win. Hey, hurry up and run. Get up right now. Say, who somehow managed to arrive at the scene in time, grabbed the woman's arm to lift her up. However, the woman did not move and simply shook her head. No, I can't. My knees feel weak and... TSK, it can't be helped. At that moment, Say immediately decided to pick up the woman and flee the scene. However, it was an unsuccessful attempt. Heavy. It wasn't the woman who was heavy, but the armor she was wearing. Barato, his sword was also heavy. With so much weight around her, she couldn't carry it and flee. Hey, leave your armor and sword behind. Don't I need to help you with that? But they're expensive and I haven't even managed to pay back the loan I took out to buy them, and is this really the time to say things like this? Time was critical at that moment. They had to flee the place before Dino Giganto finished consuming the magic beast. However, it was already too late. The dinosaur had already devoured the magical beast and was heading towards them. Judging that escape was no longer possible, Sei drew his katana, assumed a fighting stance, and provoked the dinosaur. Perhaps his decision not to abandon the woman at that moment could be attributed to C's manliness. Although this brave action was not reciprocated at all by the woman, as she quickly decided to leave Sei behind and flee. Jiga, the dinosaur roared and began to head towards Sei. Fast and heavy. Even though the ground shakes every time you take a step, what about that speed? Sei held his katana firmly in position and patiently studied the dinosaur's movements to avoid being killed. The only thing I have to watch out for is its mouth. I have to dodge its bites first and foremost. And if I somehow manage to reach his feet, escape will not be impossible. Just at that moment, a white shadow came between the dinosaur and Sei. She swung the sword in her hands, and the pressure of the wind threw the dinosaur away. The wings of pure white fluttered, crackling an image of a white angel descending before him. In retrospect, she was able to understand that she was not an angel, but a flugel. However, at the time of the incident, Sei had undoubtedly seen her as an angel. Author's note, Sei, the main character finally appeared? Can I finally enjoy my youth in Chapter 75? Roof is ho. entering Rufa's old mode. Aries, he, turning into a giant sheep. Ego Keros, are you looking at a rookie? Turning into a giant demon. Scorpio, aren't you being a little daring? Transforming into a giant scorpion. Libra, I gather from that statement that you've already prepared for death, haven't you? Equipping Astrea. Say, Chapter 76, the hero's sand attack won in this world, outside of humanoids. Living beings with flesh could be largely divided into animals and magical beasts. Animals were those that were not influenced by mana and maintained their appearance, while magical beasts were those that had transformed after being influenced. And, generally speaking, in terms of strength, magical beasts surpassed animals. For example, if a domestic cat and a tiger were to fight, it wouldn't take much thought to realize that the tiger would emerge victorious. However, if that cat were to transform under the influence of mana, it could very well turn out to be the winner. A transformation with mana had the ability to bring forth powers within animals that otherwise would never have been able to awaken such powers. However, in the world of Midgard, there were monsters among the animals who openly ignored such a fundamental concept. And those were the dinosaurs. These ancient monsters had existed in this world long before humanoids appeared. Ignoring the phenomenon called mana, they were fearsome monsters who shouted that the strong were called strong because they were strong, and they saw everyone around them as nothing more than prey. Humanoids were their prey, magical beasts were their prey, others of their own kind were their prey, and even demons were their prey. It was a naturally strong existence that saw everything else as its prey. Those were the carnivorous dinosaurs. As a result, in the world of Midgard, they were feared more than demons and, in a way, hated more than demons. Although their numbers were drastically reduced 200 years ago due to Rufa's Maffle, they still exist to this day and spread fear throughout the world. And even among those carnivorous dinosaurs, there were some that were particularly feared above the rest. The one who lived in the north. Dinorex, he who inhabited the west, Dino Acrocanto. The one who inhabited the east, Dino Tarbo. And finally, the one who lived in the south, Dino Giganto. Although there were numerous dinosaurs that were considered dangerous, these four were a step above the rest on the danger scale. And at that moment, one of those four was blocking the path while standing in front of Say. It was approximately 13 meters long and weighed about 13 tons. It was undoubtedly a monster. In comparison, our team consisted of two individuals, a rookie, inexperienced hero, and a young Flagellatera. Watching from the sidelines, regardless of how you looked at it, it wasn't a situation where a fight could even start. Even calling it reckless was going too far. However, the festival participants were not limited to these two individuals. After discovering the existence of a dinosaur, several adventurers and travelers quickly came to the aid of Say and Virgo. Fu, dinosaur. Oh, he'll take care of it in 5 seconds. The cold warrior, dressed in black and full-bodied, stood in front and drew his sword. Even the leaf was jet black and revealed his bad taste. He continued to exude an aura of a strong individual as his cloak billowed, and he brazenly approached Dino Giganto. Was this it? The scene where an unknown, powerful character suddenly entered and calmly defeated the enemy? Under such expectations, Say wished the dark-skinned warrior all the best. Under my justice, you will wither. Secret sword technique. Flowing blade of the black shadow. 3-pitch black sand shouted a technique that sounded questionably cool under his breath and attacked Dino Giganto. He was then thrown somewhere by his tail while yelling, "Oof." The total duration was exactly 5 seconds. What's the point of being taken care of in 5 seconds? It seems to have some strength. After it got dark, the muscular man with a beard and rabbit ears, who looked like a wrestler, came forward while cracking his knuckles. Even after seeing the Dino giant body and the instant KO that had just occurred, he still did not hesitate. It was the atmosphere of an absolute veteran who had absolute self-confidence. And so he ran to the foot of the Dino Giganto and grabbed its thick foot with both arms. However, he didn't move or even flinch. I couldn't have thought I could just throw the dinosaur around, could I? Of course, some things are simply impossible. Think about size first. As Sei grew exasperated by such nonsense, the dinosaur kicked him and he rolled on the ground. His eyes went white, showing only white. For weaklings, they'll show you how to fight. And finally, the macho uncle in combat armor stepped forward. Then he ran to the foot of the Dino Giganto and grabbed onto its thick leg. Like I said, it's impossible. What were you looking at? I beg you to think about size first, you idiot. The stupid man, who didn't learn from the previous guy, was kicked by Dino Giganto and happily knocked out along with the rabbit-eared man, as if they were best friends. Why did these guys come here? In the end, Sei could only witness the dinosaur's strength, which defeated all three of them in an instant. Astonished by their ineptitude, Sei drew his katana once more and prepared for combat. Virgo also readjusted the way he held his sword and prepared for the battle against the Dino Giganto with a nervous expression. The magical dog-like beast tried to trot ahead of the dinosaur without a care in the world. However, Sei, flustered, quickly grabbed the dog and pulled it behind him before returning to his fighting stance. What was surprising at that moment was the Dino Giganto. Sei thought it would have already attacked, but for some reason, it remained in its position while observing Sei. No, it was carefully observing Virgo to see what action she would take. Because he lived in the wild, perhaps he was sensitive to those who were strong. He had probably assessed Virgo, who seemed weak, as strong, and instinctively judged that it was not in his best interest to attack recklessly. Gio. However, the Dino Gigant did not have the type of personality to wait and carefully assess things, even if the enemy turned out to be strong. The roar of the Dino Giganto echoed throughout the area. At the same time, it spun around and lashed out with its tail. His target was Virgo, who was in the air. However, he quickly closed the distance, dodging the tail whip, and ducked down to the feet of the Dino Giganto. A straight line. It cut off one of its legs and flew back into the sky, out of his reach. The Dino Giganto, whose leg was cut off, couldn't keep its balance and fell. However, the cut wasn't a complete amputation. He stood up again in an instant and looked up at the sky to glare at Virgo. Love, incredible. Sei couldn't help but be stunned, his jaw dropping in response to her swift technique, and he was impressed by her skill. Amazing. Such sharp and quick reflexes. It was clear to Sei that she was incomparably superior to the previously impressed pitch black sand. In practice, Virgo was a total supporter. What he had just demonstrated was simply the result of the difference in their levels and status. However, Sei lacked so much of a level that he didn't even notice. While Sei was astonished by his abilities due to his low level, the fight between Virgo and Dino Giganto continued. Virgo repeatedly attacked Dino Giganto with hit-and-run tactics. He wanted to help her if he could, and as a man he felt ashamed to just watch her fight from the sidelines. However, he wasn't so stupid as not to realize that he would only be a burden if he helped her in the wrong way. As a result, he abandoned the idea of joining the fight using his sword. Instead, he took a handkerchief from his pocket and wrapped it in sand and gravel. Then he threw it in the Dino Giganto's eyes as soon as Virgo moved away. AAA? It's a distraction. It should have some effect, shouldn't it? I'm really not acting like a hero. Even though he was thinking such a thing, he told himself mentally that it was the best course of action he could take. Despite his low level, at level 30, his physical capabilities far exceeded his normal abilities. He had more than enough throwing power to hurl a handkerchief ball filled with sand and gravel at the Dino Giant. The moment the Dino Giganto hesitated, Virgo released a blade of light from the tip of her sword and caused a deep wound in its body. When this happened, Dino Giganto's anger ignited, and he persistently pursued only Virgo. It seemed that he had judged Sei as not a threat and had completely ignored him. It was a pathetic story. He wanted to mock himself by asking, "Are you even a hero?" But it works fine for me. Darn lizard. I am weak, and I am aware of it. But just because I'm weak doesn't mean I can't do anything. Sei activated the hero skill sword of light that he had recently acquired. 5 for the subsequent attack. The weapon's power doubled. Although Sei considered the skill itself rather weak, by combining it with the Blackwing Royal Tomb Katana, he managed to transform it into a magnificent skill that inflicted considerable damage. And the time is now. Just as Dino Giganto took a giant step to attack Virgo, Sei attacked the ground where his foot was about to land. With this attack, Sei managed to create something akin to a trap that barely caught the Dino Giganto's foot. As soon as he launched the attack, Sei quickly retreated to create some distance. The attack he committed could not have been more shameful. This was absolutely not how a man called Hero should fight. However, although its effect on the overall scheme of things was minimal, in this battle its action was still valuable. The Dino Giganto's feet sank, and he lost his balance, giving Virgo the opportunity to launch an attack with all his might. First, he flew high and gripped his sword with both hands, preparing to deliver a wide downward blow. And then it descended rapidly, trying to mimic the battle he had previously witnessed between Rufus and Scorpius. He quickly accelerated and slammed his sword with all his might towards the Dino Giganto's head. Furthermore, she activated the effect of La Pucelle at that moment and granted the power of a slight cut to the attack towards the head. "Let me support you." Sword of Light. At that moment, Sei activated her ability and doubled the attack power of La Pucelle, which Virgo possessed. Just as its name indicated, La Pucelle, transformed into a sword of light, struck the Dino Giganto's head with a powerful blow. And when the sword was thrown down, the Dino Giganto was defeated. The giant Barato of the Dino Giganto tilted to one side and plummeted downwards, creating a loud sound. This time it didn't just fall. He showed no signs of getting up or moving. Even when the magical canine beast capriciously approached and humiliated him, he didn't move at all. After seeing such a thing, Sei could truly feel that he had been defeated, which caused Sei to clench his own fist tightly. I won. He wasn't going to say something so presumptuous. The young woman had won, not him. However, he could still feel happy to have overcome such an obstacle. Perhaps she hadn't yet processed everything, but the young woman stared in astonishment at the crowd. Sei rushed over to her and praised her for her courageous effort. "You did it. You defeated this monster." Was this thing defeated? Because my grandma said dinosaurs are scary, I thought it would get up and mutate or something. Move? Although this may sound like a broken record. Virgo was a frog who lived in the well. However, all the friends he lived with were real monsters. A sheep that could turn into a giant, a fully armed golem, a scorpion that could turn into a giant, and a demon that could also turn into a giant. Although Crabson hadn't become a giant until now, he could probably become one too. Consequently, he did not believe that the dinosaurs, which were said to be strong, could be wiped out with such a degree of attacks. However, she had misunderstood things. Sei shook his arm as he thought, "That's impossible," and rejected what she was saying. Thank you. Your support helped me a lot." "Well, I'm very glad you expressed it that way, but yes, I'm sorry I could only offer you such unconvincing support." Since he knew he lacked strength, he didn't believe he had made a wrong decision. Nevertheless, what was pathetic remained pathetic. I couldn't determine in what other world there would be a hero who would entrust the battle to a young woman, while he himself threw sand and dug holes in the ground. Even the secondary heroes, who only served as stepping stones in the light novels, fought in a more dignified manner. Yes. I haven't told you my name yet. Imzai. Minamichujizai. Zex Minamichujizai. Oh, you have a strange name. My name is Sei. In my country, the first and last name are written backwards. Really? Oh, Virgo. I don't have a last name. After completing their mutual introductions, they began to have a conversation. Despite being competitors within the same festival, they remained comrades fighting against the same fierce enemy. Due to their personalities, they did not distrust each other and felt a pleasant feeling towards one another. However, this action could have been a sign of how inexperienced they both were. It was a mistake on their part to let their guard down, simply because the enemy had stopped moving. The Dino Giganto, who until that moment had been lying on the ground, opened his eyes and sat up as if he were going to jump. Exactly. He wasn't dead yet. Surprisingly, even with his head split open, his vitality allowed him to continue functioning. Sue. What? He's not dead. Although Virgo and Say quickly turned their heads to look in that direction, the Dino Giganto's great mouth was already right in front of them. However, before their jaws could reach them and close on them, a gust of wind passed by them. As soon as it happened, the Dino Gigant stopped dead in its tracks. Its eyes rolled back. This time, without a doubt, it was dead. It collapsed to the ground. For Virgo and Say, it simply seemed as if the dinosaur suddenly stood up and then immediately bravado. They wondered what it was, but they had no way of finding out what had happened. What just happened? I don't know. Maybe he got up but ran out of energy? Oh no, I was so scared. For now, they assumed he had exhausted his last reserves of strength. After accepting this, the two decided to leave the place before anything else happened. Looks like you did it, Libra. At that moment, I was flying in the sky some distance above the audience seats as I crossed my arms and acknowledged Libra. Beside me, Libra, who was holding a sniper rifle, looked silently through its scope. Once I learned that a dinosaur had appeared, the action I decided to take was to bring out Libra and give the order to shoot it down. Although I didn't think Virgo would fall behind the dinosaur because of her skill level, I also knew she had very little combat experience. We couldn't afford a one-in-a-million situation. Therefore, as a precaution against possible mishaps, we had been on standby in the air to be able to provide instant support. And as expected, Libra had taken down the dinosaur, just as I had hoped it would. Yes, she's definitely reliable, isn't she? Pound? It wasn't me. Libra responded without showing any expression while rejecting my assumption, although it was the same expression as always. According to Libra, she wasn't the one who took down the dinosaur. However, in those times, Cinceredo, there are very few individuals capable of achieving such a feat. Libra put away the rifle and answered while looking into the distance. With more than 50 certainty, I believe Archer is nearby. Sagittarius, right? Yeah, it is possible that a disturbance occurred even in a country he had visited to take a break. I didn't know if this was good or bad luck. However, it seemed that the confusion was actually working in my favor. Chapter 77, since the hunting festival ended without further incident. Virgo returned with a spectacular victory. It was to be expected, given her skill level, but she should now be more confident. I felt I'd done something terrible to the other participants, but if Virgo hadn't been there, the dinosaurs surely would have devoured everyone. So I suppose this evened things out somewhat. Anyway, we'd celebrate the victory tonight. It would be a modest celebration with dishes prepared by Libra, Dina, and Karkinos. It didn't matter, though, I wouldn't cook. It wasn't that I didn't know how to cook, but I only knew how to add a few ingredients to make simple dishes like fried rice. The truth is, I'd probably be terrible at it. On the other hand, there were no complaints about the dishes prepared by Dina and the others, neither in taste nor appearance. What bothered me was Libra trying to taste the food. Being a golem, how could he even distinguish flavors? I don't know the taste, but my tongue sensor can analyze the components. This would allow me to select Rufus Samus' favorite seasoning by comparing it with previous data. What exactly was a golem? Mizar, you were trying too hard. It seemed like you'd advanced golem technology by 100 years. It was strange. A golem was supposed to be an autonomous piece of rock or metal. So how did it become an android? Well, the saucepan is here. Dina smiled brightly and placed a pot in front of us. With a whole pot, we had a truly luxurious meal today. It must be the French dish known as a casserole. I remembered that this dish consisted of mixing chopped vegetables, meat, and cheese in a soup, which was then cooked in the oven using a heat-proof dish. That said, it was as you would expect from another world. There were ingredients that weren't found here, in Midgard, and others that were used but couldn't be obtained there, in Japan. The oven wasn't a high-performance one like those found on the other side. It was an old model, built with bricks. The result looked like a casserole dish, but it was actually something else entirely. There were so many similarities that it gave off an unsettling feeling. It was as if the technology and knowledge from the other side were flowing and being used. Was I overthinking it? For now, I should ask, Dina, is this? Casserole. It's a typical home-cooked dish from Dropner. Its definition is somewhat ambiguous, as it's considered casserole if meat and vegetables are simply placed in a pot and cooked. That's a little suspicious. It's a dish from a land of the beastmen. The casserole I was familiar with was more clearly defined, but that didn't seem to be the case here. Simply put, according to Dropner's definition, anything cooked in a pot was considered a casserole. It didn't matter how it was prepared or what ingredients were used. This was like an inferior imitation. It was as if the concept had been given to people who knew nothing about it, resulting in an inferior imitation that ended up being passed off as something genuine. No, there was actually a setup like that in the game. Most of the dishes and technology in this world were provided by the goddess to the humanoids, so they hadn't done much in terms of invention or trial and error. This was originally the excuse the administrators prepared for the meta question posed by the players. If this is a different world, why is it so similar to Earth? But perhaps the flow of knowledge and technology from Earth to this world was real. It wasn't impossible. After all, it had already been shown that a person from Earth could be brought here using Gate X. Even so, to a beastman, this is considered extravagant food. Even if he is so careless? Yes, beastmen have very strong stomachs. They usually eat lightly cooked meat or vegetables. In extreme situations, they even eat them raw. Could it be eaten raw? I assumed they were animals. I listened to Dinah's explanation while I ate the casserole. No, casserole. It tasted a bit like gratin. Not bad. Well, they modified it a bit to make it easier to eat. Originally, it probably would have tasted much more random and raw. And what are the plans for tomorrow? Ego Caros and I drank wine, Karkinos asked as he handed Virgo the fruit juice. Although I didn't drink much on Earth, I found it delicious after acquiring this body. I took a sip to moisten my throat and answered him. I originally planned to leave Dropner, but I'm changing my mind. Since I discovered the archer might be nearby, I think I'll stay and look for him for a while. Yes, tomorrow we'll separate and look for each other. That darn horse. It's causing Rufus-sama more trouble than it needs. He should have hurried to present himself as a loyal servant. Although Karkinos didn't seem to care much about the archer, Ego Caros was quite dissatisfied. Sobered up, he ranted about his loyalty as a servant. Was he already drunk? It was only the first drink. Tomorrow, we'll split into groups of 2. As for the pairings, let's see. Dina and I, Libra and Karkinos, Aries and Virgo, and finally Ego Caros and Scorpio. What? No way. When I divided everyone into groups, Scorpius, who had been sitting next to me despite being a nuisance, looked like it was the end of the world. Then he glared at Dina, gritting his teeth. Dina, on the other hand, turned blue under his gaze as she broke out in a cold sweat. Rufus-sama, I want to make a change. If this continues, Scorpius-sama will be very angry with me. Oh, let's do it that way then. Dina and Ego Caros will be a group. Scorpius will come with me. What should I do? Scorpio was very annoying. Cinchureto, I felt like something bad would happen if I let her stay near me. Sometimes, when I was changing, Shed wandered too close, and Libra would catch her and send her away. She always wanted to be wherever I was, so Libra had to keep watch and tidy the space right after. Sometimes, when I woke up in the middle of the night, I'd see Scorpio hanging from the ceiling after Libra caught him. Somehow, Libra was so reliable that I couldn't do without her anymore. Now, if she herself weren't a pawn cot, I thought as I looked at Libra. She glanced toward the door as if she noticed something. Master, Cinchureto, why did he suddenly shift the conversation to getting rid of things? He simply said he didn't perceive any hostility. So how did he logically arrive at the conclusion to get rid of that person? No, that's fine. Let's listen to what he has to say. It was common sense to communicate first if there was no hostility. I tucked my wings under my cloak as Dina approached. In such situations, Dina was more suitable than an oddball like me. With a knock, she walked quickly to the door and opened it. There was a bipedal fox. No, it was a beast fox. Beast foxes had faces like their kind, so it was usually embarrassing to be cute. Anyway, I wonder if beast foxes could get infected with echinococcus. I thought it might be possible. Gun, please speak in the common language of Midgard. Oh yes. The fox beast Sand started with a soft whimper, but after receiving Dinah's unexpectedly cold and harsh reprimand, it began to speak normally. Perhaps it was trying to joke or something. Because of the cold response, its ears were drooping. It should be okay to call it, right? After all, it was difficult to determine the gender of a beast. Well, is anyone on this list? Would you mind showing me the list? Here you go. Dina took the list of names and returned, leaving Fox Sand behind. Fox Sand must have found the camper van strange, because he kept looking around inside with evasive glances. I received Dinah's list and reviewed the names. There were many that didn't impress me, like Bikini Muscle, Shadow, Bunny Dandy, and Say. However, Virgo's name was at the top. Were these the names of the winners of the hunting festival? What is this? I don't know the details, but I'm visiting the High Command on the Emperor's orders. If it's all right with you, please come to the Southern Warriors yurt tomorrow at 10 in the morning. What is the reason for the summons? I'm sorry, but as a simple messenger, I don't know the reason. However, it's not mandatory. If you'd like to come, please. Apparently, Fox Sand was just running errands. I didn't answer any of my questions, but since Libra didn't say anything, I wasn't lying. If you feel like it, of course. Speaking on the Emperor's orders would imply an imperial summons, regardless of nationality. Ignoring it would complicate matters for travelers and adventurers from this country. In the future, such requests would be almost unheard of. It was practically optional in theory, but mandatory in reality. Well, we could ignore it as much as we liked. So what was it about? If the summoning had been for me, for Libra, or for anyone other than Virgo, we would have responded without hesitation. Even if there had been plans or traps set beforehand, we could have broken right through them. And what about Virgo? Level 300 was certainly exceptional back then, but it wasn't invincible. There were individuals, like the 7 luminaries, who could challenge or even defeat Virgo. For example, the demon I once defeated with a single punch. If Virgo fought him, he might lose. While this invitation wasn't necessarily hostile, it would be best to proceed with caution. Virgo, let us hear your opinion. After careful consideration, I decided to respect Virgo's opinion. If she wanted to go, we would support her. If she didn't want to go, I would take care of it. If the Emperor complained, I would take care of it. Fortunately, matters like authority didn't affect us much. I think I'll go. After all, it's an unusual invitation. Besides, I want to do something if possible. Virgo seemed enthusiastic. In that case, we would support her wholeheartedly. Although I just made changes to the plan, I had to modify it again. Let's take Ares off the search and assign him to support Virgo. It wouldn't hurt to listen to the Emperor's conversation until Dina and I can determine if there's any danger. I understand. That's right, messenger. Please tell him that Virgo will be participating. Yes, I certainly will. Upon hearing my answer, the messenger fox ran off in high spirits. He couldn't help but wag his tail as he went. He probably ran off to find the other participants. What energy! For now, let's go to bed early to get ready for tomorrow. So don't take too long in the bathroom. They'll finish as soon as possible, too. Rufus-sama, I'm sure you'll come back today. Unnecessary. I hope the Emperor hadn't invited us with ill intentions. He didn't want to cause a commotion by turning an entire country into an enemy. Chapter 78, an exceptionally large tent, stood amidst the dwellings, yurts. The winners of the hunting festival were inside, awaiting the Emperor's reason for their summons. Sei was there too, looking around as she tried to kill time. Of course, as the main winner, the girl with white wings was there, Centuredo. So he decided not to voice his suspicions. In fact, his unease was justified because the man in black was no longer the same. The real one was still unconscious at the inn after being attacked yesterday. The one impersonating him was Ares. He was wearing a black wig and a disguise created by Rufus. Of course, Sei knew nothing about this, so, brilliantly, he overlooked it. Minutes later, a small beast cat appeared in the shop. It was about 130 centimeters tall. It was basically a bipedal tabby cat with a small piece of armor, which gave it a rather comical appearance. However, as he entered, the beast soldiers all saluted him at once. Apparently, he held a high position, despite his appearance. He glanced at the assembled warriors and coughed slightly. Everyone am a cat. This was obvious. Surely, everyone present shared the same opinion. Contrary to his appearance, His voice was quite raspy. It was often said that it was difficult to distinguish between the genders of beastmen, but this one was apparently male. I am Kainiko, commander of the warriors of Dropner. Brave ones, you have gathered today as summoned. The battles during yesterday's hunting festival were spectacular. His Majesty was most pleased. At that moment, Say suddenly felt the need to complain. What's with that silly name? Is he trying to be funny? Does he expect someone to give him a serious answer? But when he looked around, no one reacted to that name. A sudden feeling of loneliness washed over Say. Is it just me? Am I the only one who finds this funny? While Say was thinking this, Kainiko rubbed her face with her hand and continued talking. They have been summoned today because we hope they can contribute their strength to this country. No, to be precise, it is no exaggeration to say that this hunting festival was held to seek out strong warriors. In other words, is this a request from Dropner? Yeah, it was a small, muscular man who asked Kainiko. He had a scruffy beard and was carrying an axe. It's probably a dwarf, Say thought. It's the first time I've ever seen one. This is a formal request from Dropner. Of course, a reward will be prepared. Once fulfilled, we promise to reward all participants with 1,000 eru. And whoever brings what we seek will be rewarded with 500,000 eru. Of course, the others will also receive the highest honors. 500,000 euros. These words changed everyone's expression, except for Say, Virgo, and the man in the black cloak. It was an exceptional reward for adventurers. If not squandered, it would be enough to live on for more than 10 years. Furthermore, even if one didn't reach the goal, simply participating would reward them with 1,000 euros and a place of honor. This alone made it worthwhile to participate. Future adventures would be easier, and their name would become famous. So what should we look for? I would like you to go to Spirit Peak Midgard and retrieve the elixir stored there. When Virgo asked her question, Kainiko revealed the target's identity. Upon hearing this, Say recalled a screenshot from a recent large-scale role-playing game. Since it would be a waste to use it, the elixir was always left in the inventory, with players resorting to cheap potions and recovery magic. Before the player knew it, the final battle was over, and dozens of elixirs were still waiting to be used. This was a common situation. For Say, the elixir was like a decorative flower in her inventory. She would be distressed if she didn't have it, but she wouldn't use it even if she did. That was essentially what an elixir was. But, unlike Say, the name of the item astonished the natives of this world. They were all agitated and raised their voices in disbelief. Elixir? Hey, stop joking. It's a legendary miracle drug that was lost because of the Demon King 200 years ago. Yes, but the miracle drug is real. Our great founder, King Beast Dubhe, kept it in Nipjorg. As he listened to the story, Ares recalled the assault on the royal tomb. The legendary miracle drug, the elixir, was a wondrous object that only a select few alchemists could create. It was one of the pinnacles of alchemy over 200 years ago, the fruit of the joint research of Rufus Maffel and Migres, the king of wisdom. It was a top-quality medicine that could heal all wounds, fully restore mana, cure diseases, and even prolong life. There was a pile of them in the royal tomb, Ares thought as he gazed into the distance. His teacher had said, I was preparing to use them someday, but before I knew it, they weren't used and their number had increased significantly, or something like that. Of course, they were all recovered and were now stored in Maffel Tower. There were 43 bottles. If they were all sold, they would fetch a terrifying amount of money, enough to buy all the living space of the humanoids. It was said that the Demon King destroyed all existing elixirs, so they had now vanished from the world. Only the royal tomb guarded by Libra remained forgotten. Of course, you can't take it by force. If you do, you could consider this entire country your enemy. The elixir was the most valuable miracle drug. If it were sold, the price wouldn't just be 50,000 euros. It could be 10 times that. Therefore, it wouldn't be surprising if some became greedy, but in doing so, they would earn the enemy of the entire country. After carefully emphasizing this, Kainiko continued her explanation. But some may not be satisfied with this. Therefore, we promise to share the elixir with whoever brings it, even if it's just a small amount. With that, Kainiko showed everyone a small bottle, very, very small, so small it could be handled with the tips of their fingers. That was the amount they were willing to give. It was only a small bottle, about 5 centimeters long, but enough to excite the adventurers. Although it was just a morsel, its value was immeasurable. It could heal all kinds of wounds, cure all kinds of diseases, and even prolong the lives of those nearing the end of their days by several years or even a decade. This was the effect of the elixir. However, Ares recalled Dina complaining, "There are too many," as she gathered up the 43 large bottles of elixir, each containing 3 liters. If this scene were shown to the people here, they would surely faint. Why do you need something like that? The guardian dragon, who is the key to protecting this country, suddenly fell seriously ill. We need the elixir as a cure. If used correctly, the ultimate miracle drug could change the course of the war. For example, if Midgard drank it, he could walk again. If Merak drank it, his lost wing would regenerate. Even if they couldn't remove the Demon King's curse, the 7 heroes could turn the tide of the war by restoring fully functional bodies. And surely, the Demon King must have destroyed all the elixirs to prevent this. Perhaps Dubby foresaw this, so he kept it in a safe place. And now is the time to use the miracle drug. If the guardian dragon falls, our country will be destroyed by demons. The elixir is necessary to prevent this. The revitalization of the guardian dragon. Without it, Dropner would have no future. Say swallowed hard at the unexpected crisis. He understood that this request would determine the survival or ruin of a nation. But at the same time, Say considered the possibilities. If he successfully completed this request and obtained the elixir, he could deliver it to Migres. Perhaps this could revitalize the King of Wisdom, one of the 7 heroes who could single-handedly change the course of the war. So, he mustered his courage to ask an important question. I want to ask one thing. Can that amount cure paralyzed legs? That's possible. If the legs were completely lost, it might not be enough. But if only the legs were immobile, then it could certainly be cured. Motivation ignited in Cease's eyes. The miracle drug, the elixir, this was something he had to obtain at all costs. If he could restore the King of Wisdom's health, it was well worth the risk of accepting this request. On the other hand, Ares had known about this for a long time. However, he didn't mention it to Rufus because he thought it would be a waste to use the elixir on those who had betrayed his lord. And since Rufus didn't say he wanted to give the elixirs to the 7 heroes, he interpreted this as meaning he hadn't forgiven those traitors. Of course, I had never thought about the truth that Rufus had treated the existence of the elixir as a mere recovery element used in the game. I heard that. A deep voice echoed through the crowd, and the voice was anything but friendly. It was as menacing as a sword. All eyes turned to an ordinary beast warrior, the kind you'd see anywhere else. Before their very eyes, he distorted and transformed into an amorphous liquid. He was like a slime in human form. He rippled even further before becoming a young man with blue hair and a cold presence. Blue skin with vertical pupils. These were the features of demons, the nemesis of humanoids. Ah, a demon! What a surprise! To think that an elixir still exists. With something like that, the wounds of the 7 heroes could heal. His piercing gaze seemed to descend upon everyone present as he spoke in a motionless voice. Kainiko immediately drew her sword and attacked the demon with a speed that the current Say could barely follow. The blade sank deep into the demon's body, but not a single drop of blood appeared. In fact, there was no reaction at all. The Barado simply flowed like water. It's useless. The demon's arm twisted like a whip, sending Kainiko flying. Her armor was broken by the impact, and Kainiko landed motionless on the ground. As the commander of the soldiers, she must be quite capable. And yet, with a single blow, too powerful. Yes, Say thought, her palms sweating. Dead? Or just unconscious? Doesn't matter. That's what happens when you attack me without properly assessing your abilities. I hope you'll be a little smarter in the future. You. The demon's taunts enraged the bee soldiers, who simultaneously charged at him with their spears. But it was still ineffective. The spears pierced him as if they were stabbing water. The stabbed demon didn't even change his expression. What a pointless act. The demon swiftly flicked his finger to draw a five-pointed star in the air. A vessel for casting arcane magic was created. The top point represented wood, followed clockwise by fire, earth, metal, and water. To connect the 5 points according to the principle of mutual generation and destruction, a double circle was drawn around the star, representing the moon and the sun. And then, the accumulated mana was poured into this vessel. Arcane magic? Impossible, it's too fast. Activating magic involved 3 basic steps: creating a vessel, pouring in the mana, and finally, releasing the magic. The speed of these 3 actions depended on the mage's skill. The higher the skill level, the faster the magic would be released. The ultimate ability was to use magic without actions. This was the pinnacle occupied by Midgard, Ego Karos, and the Demon King. The 7 demon luminaries could also use simple magic without actions. In other words, if they needed to draw a seal, it would be the prelude to releasing advanced magic. Apsaras. And then an enormous water swan was created. Inside the tent, where there was no escape, the magic bird screamed and the tent exploded from within. Chapter 79, Water Magic, Apsaras. This ability converted mana into water, transforming it into a massive water swan to attack enemies. Its main feature was its ability to track targets. The swan could fly to a target and defeat it. Its power, scale, and accuracy were excellent, but it was a difficult spell to use due to the enormous amount of mana it required. If a human mage were to use this ability, they would definitely need several minutes of preparation. However, this demon unleashed it with such ease. This alone demonstrated the vast difference in power between them. Force barrier. However, before the swan could attack, a wall of light appeared to protect them all. It was a defensive wall created by Virgo with divine magic. However, it wasn't easy to defend against a barrier erected in haste. Normally, it would have broken after withstanding it for a while. However, iridescent flames suddenly appeared between the wall and the swan, evaporating all the water the wall couldn't contain. Then, the iridescent flames immediately changed direction and enveloped the demon's right arm. Since all this happened in an instant, only Virgo and the demon witnessed it. TSK. I don't know who he is, but it looks like some troublemaker has snuck in. I'm not a fool who doesn't know his limits. He'll retreat for now. Seeing his arm vanish in an instant, the demon leaped away and disappeared. Ares could clearly track his movements, but decided not to pursue him further. It would be easy to chase and defeat him, but his master's current task was to support Virgo. If he decided to leave for a while and something happened to him, he would be quite worried. In any case, such an opponent could be easily eliminated at any time, so there was no need to rush to finish him off. Hey, did he retire? It seems so. While Sei wondered why the enemy had mysteriously disappeared, the warrior in revealing armor confirmed the situation. The fight ended quickly, but she still understood the difference in power between them and the enemy. Without a doubt, that was no ordinary demon. Realizing this, Kainiko fell to the ground and groaned. The refinement and power of that water magic. Could it be Mercurius, one of the 7 luminaries? Virgo rushed towards Kainiko and cast divine healing magic on her. As she felt the pain lessen significantly, her expression softened. Mercury? Virgo repeated the name, and Kainiko nodded in response. Although I've only heard rumors, it said that among the demon race there exists a man with a fluid body who can counter any physical attack directed against him. The guy we just fought fits that description perfectly. Furthermore, his refinement of water magic. 7 luminaries. You can't be serious. I won't stay. Against an opponent like that, no matter how many lives you have, it won't be enough. Me too. This isn't a task for adventurers. You should ask the soldiers with formal training. As soon as Kainiko confirmed the enemy's name, commotion erupted. Several men refused to participate and left the tent. However, it was inevitable. The 7 luminaries were fearsome invaders of the demon race and the current nemesis of the humanoids. With just 7 of them, they managed to corner the humanoids. The very idea of fighting them was strange. Although these demons could be defeated by Rufus in a single blow, were completely powerless against Libra, Cinceredo, and Ares, who was wearing the black suit. This is bad. What should we do now? They're right. I also think we should send trained soldiers instead of adventurers into the mountains. Kaneko was disheartened by the flight of most of the adventurers, but it wasn't unreasonable for them to flee. After all, they hadn't received formal training or weapon support. They were simply exceptional individuals among the common folk who made a living hunting magical beasts. Compared to the soldiers, their weapons were cheap trinkets they managed to survive with. Occasionally, some acquired powerful weapons from ancient ruins, but such individuals were rare. There were no true adventurers wielding legendary weapons like Sei saw in games. If it were possible, we would have done it. But we can't, and that's why we had to gather adventurers. Can't you? What happened? That mountain is a sacred place, so there's a sacred barrier keeping magical beasts away. We beastmen are affected as well. Upon hearing Kanko's words, Sei recalled what Cruz had taught him about the humanoids of this world. Cruz mentioned that beastmen, who were among the humanoids, were no different from magical beasts. For example, orcs were basically pig beastmen, to put it bluntly. Both were descended from humans. Both were mutated by mana. Both had animalistic features. There was practically no difference. So what was the difference between beastmen and orcs? It was the ability to coexist with other humanoids. Beastmen could coexist, so they were considered humanoids. Orcs could not coexist, so they were categorized as magical beasts. This was the only difference. In other words, anything effective against magical beasts was generally also effective against beastmen. But this time we're in luck. The barrier doesn't repel magical beasts, but rather mana. Therefore, it shouldn't be possible for the demons to invade the area so easily. The elixir won't be taken immediately. Reject the mana. Sei decided to consult with his companions after the meeting about this somewhat problematic barrier. After all, the most powerful in their group was the sword saint, Friedrich. Being a beast tiger, it wouldn't be possible to bring his full fighting strength with him. Meanwhile, Virgo looked at Ares with a worried expression, but Ares assured her there was no problem. In the current world, only a few types of barriers were known, and a barrier capable of stopping monsters like the 12 heavenly stars didn't exist. Or rather, no one was capable of creating one. To truly stop the 12 heavenly stars, a barrier like the one Alioth erected in Levantine would be needed. And in all likelihood, although the 7 luminaries would be somewhat affected, they could probably break through the barrier with force. In other words, Kanko's deduction was fundamentally wrong. However, Ares chose not to mention it. But we can't delay too long either. Since the 7 luminaries already know about the elixir, they'll surely find another way to obtain it. Perhaps by brainwashing humans, etc. So you're saying we don't have much time left? The situation couldn't be delayed any longer. Without the elixir, the guardian dragon would be lost, and this country would be doomed. If the elixir was left unattended, the demons could seize it. Sei made a decision and started walking toward the shop's exit. Where are you going? Wait a moment, please. I need to call my colleagues. This was a crucial battle that would determine the fate of a nation. With that conviction, he decided to gather his comrades immediately. But before he could leave the tent, he saw that his comrades were already assembled outside. To one side, the squad of covert rangers gave a thumbs up. It turned out they had rushed over to warn them. It seems it's time for us to act, Sei. Jean smiled broadly and entered the shop. Gantz, Cruz, Ricardo. The Gorilla Knight and Tiger followed him. The hero's group had reunited. Even if someone saw him for the second time, he would still look amazing. Who are you? I'm a mercenary Gantz, but am currently the hero's comrade, though I'm hardly suited for the task. Well, after all, this is a matter of national importance. Even if we're not participating in the hunting festival, we couldn't just stand idly by. Upon hearing Gantz's name, Kanko's eyes widened. Anyone who had fought in real battles would know him. If the strongest mercenary appeared, it was only natural to be surprised. But what surprised her even more was the enormous bipedal tiger that stood behind Gantz. Oh, you're toast. You're back. Grr. Oh yes, it has been a long time. We have heard tales of your valiant deeds. Oh, okay. You can watch it later. Hurrah! If you're so worried, just admit it. You can't keep her waiting forever. Oh, I'm sorry. Please speak in a language we can understand. Friedrich and Kainiko were conversing, but Sei had no idea what they were talking about. No one could blame him for his unintentional outburst. Then, the knight stepped forward and translated Friedrich's words. Apparently, that feline beast is the squad leader's older brother. Since it's a highly anticipated meeting, they've just started chatting. Siblings? Sei exclaimed involuntarily, then compared them. Kainiko was a feline about 130 centimeters tall. Friedrich, on the other hand, was a tiger over 2.5 meters long. The size difference was like that between a cat and a tiger. It was hard to believe they came from the same womb. Noticing Sei's gaze, Kainiko rubbed her face with her paw, embarrassed. Oh, we don't look like brothers, do we? People often say that. I take after my father, while Friedrich looks like our mother. I don't think that's the problem right now. One couldn't help but wonder what kind of couple would produce such siblings. The ecology of beastmen was truly mysterious. It was too soon to accept them as siblings, but there wasn't time for such persuasion right now. After arguing for a while, they finally shook hands firmly. It seems the conversation has ended. We can accompany you. The discussion between Friedrich and Kainiko concluded with permission for the hero's companions to accompany them. On such occasions, the names of the Sword Saint and the hero proved useful. This group consisted of the hero and the Sword Saint, the pride of the nation. If they refused the offer, they would find no stronger team. The group decided to head to Midgard with everyone present. Then let me guide you. Come with me, brave ones. The vast prairie of Dropner. Here, Libra and Karkinos continued their search for the archer. That said, only Libra was actively searching. Karkinos wasn't much help. Libra searched the surrounding area and finally found and picked up an object. It was an arrow. At that time, this was the weapon that had taken down the dinosaur before Libra could shoot it. It was probably fired by the archer. This information wasn't useful in itself. However, by examining the angle of the falling arrow, the position from which it was fired could be estimated. Libra's eyes darted around as the numbers indicating the angle, wind direction, and air resistance danced before her eyes. Finally, a point in her vision was chosen as a candidate and circled. Of course, all of this was visible only to her. There was no marker at that point. Is it there? It was closer than expected. That was Libra's first impression. If it was the archer, he could have been farther away. It wasn't impossible for him to shoot from a much greater distance than this. However, the most likely location was very close. It was a little farther from the commentary booth at the hunting festival. Therefore, that was the next point to examine. The archer must have erased his tracks, but it wouldn't be possible to erase them completely. Faint footprints on the ground, stomped grass, fallen body hair. As long as such things existed, Libra could use these clues to find the next one. Come on, Karkinos. Yeah, with the utterly useless Karkinos gone, Libra moved on to the next clue. She would repeat the process until she found the archer himself. There's almost nothing more difficult than escaping her once she started tracking someone. Even if it was one of the 12 celestial stars, there would be no exception. Chapter 80, there were clues leading to the archer in several places. Libra grew suspicious as she followed them. As they drew closer to the archer, her suspicions turned into convictions. There was no doubt. This trail was intentionally left. It was so carefully crafted that an ordinary person probably wouldn't notice it. But if it was Libra, she would undoubtedly put the pieces together. She didn't know his intentions, but it seemed the other person was specifically seeking her out. In that case, there was no other option. She would have to accept the invitation and ask him about his true intentions. There were no signs of traps. After analyzing the terrain, temperature, and sound within a radius of several kilometers, she was certain that no traps had been set. The archer was a skilled hunter. Although Libra didn't lose at long range, his true skill lay in his extensive knowledge of the terrain, which he used to set traps. Furthermore, his role was to compensate for Rufus' offensive arcane magic. something in which she was deficient. In fact, Rufus' preferred form of attack was arcane magic, not arrows. Therefore, his reason for using an actual arrow was simply to leave a trail. However, Libra decided not to return. If she decided to go back now to call Rufus and allowed the archer to escape, everything they had accomplished up to that point would be for nothing. If he actually tried to escape, it would be difficult even for Libra to find him. Given his mobility, it would be easy for him to leave the capital while she returned to Rufus. Since the other party was practically inviting her, she might as well go ahead. Following this decision, Libra continued to follow the clues alongside Karkinos. Faint footprints, trails of trampled grass, and stray body hairs among the undergrowth. Even with just a few clues, Libra was able to pinpoint their destination. After searching for a while, they reached a dense forest. There were many objects that provided cover. This was the archer's preferred battlefield. "You have come, Libra." Sagittarius? Turning toward the sound of the voice, she saw a young man standing. It was the announcer for the hunting festival, a man named Chiron. However, this was merely an illusion created by arcane magic. Seeing through the illusion, Libra spoke his name without hesitation. Upon hearing his reply, the Sagittarius archer smiled contentedly and shook his arm. Then, the man vanished and was replaced by a magical beast, half man, half horse. The lower body was that of a horse, while the upper body was that of a muscular man. This was Sagittarius' true form. His black hair was cut halfway down his head, and thick eyebrows framed his piercing eyes, hidden behind sunglasses. He had the dignity of a skilled hunter. With a cigar in his mouth and an unshaven beard, he looked nearly 40 by human standards. He wore a robe that covered his entire body. Libra knew it was an item created and given to him by Rufus. Its effect wasn't very good. It didn't significantly improve defense or grant resistance to any abnormal attributes or status effects. However, it could change color to blend in with its surroundings. It was excellent equipment for stealth, but useless against Libra, who could locate a creature by its breathing and body heat. How strange that you reveal yourself like this, when you almost never show yourself to others. You once said, "The ideal hunter is to hunt the prey before it realizes it's being hunted." You almost never show yourself, not even to your allies. For someone who takes down enemies from a distance, like a shadow, your current behavior is truly baffling. Although both Sagittarius and Libra were long-range attackers, their approaches differed. Libra's was one of search and destruction. They were relentless forces that pursue the enemy without pause, overwhelming them with overwhelming firepower. In other words, despite being a long-range attacker, Libra's style was to proactively and ruthlessly attack their enemies. Their long-range attacks weren't intended to engage the enemy at a distance, but rather to finish off a fleeing foe or cut off their escape route. Sagittarius, on the other hand, was the opposite. His race, the Centaur, was the perfect sniper, keeping his distance from the enemy thanks to his great mobility while continuously attacking from their blind spot. Libra would begin with a warning, letting the enemy recognize her to instill fear and pressure. Sagittarius, however, wouldn't do that. Without warning, she would take down a defenseless enemy with a single shot. She was essentially an assassin. Libra was a professional fighter, but she was different. She was a professional killer. Someone like him, whenever he appeared before others, he disguised himself to conceal his true form. Yet now he appeared like this. This was what puzzled Libra. Did he appear this way because he didn't feel threatened in the presence of his comrades? No. If that were the case, he would have revealed himself to Rufus directly. But since he didn't, it was unlikely that his appearance before Libra was a matter of, "Come on, let's be comrades once more." My current self has neither the right nor the dignity to appear before Rufus Sama. That is why I called you. From those words, I can deduce that you are carrying out an action unfavorable to the Barado's interests. That's fine if you interpret it that way. But first, please listen to me carefully. Libra and Sagittarius' eyes met, and sparks flew. Karkinos, completely excluded and unable to intervene in that atmosphere, could only sit and lean against a tree board. After all, he was a person who could serve no purpose other than as a shield. I am currently working with Leon. With that traitor? Tell me your reason. Even before confirming the truth, Libra was already holding a machine gun. It was implied that he would fire depending on the answer. However, Sagittarius' expression didn't change. It was an iron mask, comparable to that of a golem like Libra. There's almost no difference between beastmen and magical beasts, but centaurs are classified as magical beasts. Do you know why? Because centaurs are not bipedal. The definition of humanoids in this world uses humans as the base form. While they may have appendages like wings, humanoids are defined as creatures that can coexist with humans without being too different in form. To be more precise, those created to resemble the goddess are called humanoids. Therefore, if someone's form deviates too much from the base form, they cannot be considered a humanoid. That's why centaurs are not considered humanoids. Tritons are classified as magical beasts for the same reason. Indeed, but we centaurs don't abduct women like orcs, nor do we actively attack people. We simply live our lives quietly. Centaurs can coexist with humans, and yet we are viewed with hostility, simply because we are considered magical beasts. Centaurs were gentle and thoughtful magical beasts. In some ways, their calm and intelligent nature made them more apt to be considered a civilized race than some humanoids like beastmen. In fact, the elves revered them as sages of the forest. They were intelligent, calm, and gentle. With rare exceptions like Sagittarius, centaurs were pacifist creatures who posed no threat. However, other humanoids, except for elves, regarded them with hostility and even attacked them in certain situations. This was because humanoids have been taught to consider all magical beasts in the modern world dangerous. I've been thinking that I want to change the world as it is, and now I have a reason to do it. So you decided to side with Leon? Yes. If he controls the world, the rights of magical beasts will improve. The situation of centaurs will be much better than it is now. You've changed, Sagittarius. If I remember correctly, you weren't one of those people who cared about those things. I've certainly changed. After all, 200 years have passed. I can no longer be the same person I once was. Now, I have something I want to protect. Leon was an outlier among the 12 heavenly stars, for he aspired to replace Rufus and the Demon King as ruler of the world. If he were to seize power, the rights of magical beasts would undoubtedly improve. But in that scenario, what awaited him was a future devoid of wisdom and civilization, one in which only the fittest would survive. There would be days when only hunting and feeding would prevail. The world would revert to what it was without the wisdom of humanoids, populated only by beasts and dinosaurs. This was not the future envisioned by Rufus. Leon doesn't have the attributes of a king. At most, that man could be the leader of a mob. Have you reached the point where you can't even see him anymore? I know. I plan to be by her side and make up for the wisdom she lacks. No, you don't understand. That man won't listen to your advice, considering he lives only by his instincts and desires. His nature is that of a magical beast. Libra pointed her machine gun at Sagittarius and then announced in an emotionless voice, "Warning. There will be no problem if you return to the Master now. If you remain on Leon's side, you will be considered a threat and eliminated. I'm sorry, but I've made up my mind. If it's for the sake of those children, they'll do anything. Even if I have to choose a path that goes against Rufus Sama." Sagittarius roared and drew back his bow. What was unleashed was not a real arrow, but an arcane magic composed of a blazing red flame. Sagittarius' attribute was wood, so they weren't usually a terrifying opponent for Libra. However, the bow Rufus gave them 200 years ago was troublesome. Its effect changed the attribute of the magic used. It was called cause media. It was the only bow in the world that could always attack the target's weakness. In other words, Libra's absolute advantage in this matchup was completely negated by the bow. Then Barrera Carquinos. Libra quickly grabbed the nearby Carquinos and used it to deflect the magic arrow. Although Carquinos was useless except as a shield, it was the best of the 12 heavenly stars in defense. Despite its seemingly flawed use, Libra blocked Sagittarius' first attack without causing any damage by using Karkinos as a shield. Hostile intentions toward the Master are confirmed. This reclassifies Sagittarius as an enemy. He is to be eliminated. He pulled the trigger of the machine gun and fired a burst of bullets. But Sagittarius quickly took cover among the trees, dodging the bullets. He had probably anticipated this. Libra swiftly switched from machine gun to a rifle, grabbed Karkinos, and gave chase to Sagittarius. The alliance between Sagittarius and Leo was worrisome. If they didn't eliminate him there, he would become an obstacle for his lord. Libra charged forward, using Karkinos as a shield to block the magic blasting from the trees. She used Karkinos to deflect the masses of flames that were flying over their heads. No, the water arrows launched from between the trees were blocked by Karkinos. Arrest. He was used to stepping on the earthen spears that rose from the ground. Karkinos was thrown to deflect the approaching metal arrows. Oh my God! He recovered Karkinos and accelerated, shielding himself behind him as he charged toward the wall of fire that appeared before him. Thus, he passed through the wall and emerged from the flames. Help me! Karkinos screamed whenever he encountered magic, even though it was a rare opportunity where he could play a part. Libra silenced him, told him to hold on, and then pointed her rifle at Sagittarius. And she fired. A continuous barrage of homing bullets, created by Rufus, hurtled towards Sagittarius. Of course, she wasn't just aiming directly at him. Some were fired to cause intentional ricochets, while others were fired to bring down the trees in front of Sagittarius, cutting off his escape routes. However, Sagittarius dodged all the bullets and passed under a falling tree before he could be stopped. This was to be expected of centaurs, who prided themselves on the strength of their legs. He wanted to use Astrea and end this once and for all, but he couldn't do so without Rufus' permission. In other words, in a situation where he couldn't contact Rufus, he had to eliminate Sagittarius with his own power. Libra handed the rifle to Karkinos and activated the mechanism in his right arm. Skill selection. Unlock the right arm limiter. The right scale, Zubin el Janubi. Release. As he made his statement, his right arm transformed into a cannon and pointed it at the fleeing Sagittarius. In Libra's field of vision, the source of his heat was revealed, thus ignoring the effects of Sagittarius' camouflage cloak. A circular marker with the word lock on was superimposed at that point. 62% accuracy. Fire. The cannon emitted violet electric sparks. As it fired, the recoil swept through the vegetation behind Libra. A flash of light shot towards Sagittarius, obliterating all the trees and obstacles in its path. However, Sagittarius dodged slightly and avoided a direct hit. Even so, the attack opened a path for Libra. Libra accelerated using the vernier thrusters on its back, transforming into a bullet that hurtled towards Sagittarius. And then, with his steel head, he struck Sagittarius in the face. Chapter 81. Sagittarius darted through the forest and glanced to one side. Libra flew among the trees a little farther away. Their inorganic eyes focused on Sagittarius. Although both were moving at speeds normally impossible for humanoids and magical beasts, they still avoided the trees with their agile movements. No, a closer look revealed that Libra occasionally grazed the surrounding trees, but it simply didn't bother her. Target. Set. Fire. Libra held her machine gun and aimed the barrel. A barrage of guided bullets hurtled towards Sagittarius, deflecting obstacles with incredible skill. However, Sagittarius conjured a storm around herself to deflect the bullets and counterattacked with a magic arrow. But an arrow fired directly at Libra would miss her. Once again, he blocked the magic using Karkinos as a shield and then fired lasers from his eyes. Just when he thought he had somehow evaded them, Libra's palms opened and cannons emerged, spewing flames. Are you trying to burn the forest down? Sagittarius immediately changed the attribute of his magic to water and fired it like an arrow. However, with that opening, Libra detached his arm, which launched itself at Sagittarius like an iron fist. This was commonly known as rocket fist. However, Sagittarius wasn't only skilled in range combat. After all, he was one of the 12 celestial stars. His base status made him strong enough to engage in close-quarters combat. He countered the flying iron fist with his own, returning Libra's arm. After replacing his arm, Libra muttered coldly, "It looks like you have broken bones." I'm adjusting the aiming accuracy down. You are very difficult to deal with. Finally, they both left the forest and ventured into a rocky mountain. Now, the situation was reversed. The terrain was disadvantageous for Sagittarius. On the other hand, Libra had the advantage, as they could fly freely through the sky. Furthermore, there were no obstacles. But despite this, Sagittarius continued climbing the rocky mountain. His half-horse body galloped toward the summit. Libra followed, but a barrage of magical arrows stopped her. She flew evasively and responded with a scattered shot. However, Sagittarius did not lose. He nimbly dodged the bullets and counterattacked. Arrows and bullets clashed again and again, but neither was hit, for their skills were evenly matched. Under these circumstances, it was Sagittarius who first revealed his ace in the hole. He drew his bow to its maximum tension, and magical power began to accumulate at the tip of his arrow. Once it's fired, it's sure to hit. Almasal? Yes, this is inevitable even for you. In the world of Midgard, there were fearsome abilities of absolute precision. Some were launched with no escape, like Libra's Brachium. Others relentlessly sought their targets until they struck. Rufus' Brilliant Strike was one such ability of absolute precision, launched with inescapable speed. But Almasal was not one of them. Once fired, it hit instantly. In other words, there was no process between firing and hitting. It couldn't be countered or avoided. It was a non-existent attack in that dimension, since firing automatically meant hitting the target. Libra had no way to evade him, except to stop him before he fired. Of course, Libra couldn't block the arrow, so accurate, not even if he used Karkinos as a shield. Even if he hid behind him, it would be impossible for Karkinos to take the blow instead. However, Libra considered this a good opportunity. I see. The moment of attack is my greatest opportunity. In response to Sagittarius' imminent attack, Libra discarded Karkinos and transformed his right arm. He attempted to match Sagittarius' attack and fire simultaneously. Even for a master like Sagittarius, unleashing his ultimate ability would be vulnerable. Since he couldn't avoid it, Libra decided to use his ability to attack as well. They stared at each other, unblinking, waiting for the right moment to strike. Almasal, the correct scale, Zubin el-Janubi. Sagittarius fired a flaming arrow from his bow, and a tenth of a second later, Libra's right arm emitted a flash of light. The moment the light struck Sagittarius, Libra activated his thruster. Almasal's damage would be inflicted immediately afterward, but Libra didn't care. He didn't know where it would hit. Would it be the torso, the chest, the neck, or the head? No matter where she was hit, she could withstand a single blow. As a golem, she could keep fighting even with minor damage. In that case, she didn't have to worry about the damage. She just needed to keep going until she defeated him. But Sagittarius' next move defied Libra's prediction. The arrow shot missed Libra. Instead, Sagittarius vanished. He didn't flee. He didn't fly either. Sagittarius simply disappeared in a way Libra couldn't detect. Libra was unusually confused in such a situation and could only explain it this way. Suddenly, she stopped to look around and observe her surroundings. But she couldn't detect a shadow, shape, sound, or heat. He wasn't simply invisible. He was actually gone. To determine what had happened, he replayed the recording of what he had previously seen in his field of vision. For a few seconds, he watched in slow motion what Sagittarius did as he shot the arrow. Then he understood. Sagittarius caught the arrow after shooting it. I had been deceived. To begin with, Sagittarius wasn't aiming at Libra. It was probably aiming at something very far away, like a tree in the distance. And it grabbed the absolutely unerring arrow that ignored causality and moved instantly to hit the target. This was the first time Libra had ever seen the arrow used in this way. 200 years ago, Sagittarius had used his arrows with perfect accuracy on many occasions, but never like this. Libra could make predictions based on past data. It was even more precise and accurate than modern computers. On the other hand, it couldn't predict anything that wasn't in its data. This was its blind spot, a gap in its thought process. By using his trump card that had been hidden for 200 years, Sagittarius successfully escaped from Libra, who was known to be inescapable once he set his sights on his target. It was great to learn Sagittarius' trump card, but considering he had allied himself with Leo, the fact that we couldn't capture him here was a severe blow. Say and his companions walked single file along the mountain pass of Spiritual Peak Midgard. A mysterious aura emanated from the place they had just entered, making it worthy of being called Spiritual Peak. Say had expected a difficult climb, but this mountain was different. There were caves here and there, so they could ascend gradually by passing through them. It's like the dungeons in role-playing games, Say thought, inappropriately, considering the situation. There are crystals on the ceiling, floor, and walls that emitted a violet glow. Cruz, who was in charge of rear support, looked at them in amazement. Incredible. They're all mana crystals. There's so much mana materialized here. How much would they be worth if we brought them here to sell? Do they sell for a lot of money? Yes. Materialized mana is one of the best materials for alchemy. It also serves as a catalyst for arcane magic. If placed on the tip of a staff, it will facilitate the use of arcane magic. Honestly, if this weren't the Spirit Summit, I'd want to bring you all home immediately. Apparently, this was a treasure to a magician like Cruz. He seemed very excited and kept looking at the crystals. If he was so interested, he should take some, but I didn't think he was the type to do that. Aries, too. In the past, he and Rufus had gone to collect an excessive amount of these crystals in mountains and caves where mana accumulated. Therefore, he somewhat understood Cruz's excitement. However, he didn't think it was worth the effort, since it was a type of crystal that formed naturally anywhere mana accumulated. The required condition was that the location accumulate mana, so it had to be a place with no mana leaks and no living creatures. In other words, as Rufus once said, to find these magical crystals, all one had to do was look for those wells and caves. Furthermore, there was a barrier that repelled mana, so it couldn't pass through it. As a result, the mana accumulated in this mountain couldn't get past the barrier, so it crystallized. Essentially, it was a product of pure coincidence. Anyway, if I bring something to the teacher, he'll probably be happy, right? That's what he thought, and then he grabbed some crystals with a speed the others couldn't perceive, hiding them under his black cloak. Only Virgo barely noticed Aries' movements, but even she wasn't sure what he was doing. Virgo-san, are you all right? Tired? Yes, I'm fine. As they continued along the perilous path, Say worried about Virgo, even though he himself was out of breath. But despite her appearance, Virgo was still level 300. In terms of constitution, she was the second strongest among those present. She continued climbing with a calm expression. Meanwhile, Say and his companions were lagging behind. He was slower than the energetic dog walking at his feet. It was truly difficult to be in a group with such a difference in skill level. By the way, I think so, but is that beastly gorilla okay? Is it okay? Though she struggled to control her awkward tone, she was concerned about the knight who had advanced. There was a barrier that repelled magical beasts. A high-level creature like Aries might be fine, but it would be poisonous to a low-level beast. In that case, it would be best if the gorilla-like beast waited there. These were very thoughtful words, but the knight stiffened. Hey, those are forbidden words. She's a human, not a beast, even though she looks like a gorilla. Jean rushed to continue her explanation, but it turned into a finishing blow instead of support. Gorilla? No. The lady punched him in the face and knocked him down. Then she strode on, furious. After all, she was still a lady. Even though she was aware that she looked like a gorilla, it still stung a little. By the way, that demon, Mercury of the 7 luminaries. Do you think he'll interfere? Oh, he'll surely come. He can't ignore the elixir. One of C's comrades, the former adventurer Nick, muttered as he cautiously glanced around, while Gantz replied, Since this was near the center of the barrier, even if demons appeared, they would have a situational advantage. However, it was still quite daunting without Friedrich. The question was, where would she intervene? Kainiko said she would probably use brainwashed humanoids, but so far there were no such people. Instead, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Dash, do you hear any strange noises? While everyone was on high alert, Virgo was the first to notice. At first, she thought she was imagining things, but she quickly reconsidered. It wasn't her imagination. Indeed, she could hear the sound of water, and it was getting louder and louder. Say, and the others must have heard it too. As they wondered what unimaginable thing was causing the noise, Cruz paled as he realized the truth. This is bad. Everyone, gather around me. Hey, there's no time for explanations. Hurry. At Cruz's urging, Say and the others gathered. Without explanation, Cruz activated a barrier of light to envelop them all. This was like preparing for a battle, which further heightened the tension for Say and the others. Then, no further explanation was needed. The source of the noise became clear. A torrent of water flooded the entire cave. Chapter 82 EW. Cruz's barrier creaked as it blocked the downward flow of water. The barrier covered only a small area, about 5 meters in radius, but it was the only safe place inside the cave. Say recalled the underwater tunnel he had visited during his vacation when he still lived in Japan. Inappropriately, he thought that such a scene would be possible if a tunnel had been built under a fast-flowing current. Not that he could afford to think like that. Quite the opposite. His thought process was muddled by the sudden crisis, so it was unavoidable. The torrent of water covered everything except where they stood. If this area also flooded, they would crash against the rock walls and drown, resulting in the death of the entire hero's party. However, the water flow was very strong, so much so that Cruz's barrier began to distort and crack. Hey, what's wrong? Didn't you say demons couldn't come in here? It seems Kainiko-san made a mistake. She's forced her way through the barrier. Gantz asked anxiously, while Cruz replied in a tense voice. This water wasn't natural. Clearly, someone probably Mercurius had used magic with decidedly hostile intentions. In other words, Mercurius himself had already interfered in this place. But fortunately, this murky flow wouldn't last indefinitely. If they could endure it long enough, it would probably stop on its own. However, it was difficult to withstand it for an extended period. Cruz might be one of the best users of divine magic in the world, but there was still an insurmountable difference in skill level. At level 105, Cruz was arguably the highest level mage among humanoids. However, his opponent was a fearsome demon of around level 300. It was not an opponent that could be defeated acting alone. Finally, Cruz's barrier broke, but at the same time, Virgo raised her hand. Vindemtrix. At Virgo's declaration, the murky flow of water vanished. This was an advanced ability that dispersed mana from a specific area. By dispersing it, it was effective against all forms of arcane magic. It could even inflict incurable damage on beings that sustained their bodies using mana. Unaware that Cruz was staring at her with a vacant expression, Virgo erased all the murky water. You, right now, impossible. The mana was definitely erased. That technique is believed to be the administrative power of the world, belonging only to the goddess and those she recognizes. Hey, holy saint, who exactly are you? Virgo's eyes widened as she listened to Cruz's words about unfamiliar topics. Virgo was completely unaware of the goddess power. What she had just used was a self-defense skill she had learned as a young girl. Her grandmother had told her, this would be instant death for a demon. While it might seem a bit excessive for self-defense, Virgo only considered that ability as something of such magnitude. However, reality was different. Very few people were capable of using it. At least, it wasn't common among humanoids. This was natural. After all, it was a skill taught only to the clan the goddess had personally breathed life into and entrusted with managing mana. In other words, it was a divine skill taught to the direct descendants of the original human, Aeneas. There were only 4 people in the world who could use this ability. Needless to say, one was the goddess herself. Another was Parthenos, who had once served her. Another was Rufus Maphil, Parthenos' master. And the last was Virgo, Parthenos' successor. This ability could eliminate mana without issue. In Midgard, a place overflowing with mana, it was unparalleled, deserving to be considered a divine miracle. Since all arcane magic was composed of mana, it could easily be rendered ineffective by this ability. If used on vehicles that utilized Midgard's mana engines, they would cease functioning. If used on demons, it inflicted considerable damage. And for those composed of mana, the damage was irrecoverable. Level differences didn't matter with this ability. It would undoubtedly be effective even if it couldn't drain much mana at once. In other words, even if the target was a level 1000 demon, it would still be effective. Even if you ask me who I am, Centuredo, he was the type who was usually calm, but panicked when something happened that was beyond his understanding. However, it seemed far too immature for an adult elf with reddened eyes to corner a flagell girl. Feeling that this was in poor taste, Say hurriedly pulled Cruz away and stood in front of Virgo to protect her. "What are you doing, Cruz-san? This isn't the time for that. We don't know when the next attack will be. But no buts. Now we must decide whether we stop whoever uses this magic or abandon this mountain." In fact, was it the time to question the allies? The original plan had fallen apart, along with its premise. They came here under the assumption that the 7 luminaries wouldn't personally go to this mountain, but Mercurius beat them to it. In other words, even if they somehow survived the first attack, it wouldn't be surprising if a second one came soon. Therefore, they had to choose, retreat for now or continue despite the danger. The boy is right. We either move forward or backward. We must decide quickly. I agree with old Gantz. Let's move on. No, I think we should retreat. In the current situation, the enemy can attack us continuously with magic without even appearing. If we continue to receive these attacks, we will be wiped out. Gantz and Jean, experienced travelers in the group, agreed with Say. As a mercenary and an adventurer, respectively, they were accustomed to these kinds of situations. However, their opinions differed. Jean wanted to move forward, while Gantz recommended retreating. I think Gantz is right. We should withdraw. I think we should move forward. If we retreat now, they'll take the elixir from us. Even the 2 adventurers with a weak sense of presence, Nick and Shu, held opposing views. It would be dangerous to continue, but if they retreated, the elixir would likely be lost. In that case, even if they survived, this country would fall after losing its guardian dragon. However, it was simply too dangerous to continue. Thus, both arguments reached a stalemate, and the conversation was pointless. "I'm fine with any option." Ares gave a vague answer, but it was true, for there was no problem for him. If the opponent was the 7 luminaries, proceeding wouldn't be an issue. However, the guardian dragon was an existence that didn't concern Ares. If this country fell because they lost the elixir, it would simply be the loss of a country founded by the odious 7 heroes. It might even be something desirable. I think it's okay to continue. I think we should withdraw. We're divided again. I'm bad at thinking. We'll just go along with what others decide. Virgo and the female knight held opposing views. So, things were divided once again. Ricardo had no intention of taking sides, while Cruz was useless at that point. As a result, the decision fell to the last person remaining. Everyone turned their attention to the hero. Say began to sweat under the pressure of the responsibility, but still expressed his opinion clearly. "Let's move forward. I believe the reason he launched these long-range attacks without revealing himself was to make us feel threatened and flee. Even if he were to Barato break through the anti-mana barrier, he should still be affected to some extent. Perhaps fighting here would be to his disadvantage." Earlier, Cruz-san was able to defend himself against the attack, probably because we were on this mountain. If the attack had occurred outside, the barrier would have shattered immediately. That's right. You can see it that way. Therefore, I believe we should move forward. He should be the one struggling right now. Several were surprised by the calmness with which Say assessed the situation. Their jaws dropped open. His power was still nascent, but his ability to evaluate situations was quite good. Ares slightly raised his assessment of Say and recalled his master's adventurous days. Everyone, bring your recovery supplies. Let's go. Wait, Rufus. There's a trap. Don't worry. I've already activated the traps. Ah, she was desperate. Ignoring Migra's warning, she fell right into the trap. While declaring they could easily heal after taking damage, she advanced relentlessly like a brain made of muscle, unconcerned by the arrows being fired at her, the walls looming over her, or the flames engulfing her from above. Besides avoiding instant kill traps with her scouting skills, she pressed on, claiming it would be quicker to be attacked and heal than to disarm the traps. It was terrible. Well, I'm not that smart, so I could be wrong. No, it's fine. I was the one who made the mistake. If we run away now, we'd definitely be doing exactly what the enemy wanted. Listen, I've changed my mind. I agree with moving forward too. Inspired by Say, Gantz changed his mind. As a result, 5 voted to advance and 2 to retreat, so the decision was made. Nick and the knight simply shrugged, convinced that they had to advance despite the dangers. In that case, faster would be better. They had to move as quickly as possible and face the demon in battle before the situation worsened. The more they were attacked, the more exhausted they would become. Therefore, the number of attacks they sustained before reaching their destination would be the key to victory. Okay, let's go. Cruz, wake up. Gantz grabbed Cruz by the head and ran forward. Soon after, everyone started running, following the ascending cave. This spirit peak had a peculiar shape. The mountain was hollow inside. It was a spiraling slope that rose upwards. It was said that the elixir was located at the summit. Therefore, it was impossible to reach it by flying from the outside. It was a natural fortress. The enemy was probably at the summit. The water must have been flowing from there. So he must have wanted them to retreat. After all, because of the mountain structure, there was only one passage. If they didn't retreat, they would undoubtedly encounter the enemy. In other words, even if the enemy obtained the elixir, they wouldn't be able to go unnoticed. Say was right. This spirit peak that sealed the mana was actually a dead end. Drawn by the elixir, the enemy had practically cornered themselves. Mercurius understood this too. Right now, he was the one in trouble. The second wave is coming. A murky current of waves was heading toward Gantz. Sure enough, he was ahead. He must have thought it would be checkmate as soon as he obtained the elixir. However, his miscalculation was Virgo's presence. Once again, she leaped forward and held out her palms. Vindemtrix, the advanced water magic unleashed by the demon, vanished without a second thought. Magic was a way to gather mana and transform it into a phenomenon, and as long as it remained that way, the effectiveness of this ability would be absolute. In the most fitting sense, it was a mage's natural enemy. If there was someone with this ability on the other side, it would be useless. Seeing this, Jean whistled with genuine admiration for Virgo's fighting spirit. Amazing, girl Chan. You're incredibly strong. No, I am not. Don't be modest. Be confident. You are very strong. The hero and his companions continued onward until they reached the top, the room where the elixir was located. In front of the room were scattered remains consisting of broken pieces of a golem, likely the guardian of the elixir. Originally, Say and his companions would probably have had to fight it. It was obvious who the culprit could be. The demon stood before them, holding a small flask and staring intently. It seemed they had managed to catch up with him. Now all that remained was to defeat him. Overflowing with enthusiasm, Say and his companions readied their weapons. Chapter 83. Ares was thinking. When should he join the battle? Or was it better if he didn't intervene? Ares would find it easy to defeat Mercury. Regardless of their compatible attributes, there was an insurmountable difference between them. As Ares' power level was more than double that of the demon, he could easily defeat him, disregarding any advantages or disadvantages. Although Ares had struggled against the water golem Levia, the level difference wasn't easy to overcome unless it was an exceptional enemy. Levia was created from a mana-rich lake, and she could empower objects and creatures, allowing them to level up. Basically, golems could possess mana. Even if their raw materials were created through magic, they would eventually transform into mana. However, Midgard overcame this weakness by using a large quantity of water infused with pure mana, successfully creating a contradictory existence, a golem with abundant mana. Although Ares didn't like it, he had to admit that Midgard deserved to be called the king of wisdom. Getting back to the matter at hand, Ares could defeat Mercury without much effort. Perhaps it would be a little more challenging than the other 7 luminaries, but that's about it. The opponent would be somewhat stubborn and troublesome, but Ares couldn't possibly lose. But Ares pondered. If he interrupted, would it benefit Virgo? If any of the other 12 celestial stars had been present, they would have interrupted without hesitation. They would have attacked the 7 luminaries and defeated them without a care for revealing their true identities. That would be the right thing to do. If Virgo and the 7 luminaries were evenly matched, their victory wasn't guaranteed. In that case, it would be best not to take any risks and resolve the situation quickly. It was the right choice. However, Ares could empathize with Virgo's feelings. Ares was different from the other 12 celestial stars. They were all strong from the start. Libra was the most powerful golem. Aegokeros was the demon king of the underworld. Karkinos was the most powerful of the crustacean monsters of the coast, while Scorpio was the empress of the scorpions. Parthenos was the leader of the tribe that served the goddess. The rest of the 12 celestial stars were equally exceptional, including the fairy queen, the goddess sun, and the most powerful magical beast. The 12 celestial stars, with the exception of Ares, were a group composed of the strongest individuals from different regions. Each of them was considered a legendary and fearsome figure in their respective regions. Had they not followed Rufus, they might have competed against each other for dominance. The strongest members of different races from different regions joined together to form the 12 celestial stars. However, Ares was different. He was simply lucky. Being the first to be captured, Rufus took a liking to him, seeing him as a weak monster that needed strengthening. Originally, he wasn't even comparable to the others. No, he was the weakest magical beast, not even comparable to the common magical beasts. This was Ares. Therefore, only Ares understood Virgo's feelings, the heart of the weak. The Virgo of today was like he was in the past, surrounded by the strong. He couldn't trust himself and felt overwhelmed by an unbearable sense of inferiority. Why am I here? Do they really need me? Shouldn't I give this position to someone else? Overwhelmed by such thoughts, he couldn't grasp the value of his own existence. It wasn't clear if Virgo had experienced the same issues as Ares in the past, but it was likely that, to some extent, he had shared those thoughts. Therefore, Ares decided to leave things as they were. This was because it was very humiliating for the group receiving help. Although it was a winnable battle, the other 12 heavenly stars would interfere whenever it became even slightly dangerous. More than once or twice, they told her to stay away because of her weakness. And then she would think, oh, why am I so weak? Regret, compassion, and sadness caused him sleepless nights. Ares knew this feeling. The other 12 celestial stars never understood it, for they were all strong without exception. That is why Ares repressed his impulse to criticize the 7 luminaries. Not yet. It wasn't the time to act. If she acted now, she would be telling Virgo, you can't win, so leave it to me. In that case, nothing would change, and Virgo would never gain confidence. So, for now, she just had to observe. Who are you? Hey, me. There is no one else but you. Mercurius asked, his eyes blazing with hostility. Virgo, taken aback by the question, was bewildered. Who are you? It was difficult to answer such a question. Although she was one of the 12 celestial stars, she only succeeded her grandmother. She didn't believe she possessed such power. However, the man of the 7 luminaries remained cautious. He quickly drew a seal and whispered it to Virgo. No, it doesn't matter who you are. No one who can use that ability should be left alive. I'll do everything I can to get rid of you. Mercurius declared and fired compressed water bullets from the palm of his hand. It was water, nothing but water. However, a jet of compressed water at high speed could even shatter rocks. As he launched his attack, everyone scattered, and the water bullets easily destroyed the rocks behind them. If the humans were hit by it, they would not escape unscathed. Oh dash! The first to reach the front was Gantz. He wielded a great battle axe, one of the treasures of the Blackwings, which he had received from the king before his departure. It had no special effects. It was simply a strong, heavy axe, but it fit Gant's hands perfectly. Compared to the axes he had made do with until then, it possessed tremendous power. The devastating blow struck Mercurius, and he crashed to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. But even with such an attack, Mercurius' expression remained unchanged. "It's useless. An attack like that won't work on me." That's right. But it will still take you a while to get your Barato back." The attack was ineffective and caused no damage. That was true, but so what? Gantz brandished his axe with a ferocious grin and struck Mercurius down hard. He hadn't intended to harm him in the first place. Based on Kenkos information, he already knew that physical attacks would be ineffective. In that case, magic would be the deciding factor. Therefore, he understood that his role would be to engage the enemy and keep him occupied. The fragments of Mercurius' body began to swell, and watery tentacles shot toward Gantz. Their tips were sharp and pointed, obviously capable of piercing tattered armor. However, Gantz grinned broadly, like a beast. Instead of dodging, he increased the power of his attacks. As a result, every tentacle pierced Gantz, but every single one pierced his flesh. Gantz's well-trained muscles had stopped the tentacles. "Your attacks are lukewarm." Gantz swung his axe again, slashing at Mercurius. Mercurius' attacks would normally have pierced Gantz's muscles, so he must have been weakened. Although it wasn't that easy, he had certainly weakened enough that even Gantz's defenses were sufficient to protect him. But he was still one of the 7 luminaries. He still hadn't lost to physical attacks. Mercurius transformed his arm into a whip and sent Gantz flying. But he was replaced when the adventurers Jean and Nick advanced. "Come on, Nick. Don't give him time to use magic." I know. They had originally been members of the same adventuring party, so there were no coordination issues. Although Rufus considered them too weak and unnecessary, they were actually veterans among the adventurers of this world. Jean's sword and Nick's dagger relentlessly cut Mercurius, preventing him from using magic. From behind, Shu's arrows provided relentless supporting fire, targeting Mercurius' fingers to prevent him from extracting the seal necessary for the magic. They weren't seeking victory. This time, their mission wasn't to win. To buy time for their allies to win. That was the Vanguard's mission. "Don't underestimate me, you bunch of weaklings who don't realize their own limitations." Mercurius directed the water tentacles toward Virgo in frustration, but the attack missed her as Ricardo, a burly man in armor, intervened to take the blow. The damage was greater than the armor could withstand. However, it wasn't fatal. As long as he didn't die, Virgo could heal him with recovery magic. And it was incredibly fast. Gantz had already been healed, and although Ricardo had just been injured, he was already almost fully recovered. "Annoying," Mercurius shouted and struck Jean hard in the solar plexus. The powerful blow left her gasping in pain, and she tasted iron in her barato. Then he kicked Nick aside and freed the 2 adventurers. At the same time, he activated a spell that required no action. He skipped the process of drawing a seal, generating blades of water that scattered across the room. However, a spell without action was naturally weaker than normal. Virgo unleashed a barrier that easily blocked it and realized that this was far from a decisive blow. Say rose from the ground, leaped, and brandished his sword. Though a physical attack, it shouldn't be underestimated. As a hero, his ability possessed supernatural effects that transcended his appearance. This was one of them. As a hero, he was the only one in the world who could wield this ability, Magic Break. Its effect wasn't to reduce the opponent's HP, but their SP. It could disperse mana, albeit a small amount. In other words, even though it was a physical attack, it was still effective against the demon. However, Mercurius didn't stand idly by and endured the beating. Instantly, he hardened his body, transforming it from water to ice. Then, he stopped the attack with his hardened arm and countered with a kick to the jaw. EW. Say flew off in an arc immediately afterward. A sort of light flashed past. It was a sharp light emitted by Virgo's sword. Although Mercurius somehow dodged it, Virgo closed the distance by flying at low altitude, and they crossed paths in an instant. His sword struck Mercurius, and his expression changed. Phew, it worked. Virgo felt a solid contact in her hands, but her lack of combat experience and her lack of alertness led to disaster. Mercurius immediately turned toward Virgo and extended his hand. He aimed for her head. Believing she was too dangerous to be left conscious, he launched a decisive attack. However, the earth shook violently at the precise moment, as if it had been calculated. As a result, he lost his balance and the opportunity to attack Virgo. Then, Virgo approached and attacked him again. Right now, that guy in black. The man in black who... The earthquake a moment ago was caused by that mysterious man in black. He silently ignored Mercurius' gaze, but this only made him more unsettling. Mercurius had to admit that the battle wasn't going as he had expected. He now understood that he had misjudged the situation. It was a complete mistake to come to this mountain for fear that the elixir would restore the guardian dragon. He knew the barrier would weaken it, but he thought he could drive the hero and his companions away with water magic, taking advantage of the mountain's terrain. Even if that failed, he could still retreat cautiously. What went wrong? It was a miscalculation. They had someone with anti-magic abilities, and they simply climbed the mountain without a second thought. Even so, he was confident of winning. Despite being weakened, he could still defeat the hero's party. But that girl named Virgo was too annoying. She could heal any damage he inflicted on her and would attack him immediately the moment she had the chance. Defeat. This word crossed his mind in a realistic way. No, I want lose. Mercurius mustered his courage and turned his body into a sword to attack the hero and his group. Yes, he couldn't afford to lose. Even if his body was merely a puppet of the goddess, could he admit that he existed only to be defeated? No, it's fine if it were just him. If it were fate, I could accept it calmly. But we demons may be puppets, but there are things even a puppet wants to protect. In his mind was the smile of a familiar girl who bore the name of the moon, and she would never turn to him, even though he was a priceless treasure to him. Chapter 84. While Mercurius was cornered, he remembered something that had happened before he arrived in this country. The demons danced to a melody. Mercurius always believed so. Originating from somewhere, they were hostile to humanoids for no reason. That was what demons were. And if they stopped fighting the humanoids, they would turn into mana and die. It was as if magic that didn't fulfill its purpose dissipated. He was sure they were puppets. These puppets were born with the function of attacking the humanoids. They were just tools in human form, without free will. But why? What for? Who would create such defective dolls? As he walked through the dark castle, Cinceredo, a tool that has served its purpose, will be destroyed. Really? Mercury? Moon? A honey-haired girl called out to Mercurius. Beneath her light armor, she wore a violet garment that allowed her to move with ease. It seemed the person in question had tried to disguise herself as a man, but honestly, it was impossible. Only idiots like Mars would fall for that. Although she appeared to be bandaging her bravado, Mercurius could tell she was quite strong. As Mercurius watched her run, he had a surprised expression. Luna, what happened to the color of your eyes and skin? Hey, the racial characteristics of demons were blue or green skin, eyes with inverted black sclera, and white pupils. Luna was no exception and should have possessed these characteristics as well. But to Mercurius, Luna had white skin and eyes similar to those of normal humans. Mercurius asked out of simple curiosity, but Luna, visibly panicked, answered as if searching for an excuse. No, this is for infiltration. Yes, for infiltration. You see, when you infiltrate a human city, wouldn't it be suspicious if you didn't look human? I don't think a disguise is necessary under normal circumstances. Oh, that? By doing this regularly, I can make sure I'm not exposed when I'm out there. Liar. Inwardly, Mercurius shouted his childish excuse. He would need a disguise to go into a human city. He understood that. Jupiter understood that too. Mars was the only fool who would venture near a human city without a disguise. However, there was no point in always maintaining a human disguise, since he could be mistaken for one and attacked by other demons. Well, since she was one of the 7 luminaries, there shouldn't have been any disrespectful demons attacking her. If there had been, Mercurius would have buried him. There must be another reason. Probably. She was aware of Terra, who didn't look like a demon. To get closer to him, she changed her appearance to match his. Mercurius suppressed the jealousy that plagued him and forced his rigid facial muscles into a smile. It suits you. I don't like humans, but your skin color isn't bad. Oh, really? I'm glad. By the way, what do you want? Didn't you come here just to show me this? He asked Luna a question while thinking about how happy he would have been if that were the case. Ah, Luna exclaimed, remembering the reason she had called Mercurius. All right, Terra-sama is summoning the 7 luminaries. Saturnus is already in the conference room. Terra-sama, understand. He'll be right there. We'll be waiting for you. Watching Luna's back as she left first, Mercurius let out a small sigh. It was over quickly. He didn't like it all. She had no eyes for him and was always thinking about someone else. Romantic rival. That would be wrong. He wasn't even a rival, since the matter had been settled from the start. He knew he was only reaping what he sowed. Being introverted and not very eloquent, he couldn't express it out loud. He couldn't show the other person the unrequited love he felt. If he acted as obviously as Luna, the other person would probably figure it out. But for him, it was impossible. He always acted coldly to hide his true feelings. Explode already, but only Terra-sama. With soft but disrespectful words, Mercurius headed to the conference room. Upon opening the door, there was a heptagonal table symbolizing the 7 attributes. People were already seated in the moon and earth seats. However, the seats for fire, wood, sun, and metal were empty. It couldn't be avoided. Mars and Jupiter were dead, while Venus had betrayed them. The one who ruled the sun. The man who was supposed to be its leader, a demon named Sol, was excluded from the conference on suspicion of having been manipulated by Venus. Mercurius took the seat of water and looked at Terra, who remained dethroned as superior of the 7 luminaries. Now there are fewer of us. The woman on the throne of Earth, Saturn of Earth, said, resting her chin on her arm. Relations among the 7 luminaries were not good. They were an uncooperative group that would tear each other apart if given the chance. Even so, if 4 of the 7 were to disappear, there would certainly be some cause for concern. If they had cooperated with each other without problems, would this have happened? No, that would be impossible. On second thought, the reason was that the bomb, Venus, had already infiltrated their ranks. Is everyone here? Terra looked at them all, making sure everyone was present. That said, there were only 3 people. Some of you may already know this, but Venus has betrayed us and abandoned us. No, perhaps she was on the other side all along. We've been dancing to the tune until now, losing so much for nothing. Recently, until a few weeks ago, the demons held a significant advantage over the humanoids. The 7 heroes were undoubtedly terrifying beings, but with Ego Kuros, Scorpius, and Ares of the 12 celestial stars on their side, the demons had nothing to fear from the guardian beasts or the heroes except for Midgard. However, in hindsight, it was probably another of Venus' traps. Taking advantage of their situation, Mars and Jupiter became overconfident and were defeated. Meanwhile, Ares, Ego Kuros, and Scorpio were captured. By the time they realized what had happened, the tables had turned. With Rufus and the others, they were pushed to the point where it was doubtful they could even defeat the humanoids. Therefore, it was no longer the time for them to confront each other. The 3 listened to Terra seriously. We cannot afford any more losses. Therefore, all of you must be vigilant regarding Rufus' movements to avoid accidentally coming into contact with them. Originally, this was supposed to be a situation where they would dig in and watch events unfold. Perhaps the humanoids and the Rufus would defeat each other. Even if they didn't, Banette Nash and Leon would almost certainly confront her. However, the situation didn't allow the demons to do such a thing. They were flawed creatures that would perish if they didn't attack the humanoids. They simply had no option to stop the war. Their only choice was to cunningly attack the others while avoiding Rufus, Banette Nash, and Leon. I would do it even if you didn't ask. I don't want to face those monsters. Fine, we'll take care of the boring tasks of destroying small villages. Saturnus, attacking non-combatants, is a bit as stubborn as ever, Luna. Even if you say that, we demons will die if we don't. Anyway, what's with the color of your eyes and your skin? Huh? No, this is... Terra coughed slightly to interrupt the unnecessary argument between Luna and Saturnus. The conference resumed. Originally, the purpose of this conference was solely to discuss a plan of action regarding Rufus, including matters such as her current whereabouts and combat power. His current location was unknown because all the demons sent on reconnaissance had been wiped out by a long-range sniper. This was likely the work of Libra of the Scales. While it was possible to estimate his location using the eliminated scouts, it would require many subordinates. And if Libra's range was too great or Rufus was moving too fast, the accuracy of the information obtained wouldn't justify the sacrifices made. Although it was only speculation, it was believed that Rufus and his companions traveled at over 100 kilometers per hour. Furthermore, if it was just Rufus, one could infer from the speed at which he flew from Gyllerhorn to Levitine that he could circle Midgard in about 30 minutes. No, if the battle against the Demon King was taken into account, his top speed could be several times, even tens of times greater. What kind of monster was he? If he limited himself to short distances, he could even teleport. In that case, even if his current location were determined, the information would no longer be useful by the time he reached Terra. After all, Rufus could circle the globe several times before Terra's relatives returned to him, so such information could not be expected to be accurate. After the conference, Mercurius went directly to the Demon King's throne room. Fighting while avoiding Rufus would be fine. However, it wouldn't solve the fundamental problem. The demons would disappear even if they won. To change this, it was necessary to change the very existence of the demons. In other words, it was necessary to change the rules established by the goddess. If they couldn't do that, there would be no future for the demons. Your Majesty, please forgive my intrusion. Mercurius entered the throne room and knelt before his lord. Apparently, the Demon King had recently been in a major battle and was recovering from his injuries. But his wounds couldn't have been serious, as he sat there calmly, as if he weren't hurt at all. He narrowed his eyes with interest at Mercurius' visit. Mercury, what is going on? Your Majesty, please lend me your Majesty's power. Let me hear it. Yes, I know I'm being rude. His Majesty's key to heaven, the object officially known as the GM key. I wish to use it once for all of us. The key to the heavens. It was a divine artifact that appeared only in legends. It could alter divine providence, and only the goddess agents could possess it. It was said that the goddess gave it to the original human, Aeneas, and that it was passed down to the chiefs of his clan for generations. Furthermore, the goddess warned all races and creatures that seeking possession of the key, except through her agents, was the greatest sin against her. Therefore, attempting to obtain the key was nothing less than a declaration of war against the goddess. As a result, no villain, magical beast, or demon has ever dared to challenge the clan of agents throughout history. No matter how naive, no one would oppose the goddess. No one wanted to oppose her. But more than 200 years ago, there was someone who directly defied this providence. That was Rufus Maffel. He stormed the agent's sanctuary with dignity and snatched the key from Parthenos, the clan leader. The key was later entrusted to Gemini of the twins, who possessed the greatest fighting force among his followers, the ship Argo, or so it was believed. But Mercurius believed he was no longer on the Argo. Yes, it was because of the Demon King's expedition following the battle with Rufus. There were only a limited number of opponents who required such a large fighting force to challenge them. One was the army of Leon, the Lion King. One of them was Mjolnir, which was commanded by the vampire princess, Banette Nash. And another would be Rufus Maffel and his 12 celestial stars. But everyone was safe and sound. There was no evidence that they had fought the Demon King. No, Rufus did fight the Demon King, but that was before the expedition. Therefore, only one candidate remained. It would be the Argo ship, which housed many heroic spirits. In other words, the key was already in the Demon King's hands. That was Mercurius' speculation. So, you already knew that I have that with me. Excuse me, but I've done a lot of research. Let's see. What do you want to do with the key? The Demon King was in a good mood. He seemed eager to see what Mercurius had in mind. In that case, I should get to the point before the Demon King's mood changed. Mercurius swallowed and replied nervously. The demon race. No, even a single person is fine. Please, free her from the demon's fate. No one else can do it except you, who hold the key. Chapter 85. Mercurius had only one desire. It wasn't the triumph of the demons, nor honor, nor glory. He was even willing to give his life for it. Even just one person would suffice. Just one person. If his beloved survived, that would be enough. Therefore, he made a deal with the Demon King. He would offer the Barato itself as a sacrifice, which protected Draupnir as a tribute to the Demon King. The Barato possessed abundant mana that could increase the overall combat power of any living creature. Even for the Demon King, it was a highly valuable prize that he couldn't ignore. Essentially, it was a doping item that Rufus had mentioned earlier. It was undoubtedly among the highest-ranking items. Of course, the Guardian Dragon wasn't usually an opponent one could face head-on and defeat. But now it was different. If someone had weakened it with an incurable poison, it might be possible to defeat it. That's why he couldn't afford to lose. I cannot fall to the hero in this place. I will win, even if I have to sacrifice everything. No to the goddess. Mercurius was struck by Virgo's sword. Even if he tried to counterattack, the others would get in his way. Crews launched magic attacks from the back line, inflicting light but accurate damage. On the other hand, no matter how much damage Mercurius inflicted, he would recover quickly. Even if he could defeat just one person, it would be impossible to defeat so many. Considering the sanctuary's debilitating effect, there was nothing he could do, not even as one of the 7 luminaries. Furthermore, the hero was more troublesome than he had anticipated. Originally, the hero class was a hidden class that could only be unlocked by mastering the 3 warrior classes and the swordmaster class. Even during the Age of Heroes, 200 years ago, only Alioth could reach this pinnacle of swordsmanship. However, the hero possessed this class from the very beginning. How absurd! Their level and combat power were not balanced. The watchful eye revealed that their level was below 40, but their power was already comparable to that of the mercenary Gantz. He couldn't win this. Even as one of the 7 luminaries, he couldn't change the course of events. So he prayed to someone he shouldn't have, and when he did, a certain answer came to the prayer in his heart. Weakdoll, do you seek power? A voice resonated so loudly in her ears that she thought her heart would burst. It was the voice of someone with an imposing presence. For a moment, in her mind, she saw the illusion of a beautiful woman with an otherworldly presence and ocean blue hair. She had seen a similar appearance somewhere. It was her old colleague Venus, but her power was nothing compared to this. And then she understood. Ah, it's her. This was its creator. No, its launcher. Oomph. Is my struggle just a puppet to you? Fine then. It'll be the puppet. It'll be the supporting role in your bad comedy. So, goddess, give me power. Give me the power to never lose to anyone. The goddess laughed. She certainly felt it. I'll go ahead, laugh at me, and fire me. He understood. If he did this, he could never be what he once was. It was an irreversible path. He understood this not through reason, but through instinct. If he abandoned Mercurius the demon as a complete magic and increased its power by force, it would simply become a powerful water magic and would cease to be Mercurius. Mercurius' form began to crumble, melting into a shape similar to that of an amoeba. He felt that he was no longer himself. As you wish, an enormous amount of divine power surged from Mercurius' body. Everyone's expressions hardened as they witnessed the sacred radiance, which should have been impossible for a demon to emit. Their mental processes were unable to keep pace with this sudden and abnormal development. However, the change was undeniable. Mercurius lost his human form, melting and spreading like a viscous substance. Furthermore, his volume had clearly increased, engulfing the hero and his comrades like an avalanche. Virgo and Cruz deployed a shield at the last moment, but it wouldn't last long. TSK. Ares took off his black robe and jumped in front of them. With his fist ablaze, he landed a single blow, with an arm strength capable of shattering the earth despite his appearance. He hurled Mercurius into the air. Though he launched him, it wasn't truly effective. He was evaporating, but his expansion merely covered the lost portion. Huh, that, who? Say was taken aback by Ares' sudden appearance, but he didn't have time for explanations. Ares immediately saw this narrow battlefield as a disadvantage and fired an incendiary bullet to melt the wall and create a large hole. He grabbed Virgo and jumped out of the hole without waiting for his response. Hey, you're that girl who was in Svalin. No, boy. What are you talking about, old man? Anyway, I don't know what's going on, but we're going to escape. We're stuck here. Gantz was stunned to see him. Although he had met Ares, he knew nothing about him. He only knew that the young woman was obviously a different person from the man in the black robes who had participated in the hunting festival. As everyone escaped through the hole Ares had opened, Say noticed something while running. He picked up the small bottle that had fallen to the ground and jumped out of the large hole. The cave behind him was already filled with water. It was as if the entire spirit summit was about to be submerged. Gliding down the mountainside with superhuman skill, Say and his companions regrouped with Kainiko, who hurriedly ran. Everyone, what's going on? I don't know. Mercurius suddenly transformed. Oh, is that Mercurius? Cruz, still reeling from the shock, responded to Kainiko in a harsh tone. That said, Cruz himself was unaware of what was happening. It was unheard of that the 7 luminaries could transform. Mercurius, who no longer seemed the same, screamed as his volume increased, creating more and more water. If this continued, it wouldn't just affect Spirit Peak. All of Dropner would be flooded. Hey, Cruz, what do we do? My axe probably won't do. It would be impossible to solve this with magic. Please don't ask me. Gantz stared blankly at Cruz as he asked, but he didn't think Cruz had a solution. And as expected, Cruz replied with an impossible, and everyone fell silent. In the end, they all agreed. In other words, they couldn't do anything about it. Something like that couldn't be defeated by mere humanoids. W8, Ares San, where are we going? Huh? For now, we'll meet with Rufus-sama and the others. While carrying Virgo, Ares jumped over trees and rocks to distance himself from Mercury. At the very least, Mercury wasn't an enemy Ares was likely to lose to. However, it was quite troublesome. Furthermore, fighting while protecting Virgo was problematic. Un accident wasn't impossible. In that case, he would prioritize the mission entrusted to him by Rufus and ensure Virgo's safety. He wanted Virgo to win and feel confident, but things changed when her life was threatened. In that case, he had to regroup with Rufus and guarantee Virgo's safety. Get together again. But what about those people over there? Well, they'll have to work hard to run. No. Y suppositad's impossible. The water rises faster than they can run. So that's not bad. Ares didn't care much for those strangers. Honestly, Ares didn't even care whether this country survived or not. He had a gentle personality and was one of the 12 celestial stars with whom one could negotiate. But his actions were based on certain priorities. First was Rufus, second was Rufus, third and fourth were also Rufus, and only from fifth onward were there other things. Furthermore, 80% of these other things were personal relationships. Frankly, he cared little for impersonal matters. After all, he was a sheep. The flock was always his priority. If the leader of the flock made a mistake, Ares would imitate him and make the same error. In other words, he was indifferent to things that didn't concern him. But once he decided to follow someone, he would follow them to the ends of the earth. They're all still there. We have to help them somehow. Do you mean helping them evacuate? But dealing with this amount of water is quite problematic. But Ares San can do it, right? Well, it's possible. Then please, if it were for a personal relationship, Ares would fight with his whole life. But fighting for strangers was nothing but a waste to him. Besides, the hero was Rufus' enemy. Why would he fight in vain to help an enemy? This was the question that Ares harbored deep in his heart. But if he left it like that, it would leave a wound in Virgo's heart. Ares reflected for a moment and decided to prioritize Virgo's mental stability. Judging by the fights he had witnessed so far, the hero could burn to death at any moment. If Virgo openly expressed his hostility, Ares could reduce him to ashes when Virgo wasn't looking. I understand. We'll be back. Ares kicked the tree and turned around, heading for the spiritual summit. He dropped Virgo just out of reach of the water. Virgo, run away with them. Meanwhile, I'll play with that guy. I understand now. After releasing Virgo, Ares broke free and ran faster than before. After accelerating sufficiently, his entire body was engulfed in flames. He passed through Mercury and the spiritual summit, emerging on the other side. Then he launched another attack, piercing Mercurius once more and evaporating some of the water. However, the water spread out on the evaporated side. If this continued, it would be endless. Apparently, as soon as Mercurius was hit, he converted the surrounding mana into water and incorporated it into his body. Therefore, no matter how much water Ares evaporated, it would be useless unless the mana was dispersed. Well, let's try a few things before we give up. Ares launched another assault, this time raising his fist to the sky. The resulting shockwave created a sudden gust of wind. Like a tornado, it swept Mercury into the air. Ares leaped after him, delivering dozens of flaming kicks per second. Using trees and rocks as platforms, he kicked, smashed, and pierced Mercury at a speed greater than he could possibly fall. Seen from the side, one would only see flaming bullets of rainbow colors firing ceaselessly towards a giant aquatic monster. He dodged the watery tentacles attacking him and accelerated with the flames in his hands, as if they were vernier thrusters. He closed the distance, followed by a kick with all the strength of his body. When Mercurius was sent flying by the force of the kick, Ares extended his arms to their fullest extent. The flaming bullets fired relentlessly. By evaporating the water faster than it could regenerate, it was an attack intended to completely annihilate Mercurius. Ares' flaming bullets tore away pieces of him continuously. The water, which had lost its form, transformed back into mana. The water, which had been larger than the mountain, visibly shrank until it was roughly the size of Mercurius. Regardless of the opponent's size, it was irrelevant to Ares. This was because his attack inflicted a percentage of damage. No matter who he faced, he could inflict a similar percentage of damage. As our theme, Ares raised both hands and created a massive mass of fire. This flame was his specialty, as it could inflict a percentage of damage. Its effect was to continuously inflict a percentage of damage as long as contact was maintained. Thus, Ares had the advantage in a battle of endurance. He unleashed a mass of fire that engulfed Mercurius. Had Rufus witnessed this scene, he would have interrupted, saying, "I told you so, this isn't that kind of skill." Ugh, ugh, ugh. Mercurius let out a desperate scream as his form continued to vanish. It was agony to be engulfed in flames that burned endlessly unless extinguished. If the damage percentage continued to accumulate, his hit points would be reduced to 1, which was indivisible. The flame that relentlessly burned Mercurius inflicted a percentage of continuous damage until it was extinguished. This was even more terrifying than the fixed damage. Finally, Mercurius was reduced to a tiny drop of water, and his HP dropped to 1, though this wasn't confirmed. Ares then fired a small fireball to evaporate the remaining water, completely eliminating Mercurius. Normally, this would have been the end. There was no point in it existing after it had been completely incinerated. Sigh. I knew it was going to be like this. However, the current Mercury was not normal. Seeing the surrounding mana turn back into water, Ares scratched his cheek in annoyance. Chapter 86. Ares looked at the water that was rising higher and frowned in disgust. There was no way to deal with it if water could regenerate from mana, no matter how much it evaporated or was attacked. When a demon perished, it lost its form and reverted to its mana form. The same was true for magic that had served its purpose. However, this did not mean it was completely lost. The substances were transformed from mana. The mana that composed them never diminished and always remained. Now, Mercurius had become a literally immortal monster. Even if his body were completely destroyed, he would continue to regenerate from mana. Ares had no way to disperse the mana, so he was left with no options. He wouldn't lose, since the overwhelming difference in power between them remained. But it was impossible for Ares to defeat Mercurius. As far as Ares knew, there were only 3 people who could defeat that thing. The first was Ares' master, Rufus Maffel. She could condense the surrounding mana into a golden apple and stop Mercurius' regeneration. The other person was Aegokeros. He could use mana to create his own illusions. In other words, he could deplete all the mana before Mercurius could use it to regenerate. The last person was Parthenos. His secret ability, Vendimiatrix, could simply disperse mana, thus cutting off regeneration at its source. But none of these people were here at that time. No, there weren't 3, but 4 people. Ares glanced at Virgo, who remained at a distance. If it was her, as Parthenos' successor, she too could destroy this monster. But this bridge was too dangerous for her. Ares would rather leave this country than fight such a pointless battle. However, he knew Virgo wouldn't agree. In that case, he had no choice but to support her as long as she played the leading role. Ironically, just as Rufus had instructed, Ares was now assuming a supporting role for Virgo. Vendimiatrix. As Ares pondered, a flash of light passed by him and struck Mercury. The mana he had gained vanished completely. Virgo flapped her wings and approached Ares. Has the evacuation been completed? Yes. They've evacuated the capital. Kainiko-san will probably think of something. Virgo seemed very motivated. Ares thought she was a bit too kind, but he didn't see anything wrong with her. Although her power was limited, she did everything she could with all her might. This made a good impression on him. Her image, in a way, overlapped with that of his former self, who struggled desperately to become stronger. This, oddly enough, made him happy. Okay, then he'll block their attacks, while Virgo tries to disperse as much of their mana as possible. Even if it doesn't disperse completely, it should significantly reduce their power. He'll try. Ares, who had decided to support Virgo, emitted a flame and separated his hands. Then he brought his hands together and extended his palms, releasing the flame that had concentrated there in an instant. Immediately afterward, a hot breeze blew from his palms in the center, making Ares' hair flutter. The ground beneath him gave way under the force of the flames unleashed from his palms, vaporizing Mercurius. In coordination, Virgo dispersed the mana and clawed at Mercurius' body. However, his regeneration was faster than expected. Mercurius was now a massive, mountain-like mass of water, its reach extending toward the capital. If this continues, Dropner. Relax, Virgo. This guy's mana isn't infinite. If you keep reducing it, the damage to the capital will decrease. While restraining Virgo, who was trying to return to the capital in a panic, Ares used his flame to evaporate a water tentacle attack. Just like in the fight with Levia, he lamented never having had a good fight and always facing opponents with incompatible attributes. Why do I keep fighting enemies with a water attribute? In any case, this was sure to work. The question was whether the capital would be absorbed first or whether Virgo would completely annihilate the enemy before that happened. Well, I was convinced the capital would probably be safe, so there was room for maneuver. For now, the top priority was protecting Virgo. With that in mind, Ares decided to use all of his power. What is that noise? Having failed to find the archer in the capital, Dina looked up at the mountain. In response, Aegokeros also looked toward the mountain and saw a torrent of water approaching like an avalanche. Something seemed wrong on the mountain Virgo was heading towards. If the water continued like this, it would surely flood the capital and inevitably sweep them away. However, water magic was Dinah's specialty. She swiftly flicked her finger, raising the approaching water and directing it to a specific point. Then, she activated Gate X, with a specific destination in another world. It swallowed all the collected water and was interrupted mid-process. As a result, The mass of water had nowhere to go and was banished into interdimensional space. It could never leave on its own, eternally floating between Midgard and another world. This ability, the Subspace Seal, was created by exploiting the flaws of Gate X. Even if another user could use it, they could not abuse it unless they fully understood its nature and nuances. Not even the King of Wisdom could accomplish it. This was a mystery that could be considered Dinah's unique ability. Ego Karos unleashed a black wave from his hand to disperse the water. But the water, which should have transformed into mana, regenerated and approached again as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Ego Karos immediately understood. This unusual water was capable of regenerating instantly from mana. Normal magic would transform into mana after losing its form, and that would be the end of it. However, somehow, this magic managed to transform back into water after transforming into mana. It seemed impossible. It was as if the mage were nearby, recasting the magic each time it ended. But it was too soon to talk about it transforming back from mana. In short, it first had to run out. After making a decision, Ego Karos used the surrounding mana to create an illusion. His figure grew rapidly, creating the illusion of a massive demon, even larger than the one he used to fight Luna. More than 10 meters, more than 20, more than 30. Finally, the demon grew to a size that reached the heavens. The embodiment of evil had descended upon Dropner. The sky darkened, the clouds turned black, and thunder rumbled. This was practically the manifestation of the Demon King. It was as if the King of Demons had ascended from the abyss to bring ruin to the peaceful Dropner. Monster! Help! Naturally, the beastmen panicked and fled. Looking down at them as if they were insects, Ego Karos let out a lively laugh in a voice that haunted the minds of those who heard it. Ha ha! You foolish beast, be afraid. And run. That's the most appropriate way for you. Ha ha! Besides, this goat was in a very good mood. It was inevitable, since it was a demon. It greatly enjoyed the look on people's faces, gripped by fear. Ego Karos-sama. The enemy this time is not Dropner. Oh, is that so? Yes, it is. After Dinah's admonition, the enormous demon scratched his head. Remembering his original purpose, he looked into the distance. Virgo and Ares were fighting there and seemed to be having a hard time. What a careless bunch, Ego Karos thought, and began to move after deciding to support them. Although his body was still that of an old man, he was completely enveloped in the enormous enthusiasm. From a third-person perspective, it looked as if an enormous demon, capable of reaching the sky, was advancing toward the mountain. At least, that's how it seemed to say, who was some distance away. What is that? That's it. Without a doubt, that hideous figure is one of the 12 celestial stars, Ego Karos of the goat, the most wicked of the 12 stars, who despises good and justice. Good and justice, could it be? Yes, I'm afraid so. I'm sure Virgo-san's brilliance is more unpleasant to look at than anything else. I can only think she's here to eliminate that odious angel. Say paled upon hearing Cruz's comments, who had scandalously misinterpreted the situation. The figure of the Supreme Lord of Black Wings flashed through his mind. I see. The master is a monster, and so is the subordinate. If the enormous demon that looked like a final boss was a subordinate of Rufa's, he could accept it. When Ego Karos approached Virgo with his shining white wings, it seemed as if the great demon had come to kill the angel. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The goat and the maiden were comrades, but who could believe it at first glance? And then, the chaos worsened even further. Flames rose from the mountain, and a huge monster appeared, comparable to Ego Karos. Medash! It was a giant sheep engulfed in rainbow flames. It was one of the 12 celestial stars. Ares of the Ram. Gantz, who recognized that appearance, paled and his finger began to tremble. And he thought, it couldn't be worse. Behind her was the goat, and in front the ram. The white-winged angel was completely surrounded from both sides. Whichever way you looked, this was the end. In fact, Goatsan and Ramsan were friends of Virgo, but this was too far-fetched for anyone to accept at first glance. Hey, Zai, where do you think you're going? Isn't it obvious? I'm going to rescue Virgo-san. Don't be silly. What can you do? Gant stopped Sei by grabbing his wrist as he tried to lunge at him. If it were only Mercurius, perhaps something could be done. However, the situation had completely changed. Having seen Ares of the 12 celestial stars, he knew how terrifying they were. He was a monster among monsters, beyond human comprehension. It was no longer a matter of victory or defeat in combat. They were walking catastrophes, so immense that the idea of fighting them was inconceivable. That's what the 12 heavenly stars were. And there were two of them. It wasn't a fight anyone wanted to get involved in, not under any circumstances. Listen, don't confuse bravery with recklessness. It's simply reckless to charge at an opponent you can't defeat without a plan. You're still immature, but one day you'll be stronger than any of us. Until then, don't mess with that kind of monster. Hang in there for now. Sei gritted his teeth, frustrated by his own powerlessness. He certainly couldn't simply watch Virgo suffer. However, he understood the real problem. He couldn't do anything. Why am I so weak? Why is my brain so messed up? He had no power to save a girl, nor could he think of any way to overcome the situation. As he shook his fists in regret, the situation worsened. This time, a huge scorpion monster appeared and soared into the sky. And then, a massive crab monster emerged from the forest, while Midgard's strongest golem, Libra of the Scales, flew through the air on his vernier thrusters. And so, the 5 stars, the ram, the goat, the scorpion, the Cancer, and the Libra gathered here. But the next instant, they lowered their heads to the ground. What was happening? Sei squinted to look. He could barely see someone in a crimson robe standing in front of the enormous monsters. To make these monsters submissive, who dash? As he was thinking this, a strong wind blew, revealing the robe that concealed the person's face. And he saw her, a blonde woman whose hair changed from gold to red at the tips. There was no mistake. I would never forget it, even though I had only seen it once. Rufa's Maffle. That's right. Monsters beyond human understanding would only submit to another monster beyond human understanding. Sei said, his lips trembling. Dropner was tinged with despair. Then Cruz fainted, murmuring, "It's the end of the world." Chapter 87. One thing I noticed, Cincherato. It's slightly different from the narrator's narration, which is technically still from Rufa's point of view, but it's not in italics. That said, I don't want to italicize the whole thing, so yes, please read with that in mind. Also, the passages in this chapter don't connect very well. Just saying, we're sorry. Seeing the 3 idiot Segokuros, Scorpius, and Karkinos crawling on the ground in front of me, I felt like clutching my head in anguish. Where should I begin? Although it probably wouldn't be such a long story. I guess I could go back and start my explanation from when I was trying to find Archer with Scorpius. Well, the story didn't have much substance. After all, although it was quite pathetic, in the end we couldn't find any clues. Anyway, while we were thinking about regrouping, the water started running down the mountain. That was it. Up to this point, everything was going well. Well, actually, it's not going well at all, but honestly, something like this is easily manageable, so it's not a big deal. Simply creating a wall with alchemy would solve the problem. Or it could even be blown up with the wind pressure created by trying to hit it. Well, that's what it was. Remember when I was fighting the Demon King, and my punch missed and hit the air, causing the nearby sea to split? It's about putting it into practice. The problem began when Ago-Keros started consuming the surrounding mana to create a giant illusion in order to try to erase the water. Furthermore, Ares becoming a giant was also a bad idea. Scorpio, after seeing that, began to burn with a competitive spirit for some reason and became gigantic for no reason. And at the same time, Karkinos, who was in the forest, also became gigantic. As for the reason why they became giants on purpose, when I asked them, this was the answer I received. Oh, I just went with the flow. When I heard this, I punched Karkinos hard. So, this was the reason why Dropner was currently facing a catastrophic disaster in which a giant crab, a scorpion, a goat, and a sheep appeared, forcing me to rush to the scene and scold this group of idiots. But seriously, what am I supposed to do about it? Aren't all the beastmen of Dropner completely terrified right now? Ego Karos, you even changed the weather for no reason. What was once such beautiful weather is now shrouded in desolate darkness. Although this is an irrelevant fact, Centuredo time determined the brightness of the graphics, as well as the events and types of magical beasts that appeared. Alternatively, it was the same type of magical beast, but the place where they appeared changed. For example, magical beasts that were very active during the day might sleep at night beneath the scenery. In such cases, even if the players tried hard to find the monster in the meadow or forest, it would be impossible. However, they might find it if they ventured into a cave. And while I'm explaining this, I should mention that those monsters were usually asleep at the start of the battle, so I had the great merit of being able to defeat them quite easily during the game's night. In addition, there was a career on the player's side that was also affected by this time belt. Yes, they're the nobles of the night, the vampires. They were an incredibly extreme group of players, incredibly strong during the game night. However, their stats were negatively impacted during the morning and afternoon. And, of course, as expected, there were quick complaints and requests from players, asking the developers to do something about these terrible specs. And, naturally, it was a perfectly reasonable request. Although the avatars they were portraying were vampires, the players themselves were not. On this point, some felt it was the players' fault for choosing the vampire race. However, even for those who only had time to play at night, this was a problem. However, the option the developers were forced to take was to provide an update patch that included arcane magic and items that could change day and night. As expected, of course, the global game time itself did not change. For if something like that were to happen, countless players would experience constant changes between day and night and wouldn't even know if it was day or night in the game, causing great confusion. Furthermore, the load on the server would be enormous. In short, it didn't change day and night. It basically only changed the effects players could get from the time mechanic. For example, if the ability were used during the day, monsters that only appeared at night in the game would be more likely to appear nearby. Or, if they were vampires, they wouldn't suffer any negative effects. Although, this little thing called game knowledge hadn't been very reliable lately. As I was telling this, I thought, isn't this quite strange? After all, is this even okay? This disastrous feature of the game. The conversation veered off course. I had a bad habit of dwelling on something unnecessary for a long time once I started thinking about something. In any case, it was originally arcane magic that wouldn't have really changed day and night. However, that common sense of the past didn't apply in this world. After all, Ego Karos had changed the time in this world tonight. The sky was shrouded in an eerie darkness, as if the world were about to end. Or something like that. It's that thing, What the heck is going on with the stars and the planet's rotation on this world? If day and night were to switch places in an instant, that would mean the planet would simply spin at an incredible speed. Wouldn't a sudden change in spin rate be incredibly bad? Seriously, think about it logically for a moment. To begin with, the planet's rotation was governed by the law of inertia, and I would have thought that once the speed was changed, it would remain in the modified state. Taking the Earth, for example, it was once believed that each day lasted only 5 hours, but because the speed of rotation slowly decreased over time, the day now lasts 24 hours. So, in the distant future, it is hypothesized that the length of the day could increase even further. Oh, I digressed again. Well, yes, that's definitely it. Yes, really in this world, the laws of physics aren't doing their job at all. Even I, who's quite dense, could understand it. There are many funny parts. As I expected from the fantasy genre. Oh yes, I'm sorry. At first I said it probably wouldn't be such a long story, but that was a lie. In the end, it turned out to be quite long. You're a group of people who are truly beyond reproach. Anyway, Libra, why do even you hang your head? I asked Libra while trying to reposition the robe that had moved due to the wind. The people he was currently scolding were the 3 idiots who had grown up, not Libra. However, for some reason, She too lowered her head. This action puzzled me. No, I just thought it would be more picturesque if I did this. This can serve as a demonstration for the hero and his comrades watching there, and at the same time, showcase the master's power. When Lieber told me this, I got nervous and looked into the distance. You're right. They really are there, the hero and his group. They're looking this way with expressions of terror. Right now, I'm a total invader. You could only see it as a group of enemies who suddenly appeared in front of the hero and his companions. Since that idiot Ego Karos said something useless, the beast got scared. My image worsened even more. What should I do about it? I'm not an enemy. I'm not scary. Even if I said something like that, I suppose it wouldn't be very persuasive. While I was thinking about things like that, I noticed something strange. No, although it wasn't really an abnormal act, if one were to take an objective point of view, his actions would definitely be considered strange. For some reason, from within the hero's group, a young man who resembled the hero began walking in our direction. What's going on? Are you trying to challenge me right here and now? Young man, I'm sorry, but that's not bravery, that's recklessness. Even as the hero, with only about 30 levels, I don't think I'm going to lose. Well, I guess I'll take a look at what he's going to do. Even if he actually attacks me, with a difference in skill, there shouldn't be any problem. When that happens, I suppose it'll just sweep him off his feet and knock him slightly unconscious. My heartbeats are so strong and noisy. My hands are soaked with sweat, and I'm short of breath even though I haven't done anything yet. After fighting his way through allies who were trying to stop him, Say managed to present himself before the Supreme Lord who, along with the Demon King, was called the Great Evil of Midgard, Rufus Maffel, and his subordinates. Fortunately for him, he was able to understand that at this moment, the Supreme Ruler had no intention of harming anyone, knowing there would be serious consequences if she tried. Honestly, Say was terrified by Rufus' sudden appearance before him. However, despite being overcome with fear, he had already reached a point where he could no longer turn back. However, what barely kept him together was the realization that he had come here to gather information on the whereabouts of the Supreme Ruler. In other words, to meet with her. Exactly. Didn't he tell Migrez that? Didn't that King of Wisdom teach him? That Rufus Maffel was not the enemy. So don't run away. If we run away, we won't be able to reconcile. If we don't take the first step, nothing will ever change. Rufus Maffel. Saying right? Looks like they figured me out. So I guess there's no point in hiding my face anymore. Say asked Rufus as if he were squeezing something, and without delay, she answered and removed the robe that covered her face. When she did, her golden hair flowed down, revealing a face that it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say was incredibly beautiful. Her appearance. Yes, if it were only her appearance, she was simply a truly beautiful lady. Something delicate, comforting, and someone any man would want to protect. However, the reason one could not think this way was due to the aura that belonged to the force she emanated. Their appearance and their presence did not match each other. It was as if he had only seen the illusion of a beautiful lady, but he felt that, in reality, he was facing a gigantic monster, even larger than the giant demon. This was his perception of what he saw. It was because he grew stronger rapidly, incompletely, and halfway, that he was able to understand things much more clearly than last time. He was made to understand. This was the Supreme Ruler. He was level 1000. He was the highest peak of power in Midgard. Once again, he was able to definitively confirm that Levitin's decision, which had been to summon Say himself for the purpose of defeating the Supreme Ruler, was flawed from its very foundation. Fighting against something like that was not a decision that a person in their right mind could have made. Even assuming it wasn't him who had been summoned, but the entire Japan self-defense force, fully armed, he wondered if there was any chance of victory. No, it was impossible. He couldn't imagine a scenario where they could win. This woman possessed a power that far surpassed any military power on Earth, and that's only considering her capricious acts of violence. I didn't even know if a nuclear weapon would be able to stop her or not. The person who could face the whole world was the individual named Rufus Maffel. This was not a metaphor. Moreover, even her subordinates, The 12 celestial stars of the tyrannical paths rallied under her command. She was undoubtedly returning to her former glory. 6. I'm so glad that the person they called was me. At that moment, he thought about it seriously. He was glad that it was he who had been summoned to this world. It was good that it was him, a cowardly individual, unfit to be the hero. If it were someone else, if it were an individual with the courage to fight Rufus, that is a true hero by this world's definition, this world would be utterly finished. They would have been thrust straight into the future, where there would be no way to avert destruction. The goddess, the demon race, and the supreme ruler. It was impossible for the humanoids to survive after turning those 3 factions into enemies at the same time. That call could have been a great failure. However, seeing the result, the failure was a good thing. For the current world of Midgard, a hero who bravely challenges the great evils of present-day Midgard should not be summoned. Well, speaking from an overly expectant perspective, instead of me, it would have been better to call someone smarter, calmer, capable of judging the situation clearly, and who can negotiate well with others. Calling someone like that was probably better for them. As I thought so. Objectively, he was probably someone who fit into the best category. He wasn't the worst, but he wasn't the best either. He wanted to believe he wasn't someone who shouldn't have been called, but he also wasn't someone who should have been called. In any case, the fact was that the person they called was him. In that case, he had to do things that only he could do. The people of this world would never have been capable of thinking that way, making peace and reaching an understanding with Rufus Maffel. He understood that he had an obligation to do it. Son of another world. It's all right, but don't be so stiff. Just being able to stand in front of me like this is a promise. Say gave a quiet, involuntary nod. He couldn't help but be surprised after hearing the opening words of child from another world come out of Rufus' mouth. He couldn't understand why, but his identity and background had suddenly been discovered. As expected, he couldn't see into her at all. So what's up? You came because you had something to say, right? Ask me whatever you want. I'm in a good mood right now. For most things, he'll answer like a fool. Rufus showed a weak and charming smile. Was she testing him, or were these her true feelings? Whatever it was, I had obtained permission to ask a question. In that case, he thought he should do it before she changed her mind. Then allow me to accept your kind offer. He swallowed and frantically reconstructed the content of the question in his head. Building it on his own was pointless. Besides, he had to predict what would happen after he asked the question. He had to completely avoid any path that would displease her, which in turn would lead to his death. However, asking only one safe question would not allow you to obtain any important information or produce any progress. So think carefully. The only weapon he could use was his badly wired brain. Sincerado, this is where the real business is. Say told himself that while he decided to walk the tightrope, where it wouldn't be strange for him to fall at any moment, he was alone. Chapter 88. Rufus crossed his arms as if he were thinking about cease words. Say could only prepare himself and wait to see Rufus' reaction. While waiting for Rufus to open her mouth next, she tried to keep her mind calm in anticipation of whatever surprises the following words might bring. However, unlike Say, who fortified his mind as if he were a soldier walking towards certain death, Rufus' response was extremely trivial and unpleasant. Nothing in particular. And nothing? You mean there's no reason? That's right. To begin with, we only came to this country to test my subordinate skills. Now that it's done, I have no intention of doing anything proactive here. In response to Rufus' answer, Say tried to reflect on it without showing anything on his face. He most likely wasn't lying. However, he didn't seem to be telling the whole story. This was because if everything had actually been done, there would no longer have been any reason for her to remain in that country. Since she was still in this country, now that the hunting festival had ended, it meant there was a corresponding reason. However, he believed that reason did not imply doing anything to this country. So, how long do you plan to remain in those forms? Those appearances are intimidating even when you're not doing anything. Hurry up and return to your human forms. When Rufus called out to those behind her, all the giant beasts waiting vanished at once. In their places were a white-haired gentleman, a lady in a revealing outfit, and a young man in red clothing. Say remembered those apparitions. That's right, there was no doubt. It was the group of eccentric people who were in line with Virgo 2 days ago. This meant that the individual he was referring to would be Virgo when Rufus said earlier, to test my subordinate's abilities. It's no wonder it was too strong. Say wasn't surprised by this. In fact, he was even glad to finally find out why. An individual who was neither a hero nor a supreme ruler, yet was able to rival Friedrich and possess the ability to erase mana itself. Oh, that makes sense. Of course, it wasn't possible that he was a normal person. However, if that individual were a subordinate of Rufus Maffel, he could accept it. After all, she was someone who could easily raise the level of others. It wasn't like they were deceiving me. For a moment, Say felt that Virgo was deceiving them. However, he immediately rejected that thought himself. At least Virgo herself was extremely pure and a good girl. There was no doubt that, and even if it was all an act, it only meant that he lacked the vision to properly judge others. He admitted he wasn't very intelligent. Therefore, he decided to trust his instincts. After interacting personally, talking and fighting together, he decided to believe in her. So, by choosing to believe in Virgo, Say had another option. A new path opened up before him. Right now, at the foot of that mountain, there's a girl named Virgo who is fighting with us. She fell behind and is currently fighting one of the 7 luminaries. She's your subordinate, right? I see. You were also one of the high-ranking participants in the hunting festival, Libra. Yes, there is no mistake. In fact, I have found the biological answer for Virgo from the direction of the mountain. After hearing about Virgo, Rufus immediately turned to speak to the assistant who was standing to one side. When he did, the assistant reacted as if she had been expecting to be asked and responded with confirmation of the information even before her master had given the order. Say could only shudder at the fact that he was able to detect a person even from that distance. Why, yes, honestly, I think it's a shame to leave her to fight alone. But, in practice, our group is only made up of members who rely on physical attacks. As much as we try, there's not much we can do, and although I know it's rather embarrassing. So, the only thing we could do was try to find someone who seemed capable to ask for help. So, would you fight with us? And how would she react now? Say waited for Rufus' next words while his palms were soaked with sweat. Although the way he asked was bad, C's goal was to establish a cooperative relationship through fighting together for the good of Virgo. No, calling it fighting together was far more than presumptuous. After all, there was simply too great a power imbalance. However, his instinct told him that whether or not he could establish a cordial relationship there directly would determine what would happen in the future. Furthermore, the probability of success wasn't low. If Rufus wasn't as bad a person as Midgard had taught Say, she would at least be magnanimous enough to help one of her subordinates. In other words, if she were someone who abandoned Virgo here, Say would have to fundamentally change her way of thinking about things. He wondered if Rufus' answer would be the one he was expecting. Yes, that's fine. Oh, really? Yes. To begin with, Virgo is our colleague. Even if you had stopped us, we would have gone to help her. Looking at Rufus saying that with a charming smile, C's expression lit up. Seriously, he's a much more reasonable person than I've heard. The legends may have been greatly exaggerated. Perhaps she is not such a terrifying person after all. Just when he was feeling calm, a torrent of water came from behind Rufus as if trying to swallow everything in its path. It seemed that they had already reached this point while they were talking. In the heat of the moment, Say almost tried to shout, "It's dangerous." However, that didn't happen, and above all, even before I could shout out loud, Rufus had already sprung into action. He took hold of a young woman with blue hair and swiftly pulled her out of the line of Barado. And without losing a moment, as if swatting away a fly, he extended his palm forward. Surprisingly, as they did so, the torrent of water that was already rushing in front of them dispersed. Additionally, due to the pressure of the fist, the torrent was drawn away. Was the water, which was supposed to be invulnerable to physical attacks, carried away by the wind? Physics, natural laws, and everything else were irrelevant. Overwhelming power and dominance became the law. As if something so unreasonable were being said, C's mouth opened wide, and she thought for a moment. I take back what I just said. Rufus is definitely a terrifying person. Due to an unexpected request from the hero to collaborate, my mood soared. With that eel-like feeling, I even felt like I could make a grill deal with rice. Of course, something like that was definitely not possible, but what I was trying to say was that I was experiencing the highest peak of happiness from this emotion. But yes, honestly, one of the problems I had faced was how to establish a relationship with the hero. Had he chosen the wrong path of hostility, there would have been more than enough chances for the full-blown, one-sided struggle of 200 years ago to be repeated. Although he wasn't an enemy he could lose to, he was still a hero. If the goddess interfered and played her hand, he didn't know what kind of monster he would become. Like the kind of scenario you might see in stories. Originally, it was a battle he couldn't win due to the vast skill gap. Then, the hero suddenly became unreasonably strong for various reasons, such as anger over his companion's death or the awakening of a random sealed power, and then overwhelmed the final boss in an instant. Of course, those things only happened in stories. It was different from reality. Therefore, what I was thinking about was blurring the line between reality and fantasy. But, unfortunately for me, this world was the story of the goddess. Furthermore, he believed he liked conventional plot developments. Even worse, to achieve them, he ignored any plot holes and inconsistencies that might arise. Therefore, in this world she created, the laws of physics did not apply. It was quite possible that the downward acceleration rate varied, depending on the weight of the armor equipped. 3. It was quite possible that equipping claws on both hands doubled the power. In other words, if I were to carelessly underestimate the hero, the goddess could step in and interfere, and it wouldn't be surprising if he had surpassed me by the time I realized it. Taking all of this into account, the collaboration with Hero was a great step forward that I welcomed. Having said all this, he had hidden the Sagittarius matter. If I were to babble carelessly and end up saying, "Let's defeat Sagittarius," just in case, it would be problematic for us. Oh, by the way, Rufus-sama, it seems there's a group of people who have been watching Rufus-sama from over there. Them? Yes. And it seems we know several of those faces. Following Dinah's advice, I carefully observed the people who mostly made up the hero's group. Although I didn't know the tiger or the beastly gorilla, I remembered having met the rest of the people before. The bald man was definitely Gantz, whom I met in Svalin, and the adventurer who accompanied me was named Jean, if I remember correctly. Since the other 3 had weak presences, I couldn't remember them properly, but at least I could remember that they were part of the group made up only of warriors, which had an unbalanced group composition. And the person who had already fainted while spitting foam from his mouth was the handsome elf Enisan who had taught me many different things when I was first summoned to this world. If that's the case, maybe I can talk to them casually. Thinking that way, I decided to approach them first. When I tried to do it, the tiger beast immediately fled and hid behind a tree, and Jean and his crew raised their guard. Gantz seemed to be the only one who didn't raise his guard. Well, I'm grateful that there's at least one person acting this way. It's been a while, Gantz. I'm glad to see you're healthy, above all. You too. Sephor. No, Rufus Maffel. Unexpectedly, Gratz didn't seem that surprised. In any case, he seemed happy after confirming his suspicions. That reaction, had you already noticed it? Well, sort of. Being able to defeat Ares with one punch. The possibilities were limited to someone like the 7 heroes or the Demon King. So when that happened, even an idiot like me knew you weren't just anyone. Oh, by the way, since you were using an alias, does Dina-chan have another name too? No, mine is my real name. Dina answered Gant's question. However, I wondered if that was really her real name or not. No, it wasn't the time to question his identity. In any case, it was a happy miscalculation that Gantz found himself in that place. Since he was here, we could probably move the conversation forward more easily. And I guess we no longer need to manipulate the memory of Jean and her group. I glanced at Jean, who was watching me and trying to figure something out. Then I signaled to Dina with my eyes. When I did, Dina nodded and snapped her fingers. TSK. That's right. I remember now. The traveling merchants, Sephor-san and Dina-san, and Libra of the 12 heavenly stars. Why do we believe until now that we had conquered the tomb ourselves? It seemed that Jean's crew was suffering from slight confusion after suddenly regaining all the memories they had lost until now. Although, from their perspective, they had forgotten about a very important matter up to this point, so they would have felt strange about themselves. For now, during the time until they recovered from their confusion, I decided to wake up the elf and Isan. Recovery techniques were not my specialty. However, it wasn't as if I couldn't use them at all. Anyway, if I consider their fainting state to be a status defect induced by sleep, I could do something about it simply by dispelling a debuff. Originally, the sleep debuff dissipated upon receiving an enemy attack, so it would have been possible to wake him with just a light touch. However, in this case, being unconscious, he probably wouldn't wake up even if we hit him. When I cast the spell, the elf and Isan woke up and his jaw dropped, his face screaming surprise as he stared at me. Roof is Mafal. When he saw me, the elf San unfurled a hemispherical shield that covered him while he sat down. Hey, that reaction really hurts, you know? But this shield is so thin. Is that okay? It looked as if a very thin piece of glass had been placed around it. Since I was a little worried about the strength of the shield, I tried tapping it gently to check. When I did, the shield made a sound and shattered, leaving the elf stunned. Hey, how fragile, how fragile. It was like the barriers that were easily broken in Showa-era anime. Gatodonwori, I have no intention of harming you, and even if I did, such a weak shield wouldn't do any good. It wasn't like I was trying to scare him, but I honestly questioned the usefulness of a shield that would break with a gentle tap. With that, it couldn't even be called a shield. It was just a seal. 5, it seemed like its only use would be to stick it randomly somewhere. So what exactly? For a detailed explanation, you should hear it from that brave young man or from Dina. But, speaking only of the conclusion, we've decided to collaborate with you. Well, it's probably only while we're in this country, but I hope to work with you. As I said that, I smiled at the heroes group. When I did, their faces showed an expression as if they had become stupid, and then they looked toward Say. What a mess. Although it didn't surprise me much considering my fame, the only ones who interacted with me normally were the hero, Gantz, and the puppy wagging its tail with its tongue out at the hero's feet. If one were to speak about the tiger beast, he would have gone even further back than before. As I stroked the puppy's head, I thought about what was to come in the future I had just entered and sighed a little. Chapter 89 now. Although we have called it a collaboration on an equal footing, in practice, the heroes' party would have virtually no role to play in this battle. Besides the fact that the difference in levels between both sides was a problem, they were also fundamentally at a disadvantage. The enemy was a mass of water against which physical attacks were ineffective, and in comparison, the heroes' party consisted of a sword saint, a mercenary, adventurers, and a knight. The group's only support member was an elf named Cruz, but he acted like a coward around me and had no intention of doing anything. The only one who could be of any use was the young hero, Say. 2, if I remember correctly. Even when the hero class was low level, they could learn fantastic support skills. Therefore, it could be useful if assigned a support role. That said, the best scenario would be to remember Virgo and Aries, scatter the enemy with Libra's firepower, and, while the enemy was scattered like mana, gather it all together and turn it into an apple. But it seems that the mana was gathered barato without regard for anything. Yes, it's somewhat complicated, isn't it? It seems the mana was gathered not only from the surrounding areas of this country, but also from other places, as if that thing were a vacuum cleaner. Watching from a distance, I saw Virgo doing everything possible to eliminate the mana. However, it didn't seem like she could do it in time. Or rather, wasn't that Parthenos' ability? If I remember correctly, the ability was called Vendimiatrix or something like that, but its only use was mana removal. While convenient in certain circumstances, it was a specific and situational ability, as its use was quite limited. However, in this world where the law demonic race mana was applied, it was an effective attack when used against demons. That Parthenos, it seemed like these were the kind of things he had been teaching Virgo. But even with this ability in use, the situation wasn't completely under control. The rate at which the amount of water was increasing was greater than the rate at which it was being removed. He probably originally only used mana from the vicinity of this country. However, in retaliation against Virgo, he likely began collecting mana from other locations. The water monster grew larger and larger by gathering and absorbing mana not only from this country, but also from places that had no relation to it. Although we can still deal with the current situation, if he continues to gather all the mana from all of Midgard, we could be in trouble. Anyway, in short, all we had to do was prevent that from happening. I created a ball of white light in my palm and shot it into the sky. Bray-Dablik. 3. The moment I activated the spell with her name, the ball of light expanded and widened, eventually becoming a dome of light that covered the entire capital. Bray-Dablik. The effect of the skill was an area of effect debuff on all enemies. Activating the ability reduced the magical power of everyone within the area, regardless of whether they were enemies or allies. It was a very difficult skill to use that could even be negative for the user's side, depending on how the player used it, because the skill would also affect magic-type players on the caster's side. On the other hand, if the group consisted of nothing more than muscle-bound brains who had no idea what magic was, it was a great support ability with very little else to match. For the background configuration said, this is an ability to block the flow of mana. So I tried using it because I thought it would be useful, and it seems I was right. I succeeded in completely stopping the inflow of mana from the outside. As I wore a smug expression, I heard the sound of someone collapsing. When I turned around to look, the Tiger Sword Saint had collapsed to the ground. Rupa-sama. Do you know how to put this? This mana-repelling field is very effective against magical beasts and beastmen. So within this field, beastmen become unable to move freely, normally. And to top it all off, if you consider how this field was created by Rufus-sama's power without reservation, unless they're on the same level as the 12 stars, I don't think they can even move their fingers freely. After listening to Dinah's worried explanation, I wondered if I was hearing things correctly. Huh? Seriously? This is supposed to be a disadvantage for the enemy. How come even allies suffer from it? 5. I quickly turned around to look at Ego Keros and the others to check if they were affected or not. Don't worry, my lord. Although there is a slight effect, with our abilities, we are Barado than capable of acting normally. A Rufus-sama strategy game is delightful. No problem. It has just the right amount of disadvantage. It doesn't affect me at all. It seemed there was some kind of adverse effect on Ego Keros, Scorpius, and Karkinos. However, there wouldn't be any problem with their performance. As for Libra, there was absolutely no effect, In the game, whether the enemy was a player or a golem, it would be weakened by the skill, but this is quite different here. I mean, Libra isn't affected at all, but the allies are. Unless the situation was similar to this time, this ability did not seem like it would be used frequently. Mana-repelling barrier. Not to mention the entire capital in an instant. Krusan, how big is this capital city? It has about 3,000 square kilometers. 6 if we base it solely on surface area. It is even larger than Svalin. So, roughly 1.5 times the size of Tokyo Prefecture to cover that entire area in an instant. Isn't that a rather disproportionate scale? After listening to Cruz's explanation, I sighed, remembering how unreasonably small the surface area of this country was. Although unofficial, it was a country inhabited by many different races and species. Despite being an autocratic country ruled by an emperor, its area was only slightly larger than that of Tokyo Prefecture. Once again, I was forced to realize just how small the living space of humanoids was at that time. So, combining all available areas, isn't the living space of humanoids only slightly larger than the area of Japan? Well, it doesn't matter. As for this matter, it will be resolved one way or another if we eradicate the demons. Let's help Virgo. Everyone follow me. I grabbed young Sei, tucked him under my arms, and spread my wings to fly. Soon after, Libra took flight while holding Dina, followed by Ego Keros, who was holding Karkinos. Although he had forgotten, Ego Keros was not incapable of flying. Scorpio stretched out his braided hair, hooked it onto the mountain, apparently called Midgard, and launched himself upwards, rapidly shortening his hair. That range is pretty crazy, oi. Although this was an irrelevant observation, it seemed rather silly, because when she launched herself with her hair, she was flying backwards. Oh, and also, the hero's party was brought along with my telekinesis, which I hadn't used much lately. We landed right near Virgo, who was struggling on a mountain, and took the time to reassess the water droplet. Now that I look at it Barado closely, it's quite massive, isn't it? It stretches the entire distance. Probably Barado than a kilometer? If it continued to grow, it even seemed as if it would be able to engulf Blutgang. Mr. Rufus. Virgo, are you hurt? No. I left Say nearby and examined Virgo with observing eyes. She was barely damaged. It seemed that Ares had managed to protect her adequately. Furthermore, Ares suffered minimal damage. It seemed they had managed to fight with considerable room to maneuver. Once he noticed me, he reverted to his human form and landed beside me. Although this had nothing to do with the matter at hand, she was dressed appropriately. She probably put it on quickly after transforming. Wufa-sama, I'm sorry. That guy, no matter how much I burn him, he regenerates instantly. Don't worry. Good job protecting Virgo. My instructions for Ares were to be Virgo's support. He had followed my orders faithfully and had even managed to protect Virgo. Therefore, I had no reason to reprimand him. As for this gigantic mass of water, it was a poor opponent. After all, Ares had no ability to drain mana. If it had been me or Ego Karos, we could have achieved it in many ways. But since I was already here, I think I'll leave the honor to Virgo this time. I activated an Esper class ability and used telekinesis on the giant water droplet. Psychocompression, well, it was a skill that could be used on a weak enemy to immobilize them for a short period of time while inflicting damage. By using that ability forcefully, I was able to exert pressure on the giant mass of water and finally compress it. Did you ever think about something like this as a child? Assuming there was an unbreakable container, what would happen to the water inside if you kept pouring water into it while making it smaller and smaller? Once a liquid is compressed to a certain degree, it can no longer be compressed further, and due to the resistance force applied by the water to the container, it breaks. However, in this situation, the container could not be broken at all. That was what he was doing at that moment. He had created an invisible container that enveloped the gigantic mass of water and enclosed it within. And without restraint, I continued decreasing the volume of the invisible container and compressing the water. Although temperature also served as a factor, at around 3,500 atmosphere pressure, water would become a substance called Ice V, and above 6,200 atmosphere pressure, it would become Ice 6. Since I had never measured the strength of my telekinesis, I didn't know what kind of substance it was at that moment. However, I was able to verify it simply by observing how the water had turned into small pieces of ice. Maybe you'll try experimenting with charcoal next time. If I remember correctly, for coal to turn into diamond, the pressure required was approximately 1 million. So, if coal turned into diamond, I could prove that my telekinesis had enough pressure to rival atmospheric pressure of approximately 1 million. 8. Although, in this world where the laws of physics were sabotaging things, maybe it's not a great indicator. If this were the world, and certainly not coal, it wouldn't be surprising if rocks turned into diamonds. After all, anything was possible in this world. In any case, this was checkmate. By then, the gigantic mass of water could no longer maintain its shape and had decomposed into mana. By compressing it under great pressure, it had become a strange crystal. A legendary magic stone that is only created when a large amount of mana is compressed to its maximum. A mana diamond, did it really exist? Or rather, is it something that someone can create? Cruz was muttering something distractedly. I wondered what was wrong with him. While I was wondering that, Dino whispered and showed me the situation. It is believed that the crystal Rufus-sama just created is an illusory object that no one in Midgard had ever seen before. Even 200 years ago, Rufus-sama and the others thought it would be a nuisance, so she never showed it to anyone in public, and only used it as material to create her own accessories. Ah, I see. A strange object, huh? It seemed that he had unintentionally created a rather strange object a moment ago. It could actually be a useful material for alchemy. But right now, we had to prioritize Virgo's participation. To do that, I was able to do without a rare object. I quickly made that decision, levitated the crystal in the air, and moved it to a position that Virgo could easily point at. Now, Virgo, it's time to end it. Be eye-catching. Yes, yes. Although it was currently a piece of crystallized mana, if it were destroyed, it would turn back into water. So, it was time for Virgo to shine. After his response, he raised both hands and produced a bright, pure white light between them. Vindemtrix, an absolute magic negation ability that would completely erase mana. Virgo illuminated the crystal with a niche and situational skill that only Parthenos could use even in the game. 9 when he did. The crystal, which was compressed to its limit, vanished and disappeared completely from this world. He has the mana diamond. Did the legendary crystal just... Unfortunately for Cruz, who began panicking as if the world were ending, nobody cared about the state of his heart. As I was informed about the value of the crystal, I could partly understand why she was in such distress. However, I still questioned the need to shout all of that out loud. Oh, he burned up, pale as a ghost, and collapsed. I guess it was all over for this guy. While seated on the throne, Demon King ORM opened his eyes. Just then, in a distant land, a spark of false life had been extinguished. That was not all, however. The one who had sent that life to death was none other than himself. Since Venus was expelled, there was no one else who could make the 7 luminaries dance in the palm of their hand. That's what Terra thought. That line of thinking wasn't wrong. It was a fact. Terra's decision was undoubtedly correct. However, the seeds had already been sown. Knowing that Draupner's guardian deity had been poisoned, and considering Mercurius' personality and his affection for Luna, it was easy to predict what paths he would take next. Indeed, Mercurius had been following a predictable course, which led to his impending destruction. The only thing missing for this to happen was for the Demon King, who had now obtained the power to change the fate of the demon race, to show interest in the head of the guardian deity, when in reality, he was not interested in her at all. With just that, Mercurius would have embarked on the path to its own destruction. And reality proved that this was indeed the case. Exactly. It wasn't just Venus that led the 7 luminaries to destruction. The leader of the 7 luminaries, the Demon King himself, was the one who most desired that the demonic race, which was the magic of the goddess, would disappear from around him. ORM lowered his eyebrows sadly as he played with the key he had previously taken from Castor in his hand. Are you worried about something? A voice came from behind, and Dina showed her face from behind the throne. As usual, his entrance was ghostly. By the time you realized it, had already emerged from somewhere and be talking to you. ORM smiled slightly and put the key back down. Nothing much really. I just remember Mercurius' eyes. Eyes, did you say? Yes. The look she had when she came to beg me, full of affection for Luna, was very serious, you know? Sometimes this question comes to mind. Are they real dolls or not? In response to ORM muttering things, Dina unexpectedly narrowed her eyes and then continued in a calm voice and tone that lacked any form of emotion. They're dolls. Whether they have individuality or feelings for another person is irrelevant. Dolls are still dolls. They move as their owner wants, and, in the end, they're thrown away. That's their fate. Quite tough. Because it's a fact. Wouldn't it be creepy if a doll moved on its own without its owner's control? That's why the only thing they can do is move stealthily, try not to get caught. If they don't want to be thrown away, they have to return to their original position before they're found and say, "I'm a doll." Otherwise, they'll be thrown away. ORM closed his eyes and put all his weight on his back. At that moment, he was expressionless, and it was impossible to read what he was thinking. But Mercurius did not move in a way that went against the goddess's will. You might be right, but the answer is simple in that case. There's another bad doll out there breaking other dolls. If they find out, she'll definitely go straight to the trash, don't you think? How scary. Do you think they're going to throw me too? Maybe you are. Or perhaps, have you already been discarded? Dina smiled slightly as if to mock him, followed by ORM laughing in return. In that throne room where they both stood, only the eyes of the Demon King and the blue-haired girl shone in a strangely eerie way. Chapter 90, after successfully caring for, or rather, getting others to care for one of the 7 luminaries, Sei and her group returned to the yurts and received praise. However, personally, Sei felt that he could not enjoy the victory because he felt that he had somehow been robbed of the credit. No, let's stop using vague expressions like something. After all, Sei and her group had literally stepped in to steal Rufus' credit. In fact, aside from Virgo, no one from Rufus' group was present. Not wanting to cause any unnecessary disturbance, they returned to their mobile golem, which could be considered their base of operations. Regarding the credit issue, Rufus herself said, "I don't need something like that, so split it evenly with Virgo." Although the act of stealing the credit was done with the person's consent, Sei still couldn't feel right about it. As for the reward, he decided to allocate a larger share to Virgo. However, since his side was still receiving the full portion of the elixir, which was undoubtedly the most important part of the reward, he wasn't entirely comfortable with that aspect either. However, even regarding the elixir, Rufus had simply said, "I don't need it." Therefore, when one looked at the outcome, Sei and his group had ended up with all the honor and credit despite having done almost nothing. Sei almost wondered if there was an ulterior motive or not, because Rufus was being so generous. "Heroes, you have done us a great service. Know that your party has saved this country. Allow me to represent this country and thank you from the bottom of my heart. Here, your names will be forever etched in the history of this nation." After safely obtaining the elixir, Kainiko was in a very good mood and showered C's group with praise. After praising them, he raised his hand as a signal. In response, many beastmen who had been waiting for him approached and began depositing gold ingots one after another. Seeing all this, Jean and his adventurer's eyes shone. However, Sensei was unaware of its true value. He was confused. "Please check the amount. It should be a total of 5 million euros. Isn't this a bit much?" When Sei originally accepted the application, she was promised that the reward for participating would be 1,000 eru, and the reward for completing the application would be 500,000 eru. However, now that they had actually completed the mission and received the reward, it was 10 times the promised reward amount. Although it was the smallest portion, they had also received the elixir as a reward, so the total value of their rewards was enormous. In response to this question, Kainiko answered as if it were something obvious. "Your group is an officially recognized group of the hero of Levantine. Now that we've put them to work, if we only reward them with the same amount that adventurers would receive, other countries would question our common sense. This is the fair amount of rewards they should receive. They don't need to be stingy." Kainiko's response was something that would not surprise any individual in this world. Adventurers were exactly that. They were individuals who had the lowest social status in this world. A payment amounting to $500,000 could already be considered excessive. The only reason Sei felt that sense of unease was because he was originally from Japan, where workers were blessed. Sensing C's feelings, Jean patted him on the shoulders and told him not to worry about all this. "Furthermore, Hero Saidono, after learning about your work this time, the Emperor and Empress of our country have expressed their interest in meeting you. The Emperor has stated that, if you don't mind, he would like to welcome you into the royal family by making you the fiancé of our princess. What do you think?" The moment Kainiko finished proposing something outrageous while smiling, Cruz's eyes instantly sharpened. As expected, that's what happened. Thinking that way, Cruz took a step forward. It was to be expected that some members of royalty or nobles would propose something like this when the hero's name began to spread. In that case, whoever made the first move would be the winner. Once the hero became engaged to the princess, it would be nearly impossible for others to even consider him. Furthermore, any future achievements of the hero would be attributed to the royal family of Dropner. In all likelihood, after seeing the feats of that era, The royal family of Dropner had probably judged Say to be promising, at least to the extent that they believed it would be appropriate to hire one of the many princesses they had. Please wait, Kainika Dano. Is that what you call being too hasty? Say Dano has things to do, besides a home to return to. After all, we appreciate your offer, but it's not fair to restrict you like this. Yes, of course, we know that perfectly well. That's why we said that if Sedano didn't mind. What do you think, Sedano? Could you at least meet the princess once? Even the princess herself said she'd like to meet the hero. After hearing Kanko's rebuttal, Cruz could do nothing but grit his bravado as Kainiko smiled victoriously. That smile was exactly the kind of smile you would see on a cat that had successfully cornered a mouse. This stubborn cat, with a face that looks harmless to a human, is blocking Cease escape routes. Cruz was convinced of it and clenched his fist tightly. The royal family wants to meet you. Upon learning this, they found it impossible to refuse the request. The princess, huh? The problem is that Say wasn't dissatisfied with all of this. After all, everything up to that point had been difficult. She couldn't help but feel a warmth from the fantastic event she had just experienced. The hero and the princess. It was a very common story since ancient times. However, to say that I didn't admire it at all would be a lie. Fufufu, are you curious about the princess? No. That's quite all right. The fourth princess, Lechwi-sama, whom you are about to meet, is famous for her beauty. One, she has large eyes, snow-white skin, and a charming face. Barato, she is tolerant and readily accepts others. Undoubtedly, every man in the country would envy you. Upon hearing Kanko's speech about the prince's plea, Say hesitated. Although she believed there were some exaggerations in the description due to her position as a princess, if she was raised to such a degree, Say wanted to at least see what she was like. Furthermore, since I had already met Rufus and Virgo, I was already very aware that the beauties of this world were unreasonably beautiful beyond compare. Even without any makeup or Photoshop retouching, she still found it hard to believe that such beauties could casually walk around here and there. Even if it's just to meet them. Okay, then it's settled. Upon hearing Cease answer, Kainiko laughed inwardly as she confirmed her victory. The only remaining question was whether Say would be interested in the princess or not. However, he was convinced that Say would be. He only had to look at her once, and he wouldn't be able to look away. Kainiko was sure that Say would even forget her desire to return to her original world and decide to stay in this country forever. Letri was simply that beautiful. In fact, so beautiful that even Kainiko felt jealous of Say. Now that it is decided, let us hurry to the yurt where His Majesty the Emperor resides. Kainiko quickly cut the conversation short before the hero could change his mind and left. The preparations were complete, and a horse-drawn carriage was already waiting outside. Upon seeing it, Cruz grimaced again. This sneaky cat. He already planned everything in advance. Now, if Say were to become captivated by the princess, it would all be over. The hero would be robbed by Dropner. Furthermore, Cruz was powerless to do anything. For starters, if he made a wrong move, it would be considered disrespectful to the royal family. In the end, Cruz couldn't say anything and could only play along. The yurt that Say and the group were taken to was so extravagant that they didn't know if it could still be called a yurt. First of all, it was simply too big. It probably had several floors and a very solid foundation. There was a red carpet on the floor and a chandelier hung from the ceiling. As extravagant as it was no longer a tent but a palace. In fact, Say thought they should have built a palace normally instead of unreasonably improving a tent to this point. On what appeared to be a throne far too large for a human sat a polar bear draped in clothing that resembled that worn by a Mongolian. Atop its head was a glittering crown. At that moment, Say was filled with nothing but a bad feeling about what was to come. Hero, you've done well to come this far. Your work has been truly impressive so far. The one who spoke in a haughty tone was a bear in every sense, no matter how you looked at him. Bear beastkin. That's how it would be categorized. It was a kind of bipedal creature that was originally a bear. Unlike a real bear, its toe claws were retractable, so they looked quite similar to human fingertips. However, because they were much thicker than normal and covered in fur, it was a little difficult to discern the differences. In other words, apart from the fact that it wore clothes and could talk, it was impossible to distinguish it from a real bear. In addition, next to the throne, there was another chair that was occupied by a polar bear wearing a dress. Yes, I know what's going to happen. I see the joke. In fact, she has big eyes, snow-white skin, or rather fur, and a cute face. Tolerant and tolerant of people? Well, yes, he definitely seems big enough to bravado others. There's no doubt. She must be the princess. Oh my, I knew it would be a beast. Thinking about it, Say wanted to start crying. Of course. I already knew this was a land of beast men. Sure, the princess is a beast man too. But I just wanted to dream bravado. Okay, hero. If you wish, we can discuss a future plan together, why your majesty. Excuse me, but I am still inexperienced and immature. I fear I am not worthy to care for your precious daughter. Really? We really don't care. And no, even if her majesty doesn't mind, she couldn't forgive me if I did. The Bear King quickly brought up the subject of marriage with his daughter. However, Say respectfully rejected it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It's not even about racism or anything like that. It's simply impossible to imagine having a bear as a fiancé. I could even end up dying if he touches me a little. And above all, there's too much of a difference in our beauty standards. I mean, there's no doubt she's pretty. That's a fact. But I feel there's too much of a difference in how cute is used. I mean, looking at dogs and cats and thinking they're cute and looking at a person of the opposite sex, like a Virgo, and thinking they're cute is completely different. At the very least, I can't think of that princess as being of the opposite sex. Or rather, I only figure it out because of her clothes, but if they weren't wearing anything, I wouldn't even know what gender they were. Geez, I couldn't even tell them apart. Why, yes, that's right. We have to give the elixir to the Barado, Sama. Yes, let's go, Kainiko-san. Huh, no, but if the Barado falls to the poison while we're still talking, it'll be a serious problem. Let's go now. I can't understand. Say said what he wanted and quickly rushed out of the shop as though fleeing. Needless to say, it was clearly a rude act on his part. However, the Bear King didn't seem to care at all about what had happened. Perhaps it was to be expected from the king of the beastmen. He personally didn't care for such trivialities of etiquette. However, his ears were drooping slightly, and it was clear he was somewhat depressed. Did we do something wrong? And no, absolutely nothing. We will severely reprimand the hero after all this. No need. We called the hero to praise him, not to scold him. We'll cancel any problems that may have arisen as a result of this incident. As Cruz frantically bowed his head, he felt relieved inside. Thank God Say didn't let himself be won over by the princess of this country. Although Say's behavior towards the emperor was problematic, as Cruz had been informed, Say had grown up in a country where he very rarely came face to face with royalty, so it might have been an unavoidable incident. Besides, Cruz couldn't say she didn't understand Say's actions. After all, anyone would want to avoid marrying a bear. While Cruz was thinking such a thing, a young girl came out of the back room. She had skin as white as snow and white hair. Big, round eyes, a sweet and tender face and chubby cheeks, and bare ears on the sides of the face. There was no doubt that she was a beauty. Not only that, against all odds, she was an extreme beauty born as a result of a beastman-human pairing, making her a figurative endangered species and worthy of being called a beastman beauty. Half-beast. And so beautiful it could be considered miraculous? At that moment, the young half-beast asked the Bear King a question in front of the astonished Cruz. Father, I apologize for being late. Could you tell me where the hero is? About that, Lechwe. I'm sorry. It seems the approach we took ran into some problems. Unfortunately, the hero has just left this place. Upon hearing the conversation between the two, Cruz unconsciously wanted to say, Is she the princess? Is this girl the princess? So who is the bear sitting next to you wearing the dress? Cruz frantically withheld that answer and posed a question to the Bear King while maintaining some composure. Is this Lady Princess Lechwe? Yes, that's right. She's beautiful, and she looks like us. Doesn't she? I I had mistakenly assumed that I was the lady sitting next to you. Hmm. Ah, the one sitting next to me is the first royal consort, Kamaru. 3, isn't she beautiful? Ah, I see. You must be wondering why we have a half-beast princess, even though we're both half. The answer is because Lechwi is the daughter of the 4th royal consort. Even though you're a bear, you hold unusual views on family arrangements? Although Cruz wanted to respond in that way, he suppressed it with his iron will. So is that it? That this bear king is quite vigorous and has many wives? And this Lechwi princess was probably born to the human wife. Having deduced so much, it was time for Cruz to truly feel relieved in his heart. Thank goodness, Say, and Princess Lechwi didn't end up meeting. What luck! Chapter 91 Say, who had run away as if he were fleeing, looked up at the sky and felt melancholic. Although I ran away in the heat of the moment, now that I think about it, what I did could have been quite insulting. But if I had stayed there, I probably would have gotten carried away with the situation or something and ended up getting engaged to that bear princess. So, even in hindsight, I don't know what the right course of action was. Although Say had left the yurt after using the excuse of providing the elixir to the guardian deity, it was Kainiko, not Say, who had the elixir in her possession. In other words, all his actions amounted to literally running away, and currently there was nothing he could do. Ah, yes, I really messed up, huh? By this point, he was regretting his actions. Yeah, while he was wasting time, Cruz, Virgo, Gantz, Friedrich, and the others left the store one after the other. When Cruz approached Say, he began to shout as if he were angry. Although, it was obvious from his tone that he was only pretending to be angry and that he wasn't actually angry. It's no use, leaving the room without permission when you're in the Emperor's presence. That bear emperor was far too frivolous. I mean, magnanimous, but in front of other kings, you could even end up in jail for being the rudest person imaginable. Especially if you'd been in front of the vampire princess and done the same thing, it wouldn't be surprising if you'd been executed. I'm sorry. Okay, yes, we got through it this time thanks to that, but, well, next time, definitely don't do anything like that. Got it. Because of the commendable achievements they had made for the country. This time, the incident was forgotten. However, Cease actions were something that should never have been done. After being severely reprimanded, Say lowered his head. Seeing Cease's condition, Cruz decided to leave it at that and coughed slightly. Instead of continuing the reprimand, he decided to change the subject. All right, now let's go to the guardian deity. Even if we linger here, the guardian deity may be suffering after all. That's fine. I have no objection to that. In response to Cruz's suggestion, Kainiko also agreed and subsequently led the group from the front. The location of the guardian deity was the country's top secret. Therefore, among them, no one but Kainiko knew its location. Despite this secrecy, it was perhaps determined that there was no reason to hide it since Say was the hero who had saved this country. Kainiko continued walking normally while Say and her group followed her, and finally they set foot in the forest. Say remembered the place they had entered, as it was undoubtedly the forest from which the dinosaur had emerged. Once inside the forest, he could see the sunlight filtering through the gaps in the branches and hear the birds singing. Are bright lights mana? Nature undisturbed by the hand of man was proportionately mystical and fantastic. When you add the brilliance of mana to all of that, it was no wonder that this area was described as a space distinct from reality. When Say raised his head, he saw a human-sized butterfly fluttering around him and small birds that reached his stomach hopping around him. Hey, they're way too big. Although at first it seemed like a fantastic place, now it's starting to look like the lair of a magical beast. However, what fascinated Say the most was how Virgo had been in a very good mood since they entered the forest. He noticed that she was happily looking around the forest and in a state where she could start humming at any moment. Virgo-san, do you like the forest? It's fine that you call me Virgo. It feels a little strange when people end my name with San. Okay, I understand. But yes, you seem to be in a very good mood. Yes, for as long as I can remember, I've lived in the forest. Although I've heard that normal flugel like to live on mountaintops, I personally prefer the forest. The beastmen lived on the plains, and the flugels lived high in the mountains. Dwarves preferred caves, and the Floriensis were nomads who did not stay in one fixed place. Humans created villages wherever they went, and vampires resided in the darkness. Finally, the elves stayed within the forest. This was common knowledge about the main habitats of the 7 races in Midgard. As this knowledge demonstrates, the flugels originally inhabited the mountains and not the forest. Mountains, or rather, they simply preferred higher places. Even Rufus was no exception, for the castle he had built was a tower that rose to the sky. Taking all this into account, Virgo might have been a rather rare individual among the flugel race. Oh, that's quite strange. I think flugels are usually hated by forests overflowing with mana. I listen to it a lot too, but it seems I don't really feel that way. How fascinating. It's possible one of your parents absorbed a lot of mana. That's how it is. Cruz raised his fingers and counted the number of exceptions among the flugels who did not dislike mana. Yes, when parents absorb a lot of mana, even among the flugel race, individuals are seen who don't hate mana. For example, Rufus Maffel, there are records of him entering a place with such a high mana density, Helheim, that even elves hesitate to enter, and he did so without flinching. But Virgo's wings are pure white. You know, it is neither limited nor determining whether the change manifests itself externally. It was even said that the parents of that Rufus Maffel possessed normal white wings. Upon hearing Cruz's explanation, what came to Cease's mind was the story of Migrez. If Say correctly recalled Migrez's story, Cinchuredo, her changes did not appear on the outside, and she maintained wings of a pure white. In this case, they were curious to know who Virgo's parents might be. To have a daughter like Virgo who showed no aversion to mana to the point of expressing her love for being inside the forest, her parents must have been individuals who had absorbed a huge amount of mana. In other words, there is an extremely high possibility that Virgo's parents, or at least one of them, were one of the heroes who had existed 200 years ago. We're here. It's right across the street. It seemed that while they were talking, they had reached their destination. Kainiko, who was walking in front, spoke and stopped. Following Kainiko, Say and the group continued until they entered an open space before stopping. Curiously, no trees sprouted in that place. Nature itself created a circular space, as if to make life easier for the dragon. It was a place where soft grass covered the ground in abundance and would normally have looked picturesque. However, the first thing Say and the group experienced was a feeling of fear and dread. A gigantic body, which would exceed 50 meters in length, lay stretched out on the ground. It looked like a fantasy dragon. Its blue scales would undoubtedly reflect rays of light and shine brightly. However, at this moment, that dragon was seriously injured. The dragon's scales were cracked, and it was bleeding all over its body. It could barely breathe. Was it a consequence of the illness? No, definitely not. The illness alone would not have caused this dragon-like state. As if to explain his state, Say noticed that above the dragon were the shadows of 4 silhouettes. Look what we have here. How strange to see visitors inside the forest. The first to speak was a strange-looking woman. Although the upper half of the silhouette was that of a human, its lower half was covered in scales and resembled the body of a snake. Alamia was one of the species within the category of magical beasts that were said to possess intelligence no less than that of a human. One, however, under the definitions arbitrated by the humanoids, they were categorized as magical beasts and were therefore one of the species that were subject to oppression and persecution. It seems they came to cure the guardian dragon's illness. But now it's impossible. The next one to speak was a monster that had the head of a fish. This creature belonged to a species of magical beasts called tritons. The defining characteristics of this species were that the upper body of the male tritons was that of a fish, while the lower body of the female mermaids was that of a fish. Although it was claimed for many years that coexistence with humans was possible, even today they were still categorized as magical beasts. Due to their current situation, they lived independently in the ocean and were believed to have their own cultures and traditions. Get out of here, young man. You're not our target. In reaction to the third thing that raised its voice, Say almost shouted out loud. Bug, it was a bug. Although the boa's silhouette was that of a human, its head was that of a spider. Furthermore, numerous spider legs sprouted from its back. It was a species called bug within the magical beasts. Like the beastmen, they were originally insects, but were transformed into humans through the influence of mana. Alternatively, they were originally human, but ended up transforming after consuming too many insects that had absorbed mana. Whatever their origin, in this world, due to their horrible and repulsive appearances, they were subjected to being categorized as magical beasts, making it impossible for them to obtain the same rights and privileges as other humanoids. Ha ha, they're scared. That's why I said the sergeant isn't here, just because of how you look. The last to speak was a young woman with a flower in her hair. Like the previous individual, its silhouette closely resembled that of a human. However, grass and flowers grew from its limbs, revealing that it was not human. Looking even closer, its legs were like those of something that had already transformed into the roots of a plant and didn't even have any muscles attached to them. It belonged to a species that possessed plant-like characteristics within the category of magical beasts called dryads, or sometimes known as dryads. This species had extremely human-like features. However, they were also subjected to unfair categorization and subsequently unjust persecution and oppression because they were categorized as magical beasts. In other words, the 4 individuals present all belonged to species that did not differ much from other humanoids. However, due to arbitrary categorization criteria, they were considered magical beasts. These 4 were also victims of this world system. You detestable magical beasts. Stay away from the guardian dragon Sama right now. Kainiko screamed in anger and drew her sword. However, the 4 individuals atop the dragon showed a greater indication of anger in response to those words. The 4 individuals looked at Kainiko with the same expression they would have had upon seeing their parents' killer. Spider-Man then responded as their representative. Magical beast. I suppose you're right. In today's world, we are magical beasts. We're forced into that category. But between you and us, what exactly is the difference? That we can talk. We can even understand each other. Except for our appearance, we are completely equal. So why do they treat us like magical beasts? Why do they persecute us, oppress us, and drive us out? After hearing Spider-Man's question, there was no one who could answer immediately. What was the difference between them? Even if you asked them that, they wouldn't know. They could only answer, you just look different. At that moment, the Lamia woman placed her hand on Spider-Man's shoulder and calmed him down. Enough. There's no point in asking them that. We've spent centuries trying to defend our rights. We've strived to understand each other and walk together. But even so, they've ignored us. That's why we decided this, isn't it? Now that we've come this far, there's no point in talking to these people. Even if we did, nothing would change. You're right. You're absolutely right. The only one who can save us is Leon Sama. We shouldn't depend on humanoids anymore. Upon hearing the Lamia and the Spider-Man talking to each other, Say felt a sense of unease like never before. Different. They're different from all the other magical beasts I have encountered so far. They are right. They are intelligent. And we are also able to talk to them. They may look different, but we can walk together. Say wasn't well informed about how this world worked. He also didn't know the details of how to distinguish humanoids from magical beasts. However, he was able to understand to some extent how much those 4 must have suffered and been distressed before finally reaching that point. He understood because he was a resident of another world. Those who lived in this world from the beginning would not have been able to understand it. They would only have been able to see the magical beasts complaining and bravado on their own, all simply because it was programmed into his common sense. Silence, you magical beasts. After wounding the guardian dragon so severely, you speak of walking beside me? You make me laugh. Why do you treat them like magical beasts? How foolish. The answer? It's right in front of me. Your mouths speak of peace, yet you come armed with a weapon. You're absurd. Kulme, become a blot on my sword. You filthy magical beasts. Kainiko roared with anger and leaped towards them with the speed of a feline. It seemed that his intention was to attack Spider-Man, who was at the front of the group first. However, the sword that Kainiko wielded was easily repelled by one of the Spiderkin's arms and ended up being thrown into the air after receiving a simple kick as a counterattack. Grr. This time, after seeing Kainiko defeated, Friedrich howled with fury. The Sword Saint, famous for being the strongest humanoid, attacked the guardian dragon and unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful sword slash using his entire body. However, Spider-Man received this attack head-on in the same way as Kainiko's attack and was able to completely stop the Sword Saint's attack after simply taking a step back. In the end, the Sword Saint's defenseless back was struck by the Dryad's whip-like arm, and he ended up trapped in the spot. Google. How weak, how weak. The strongest humanoid, the Sword Saint, can only do this? Really, humanoids are so weak now. Just like Leon Sama said, cool. This time, Virgo flew and attacked the Dryad. The first blow cut the Dryad's arm, and the second cut the blade she used for defense, finally creating a small fissure in her body. It was undoubtedly a fatal wound for any human. However, although the Dryad was somewhat surprised, she suffered no significant damage. Oh, what is this? Girl, you're doing so well. The Dryad stretched out her plant-like arm. However, Virgo flew higher and avoided all the attacks. Following her bravado, Spider-Man and the merman leaped and collided fiercely with her in midair, moving so fast that Sei couldn't follow them with the unaided eye. The merman and the arachnid attacked with their harpoons and weapons, respectively. Despite this, Virgo managed to deflect their attacks with swift swordsmanship. The next instant, the Lamia launched a magical attack like a cannonball. In response, Virgo swiftly maneuvered through the sky and managed to dodge the magical attack. However, in that momentary lapse, the Triton leaped over Virgo and threw her down with his harpoon. Although Virgo managed to defend herself against the attack with her sword just in time, she couldn't withstand the impact. Even though she managed to stop her momentum just before hitting the ground, as she recovered, the Dryad's plant-like arm lunged at her from the side and knocked her down. Thanks to Sei rushing to cushion Virgo's fall just before he crashed into a tree, he avoided serious injury. However, both of their movements were restricted when Spider-Man took the opportunity to shoot webs. Sure. What? Can't I see what's in front of me because of the wings? In a short time, Kainiko, Friedrich, Sei, and even Virgo were left without powers. As this reality took hold of Cruz and the others, the Lamia looked at Virgo and sighed. I'm surprised. There's someone very capable here. But if you have so much power, you'll be an obstacle in the future. I'm sorry, but I'll make sure you die here. Wait. From what I can see, she's just a child. There's no reason to go that far. Sergeant, you're too soft. Stay back. Why not? The Lamia pointed her hand towards Virgo and transmuted a water spear. However strong Virgo was, in her current state where she could not perform any action, receiving this attack would probably be fatal. The spear shot towards Virgo without hesitation. But before it could strike, Ricardo, Nick, and Shu intervened to try and protect her. The three tried individually to stop the spear by blocking the water lance with their weapons. However, they only succeeded in breaking their weapons the moment they collided with the water lance. Furthermore, the water spear pierced even the armor of the three, causing all three to be struck through their flanks and legs as the spear continued to fly towards Virgo. Virgo closed her eyes before she could reach her, while Sei somehow tried to change her position to be in the path of the spear's trajectory. But what happened in the end proved how unnecessary all these actions were. A swivel anchor flew out from inside the forest, knocking down all the trees in its path and repelling the water lance. Who? The Lamia opened her eyes wide in surprise and looked at the anchor. The anchor, which had stolen everyone's attention, flew in an arc and returned to where its owner was. And then, a man appeared from inside the forest. The handsome young man had blonde hair, wore a white coat, and an eye patch. He clutched the giant anchor as if it were a light weapon and stared at the four demi-humans as if to intimidate them. Who am I? Actually, I'm nobody special. I'm just a hapless fellow who had a minor accident and ended up falling nearby. But yes, it seemed like a situation I couldn't ignore. I don't know the situation very well, but I decided to lend a hand, even if just for a moment. As his coat billowed, the man brandished the anchor. If you look closely, you could see he had wounds all over his body. Even his clothes were torn here and there. Despite that, the feeling of great strength could still be felt just by looking at him. Say also sensed the man's strength as a slight, tingling sensation ran down her skin. And at that moment, this is what she was thinking. This man is strong, and to the point of being in a completely different league. Nobody knew what had happened. However, it was clear that he had suffered some damage. It was in a far from perfect condition. However, even in such a setting, the man possessed a presence that could overwhelm the 4 demi-humans. At that moment, one half of the twins, one of the pillars of the 12 celestial stars of the tyrannical paths, the fairy prince's sword, Castor, smiled fearlessly. Chapter 92. Inside the forest, 4 demi-humans and a handsome man stood facing each other. If you only looked at the numbers, it was 4-1. Furthermore, for some reason, the man had already suffered considerable damage before anything had even started. Furthermore, as observed in the previous fight, the 4 demi-humans individually were not easy to defeat, as each one had the ability to easily defeat Friedrich, the sword saint who was famous for being the strongest living individual among humanoids. However, the 4 were unable to take any action at that time. Faced with a single seriously injured stranger, they were mentally completely overwhelmed. There wasn't a single chance. All 4 could imagine themselves being victims of a counterattack, no matter how they attacked the man. It was precisely because those 4 were somewhat strong that they were able to clearly understand the differences in their strength. However, they could see that their enemy was seriously wounded. Therefore, they believed that he was not an enemy they could not defeat. After making that decision, the 4 dispersed and charged at Castor. First, Spider-Man and Merman faced off against Castor, both using their own weapons to attack. In response, the Merman's harpoon was blocked by the anchor, while Spider-Man's arm was stopped by the tip of a single finger. No matter how much force they used, he didn't move an instant. Castor first sent the Merman flying backward with a kick and then, with a backhand, struck him, slamming him to the ground. The Spider-Kin was able to react quickly enough to avoid receiving a direct hit, but a hard one. The Spider-Kin suffered damage large enough to slow him down significantly, which made him wonder why the damage was so great even though he had avoided the blow. The newt that was hit directly was trapped in a tree and became completely unconscious, while Spider-Man had broken arms. Water explosion. 2 aerial cutter. 3 the Lamia shot a bullet of water, and the Dryad unleashed a sword of wind. However, Castor dragged them along with the anchor as if he were shaking off a buzzing fly and quickly moved to counterattack. Snow Partridge. For the moment Castor finished pronouncing the name of the spell, with himself at its center, a beam extended from him as he spread his wings and finally pierced through all 4 of them. After being struck by lightning, the 4 collapsed, exhaling black smoke. However, they were not yet dead. However, with just one attack, they had suffered serious injuries, clearly and painfully highlighting the difference in skill between the 2 sides. Facing the 4 individuals who were now kneeling on the ground, Castor continued to maintain an expression as if he were holding back. I made sure they didn't end up dead, but if they want to continue, I need them to be prepared. Now, do they still want to continue? No. The Spider-Man who appeared to be their representative groaned in a muffled voice and raised his hand to his companions to give an order. We are retreating. Are you serious? A corpse like this, if we all unite against it, should be easy, right? Next time we won't be careless. We've already achieved our goal. There's no point in staying any longer. Although the Dryad tried to argue against Spider-Man, who had calmly ordered the rest to retreat, his decision did not change. The difference in skill was as clear as night and day. Even if the other group was already seriously wounded, it was obvious they would die if they continued fighting. Furthermore, the most terrifying moment was when someone with skill was cornered. Therefore, he decided to withdraw without attempting the impossible. He thought it was the best decision he could make in this situation. Wait, who exactly are they? Why did they do something like that? Say shouted questioningly at the four who were walking away. When he did, Spider-Man turned around and answered in a low voice. We're the ones who seek to revolutionize the world. The world revolution? That's right, that's right. You humanoids have very little time left to maintain that smug look. If Leon Sama decides to get serious, you and the demons could be overwhelmed quickly and easily. It'll be our era. In response to C's question, which they were under no obligation to answer truthfully, both Spider-Man and the Dryad answered in turn. Seeing that they both responded, the Lamia hit their heads with her fist. Eh, don't talk nonsense. Come on, let's go home quickly. The Lamia used her tail to grab the unconscious Newt and pulled him towards her as the Dryad reluctantly raised her hands. When he did, with her at the center, a gust of wind began to blow and lifted the four of them into the air. Subsequently, without even having a chance to stop them, the demi-humans escaped from that area, eventually getting far enough away that they could no longer be seen. Who on earth were those guys? They're giving off a bad feeling, somehow. I think we can deduce from their words that something very bad is about to happen soon. Gantz, who was freeing Virgo and safe from the ropes, muttered a question, followed by Cruz responding with what he had deduced while sweating profusely. The world revolution, the humanoids and magical beasts, and then Leon. I had a bad feeling about all of this. At the very least, I couldn't imagine a positive outcome. In any case, they would have to think about all this later. Right now, they needed to prioritize what to do about the Guardian Dragon and their own injured comrades. Cruz quickly ran to his companions and checked on them to see how injured they were. My, how awful. I'm fine. Attend to the Guardian Dragon Sama first. According to Cruz's observation, Ricardo, Nick, and Jean's injuries were very serious. All three had suffered deep wounds that reached down to the bone. So even if a high-level healing skill was used, they would still need a few days to fully recover. Given their condition, even if they recovered, it would probably be impossible for them to continue their journey. Virgo, who had finally regained her freedom, bowed her head to Castor in gratitude for saving her life and quickly ran towards the Guardian Dragon. In truth, she wanted to take more time to thank him. However, she needed to check on the Guardian Dragon's condition first. High healing. She extended her hands toward the Guardian Dragon and applied a healing light. High healing. This was a high-level version of the fundamental divine recovery magic, healing. Although the spell's effectiveness also depended on the user. With Virgo as the caster, the ability could restore approximately 30,000 hit points to the target per cast. In other words, in this current era, she was almost able to completely restore the HP of most living creatures after a single cast. However, the Guardian Dragon's wounds did not seem to disappear, nor did it open its eyes after using the ability. Upon seeing the result, Virgo paled. It's too late. No matter what recovery spell we use, it's impossible to help the Guardian Dragon now. Because he's already dead. What's wrong with you, Virgo Dono? Why don't you get better? I'm sorry. With my skill, it's too much. Kainiko gripped Virgo's shoulders tightly and shook her as she spoke in a trembling voice. However, Virgo simply closed her eyes and shook her head. In fact, there was an ability to resurrect a person or creature that had already died. Although the ability was limited in such a way that it only had an effect shortly after passing, it was indeed a fact that a resurrection spell existed within the category of divine magic. However, it was a spell belonging to the highest level of magic and not something Virgo had already acquired. Perhaps Rufus could have used that ability. However, Virgo still couldn't. That can't be. I heard it from Sedano. You're a comrade of that Rufus Maffle fellow, aren't you? Then a concept like impossible shouldn't. I'm sorry. I am the lowest and weakest level of all, and... TSK. After hearing Virgo's answer, Kainiko had a sad look as she let go of Virgo's hands. His face was distorted as if he felt resentment, regret, or both. But he couldn't direct that resentment and regret toward Virgo because of his knightly pride. So, ultimately, those feelings were directed toward the magical beasts which barely allowed him to maintain his sanity. Just look, magical beasts. Kenko's entire body fur was standing on end. Meanwhile, after hearing the above statement made by Kainiko, Castor was intrigued by what he had heard and approached Virgo after passing by the furious cat. Then he stared intently at Virgo's face and observed her, which finally made Virgo unable to stand it any longer and speak. I apologize. Staring at Aladdin's face was impolite. Please forgive me. Do you know Rufus-sama? Ah, yes. Are you Rufus, comrade? His personality of nodding honestly affirmatively even after being asked such a question was definitely a bad move on his part. It wouldn't be surprising if she were arrested as a result. However, the man nodded happily as if to say, I see, and then reached into his pocket and pulled out a small bottle. Then he poured that liquid into the mouth of the guardian dragon. Was that? It is called Amrita. 5. It is the highest level alchemical treasure, created by combining the water of Erdebrunner, the elixir, the blood of the Dragon King, the blood of the Phoenix, and other rare materials in a jar. 6. Its effect is superior to that of an elixir, and although the special effect only works if used shortly after death, it can even resurrect a dead person. It is a masterpiece of which even Rufus-sama only created a limited quantity. Although Virgo couldn't fully understand a word she had just said, she could at least understand that it was something extremely precious. As if to support his assumption, Cruz was showing the whites of his eyes. The blood of the Dragon King, the blood of the Phoenix, the water of Erdebrunner, abababa. Is this okay? To use something so precious? All right. It seems you're my new comrade after all. You can consider this a small celebratory gift from me. So you too. I thought so. Apologies for the late introduction. I'm one of the pillars of the 12 celestial stars of the tyrannical paths, Castor of the twins. 12 celestial stars. Upon hearing that title, Gantz and the others quickly assumed a cautious stance. However, for some reason, Say did not react like the others, and instead chose to observe the interaction between Virgo and Castor. How should I put it? It just feels different. Compared to the others in the 12 stars, I can sense this man's tranquility. At least he's so calm that he doesn't make me feel like I need to be on my guard, not to mention that he's the one who helped us. I feel that being on his guard against him is simply rude. This thought process caused Say to not prepare a battle stance. Looks like the dragon has come back to life. Impressive vitality, as expected, haha. Everyone responded to Castor's words by looking towards the guardian dragon. When they did, they saw that all of the guardian dragon's wounds were completely healed and he was sleeping peacefully. After seeing that, Castor smiled happily and walked over to the nearby tree before leaning his back against it and sitting down. Are you okay? Oh, no problem. I messed up right when I got here, so I need to rest and recover a bit. If I rest for a while, I'll be able to walk again. Castor calmly answered Say, who asked in a worried voice. Then Castor looked at everyone else and continued speaking. But is it really okay to waste your time with me? I don't know the details, but it seems you're in a very complicated situation. I thought it would be better if you spent your time discussing the best course of action. After Castor reminded them, Say and the others looked at each other. It was exactly as Castor had said. It was time to go back quickly and report what had just happened. It was unlikely that what had just happened was a simple independent attack by the magical beasts. It was more deliberate against the country. No, against all humanoid races. One could only believe that his actions were a hostile declaration against all humanoids. You're right. Besides, Nick and the others also need proper medical attention. So let's go back first. But those guys could come back. Isn't it important that someone takes care of the guardian dragon? Say suggested they return, and Gantz suggested they leave someone near the guardian dragon. When they argued like that, Virgo was the one who offered to stay. In that case, he'll stay. I also want to talk to Castor-san. I understand, but if it looks like she's about to do something, then run fast, okay? After all, she's one of the 12 stars. You don't know what she's going to do to you. That's fine. When Virgo said she would stay, Cruz told her, worried. However, Virgo was also one of the 12 stars. Therefore, Her words and actions were no different from those of Cruz, who told her, "You are one of the 12 stars, so I don't know what you're going to do." Of course, Cruz was unaware that Virgo was also one of the 12 stars. Therefore, he had no intention whatsoever of it being interpreted that way. In the end, Say and the rest left the forest, while Virgo, Castor, and the guardian dragon stayed behind, out of the frying pan and into the fire. As she healed Castor, Virgo thought that other things awaited her from now on. This made her sigh aloud. 7 Chapter 93 My card is an ace. So Dina Samus' turn will be skipped. No, you're that bad. No, I don't have any cards I can use. So we'll take some from the deck. 3 of hearts, huh? I don't have a 3. Then I'll take 3 cards. While Virgo was visiting the Emperor's yurt, we were bored, so we decided to have some fun playing with a deck of cards that I had transmuted using alchemy. The game we were playing was called American Page 1, and its basic rules were similar to those of Uno. Or rather, it was simply Uno. The next player had to play a card of the same suit or number as the previous player, and certain numbers had certain special effects. For example, the ace card Libra played made the next player skip a turn. Meanwhile, the 3-card Ego Caros played forced the next player to play the same number 3, and if they didn't, they would have to draw 3 cards from the deck. In addition, similar to Uno, there was a rule that stated that if a player had no usable cards, they should continue drawing cards until they had a usable card, and the first player to empty their hand was the winner. And just for reference, the first person to get rid of all the cards in his hand was Karkinos, and the second in place was Scorpius. In other words, we were in the middle of a fight for 3rd place. The card that Ares had just used was the 8. This number could be used regardless of the suit of the previous card and allowed the next suit to be specified. I'm going to choose swords. Then I'll use this. After Ares specified swords, I played a 5 of swords. This card had no special effect. Then Libra played a 9 of spades, which caused Dina to scream. The special effect of a number 9 was reversed. In other words, instead of Dina getting her turn as she should have, the rotation reversed back towards me. Although it was a shame, Dina only had 1 more card in her hand. If we gave her a careless turn, she could win, so Libra's move was the right one. I'm finished too. However, Dina wasn't the only one with a card remaining. Ares was in the same situation. He placed his last card, the 6 of spades, on the pile and secured 3rd place. This isn't good. At this rate, we could even end up in last place. Oh, by the way, Rufa-sama, are these playing cards new merchandise? If we manage them well, I think they could even be a great source of income. Something as simple as this would be easily copied by others. We wouldn't gain much from it. I answered Karkino's question while looking at the cards I had in my possession. In this world, there was no such thing as intellectual property rights. Therefore, any idea that people consider good was subject to being stolen by others. The dwarves, who came to hate this, created a system called the patent system. I think Blutgang could have a system similar to intellectual property rights. While I was thinking about something like that in my head, I managed to empty my hand and complete the game. Sigh. I'm 4th this time, huh? I'm in a delicate position this time. Mr. Rufus. Just as I managed to complete the game, Virgo entered the room. She must have finally completed her audience with the Emperor to receive his gratitude and successfully heal the guardian dragon. It took me longer than I expected, so I was happy that we made playing cards to pass the time. However, I noticed that Virgo was nervous and sweating, so I had to adjust my thought process. It seems that something problematic happened. What happened, Virgo? I have something I need to talk to you about. But first, there's someone who wants to meet Rufus-sama. I got up from the sofa and walked towards the door. While I was doing that, I saw that there was someone handsome wearing a white coat who gave off a pirate-like vibe. I didn't remember seeing it before. However, looking at it made me nostalgic. Although it was just a guess, I thought it was someone I knew. At least, that's what I felt. Anyway, I suppose I should try to dredge it up from my memory. Lately, whenever there was a trigger, it hadn't been too difficult to bring back memories of the real Rufus. When I decided this, I focused my consciousness on myself, searching through the memories I didn't remember. Oh, that's right. I remember now. If I'm not mistaken, it's Castor, older brother of the twins, and one of the 12 celestials of the tyrannical path. He possessed a good balance in the handling of magical and physical abilities. In the game, he was nicknamed Fairy Siblings, brother and sister, and was always in the same set with his sister. However, in this world, it was clear that he moved around on his own. To reflect that, his condition showed something he didn't remember ever seeing before. Beaver level 800 species, fairy attribute, wood power 32, 555,000 sp, 2,309,800 str, strength attack power 4208 dx, dexterity 2,100 vit, vitality 3,005 int, intelligence 6,000 agi, skill speed 3995 mnd, mental power 800 luk, luck 1092 equipment head, right arm, anchor spear, STR 1200 AGI, 200 use both hands, left arm, body. Sky Pirate's Garment reduces mana usage when using would attribute arcane magic. Foot. Other. Sky Pirate Code reduces physical damage received by half. Although it was the first time I'd seen Castor stats without him being in a set with his sister, his stats were decent enough to be useful even if he was alone. However, because she was always on the same team as her sister, her individual strength was only close to that of Ares, even when using her team. In terms of types, he was a backline magic attacker who could also defend in the front line. Therefore, his role overlapped somewhat with that of Sagittarius. Although compared to Sagittarius, who was purely specialized in speed and magically enhanced attacks, Castor had a decent ability to fight on the front line, so it wasn't impossible to distinguish between the two. That said, he finds himself in a very strange situation. After all, if it was about the role of the multifaceted man, Ares already existed. Or rather, in the game, the tamed beasts had no equipment. For starters, it should have been impossible to even equip them with equipment as a tamer. Could it be that if I manufacture specialized equipment for Ares, Aegokeros, and the others, they would become even stronger than they are now? But yes, the most important thing I need to pay attention to right now is this strange situation where he's missing HP. It's been a long time, Rufus-sama. I always believed you would return someday. In fact, I'm glad to see you're in good health, Castor. Castor knelt in front of me and bowed his head. My first impression wasn't bad at all. I didn't like his Prince Charming looks, but he wasn't like Ares and the others who had been causing trouble up until then, nor like Karkinos, who had a strange personality. Was it about time that someone with common sense and sanity joined a party full of idiots you'd want to argue with all day? Era, isn't that Castor? What are you doing in a place like this? Wow, it's been a long time. 200 years, hasn't it? Castor, Scorpius, and Karkinos, who had already finished playing the card game, appear behind me and began talking to Castor. In addition, Ares and Libra also joined together and took a look at her face. It seemed that Aegokeros and Dina were the ones still playing to avoid last place. In my peripheral vision, I saw that they were both staring at the cards in their hands and groaning. By the way, you look really exhausted. As for that, I'm so sorry. The Demon King stole the key to heaven from me the other day. The one Rufus-sama entrusted me to protect. The key to heaven? What on earth is that? As I watched Castor crawling on the ground apologizing, I searched my memory. However, I couldn't recall anything that matched what he had just said. At least there wasn't an object like that in the game, right? It wasn't as if he remembered the names of every element in the game. However, he was sure he knew all the important ones. However, he was certain that no such element existed in the game. He knew of a single-use item that could open any dungeon door, called the dungeon key. 3 anyway, I should ask Dina later. She probably knew something about it. But in any case, you fought the Demon King. Of course that didn't work out well. With your current state, even if the Demon King were performing handstands, you wouldn't be able to win against him. Okay, don't let it bother you. Dina, take care of him. Please wait a moment. I'm almost finished. Oh, this is my victory. It seemed that they had finally completed the game. Dina, who had come in last place, got up from her seat and started walking towards us looking depressed. In any case, as it was probably the first time they had met, I decided to introduce them. Castor, this is Dina, and she's currently my advisor. She says she was also here 200 years ago, but since her presence is so infrequent, I can't confirm if it's true. She's rather suspicious in many ways, but don't hesitate to treat her well. Is it okay? Well, he's not a bad person. Probably. Castor looked wary after my frank introduction. However, since a distrustful person is naturally distrustful, there wasn't much more he could do. Even if he had clumsily decided to cover it up, there would only be contradictions later on. For starters, he wasn't very good with words. In that case, it was probably better for me to be upfront from the start. Although Dina was looking at me from behind with an exasperated expression, I decided to ignore her. And this is Virgo. She's the successor to Parthenos and a new star in the maiden role. She's still quite inexperienced, but she has great potential. Treat her well. Yes, I understand. Since there was nothing particularly suspicious about Virgo, I introduced her normally. Is the difference between Virgo and Dina's presentations bad for Dina? Well, it's our usual routine, so don't worry. Okay, now let's hear what happened. I turned to Virgo and made a statement so that she could talk about what she wanted to discuss. I felt that something problematic was happening, therefore there was no option of not finding out about it. Yes, the truth is, and true to my instinct, what we ended up hearing from Virgo was a problematic event. The story of 4 demi-humans who killed the guardian dragon and the resentment, pain, indignation, anger, and oppression they suffered at the hands of the humanoids. And the one behind them, Leon. This is definitely that thing, right? However you think about it, the declaration of war on the humanoids will happen soon. Although, the act of attacking the guardian dragon is already as good as a declaration of war. In short, the magical beasts, though it wouldn't be surprising if they were classified as humanoids, couldn't take it anymore. And, having reached their limit, they're now demanding their rights, huh? Furthermore, the reason for Sagittarius' betrayal that I heard from Libra matched this story almost perfectly. Therefore, it wasn't hard to imagine that Leo was the one who instigated them from behind the scenes. Is that guy trying to turn demons and humanoids into enemies? What do you think? I asked the opinion of the 12 stars who were sitting behind me. When I did it, everyone responded with roughly the same answer. All I can say is that he's impatient. Definitely a fool. He's a hopeless idiot. I also think it's a bit of an exaggeration. He could just die, you know? He running without any plan in mind. Libra, Karkinos, Egokuros, Aries, Scorpio, and Dina, in turn, criticized Leo's hasty decision. However, frankly, I share their opinion. Yes, you know, an idiot or a fool. Leaving everyone else aside, I wonder if he has forgotten that Benet Nash is also in the middle. Well, yes, it could probably easily take on enemies like Migres and Merak. I also think it would win against enemies like Levia or Bloodgang. But having Benet Nash and the Demon King as enemies at the same time amounts to little beyond foolishness. Or rather, even if I leave it alone, wouldn't it implode on its own? It's just that those semi-humans who could end up caught in its collapse are quite pitiful. Leon probably only convinced those demi-humans after cornering them and leaving them with no options. Therefore, it was a shame to leave them surrounded by strong opponents on all sides along with Leon. For if it had only been Leon, I would have let him swim alone. Only after Benet Nash and the Demon King had crushed him would I have gone to pick him up when he was nothing more than a tattered piece of cloth. But at this rate, the situation was too miserable for the other demi-humans. But strange. Leaving aside Leo, was Sagittarius also that foolish? I thought he was at least capable of analyzing the situation. Clearly, did I perhaps hold him in too high esteem? You're right, it's really strange. The Sagittarius, I remember, should have been much more careful and calm. I gathered from his comments that it seemed Leon had always had that kind of personality. Although I had been informed of this before the event, it must be similar to Benet Nash. However, judging by Scorpio and Karkanos' reactions, Sagittarius wasn't. At least, he was different enough that everyone felt a sense of unease about his actions. In other words, there was more to all of this than what we were seeing. Alternatively, he was overwhelmed by circumstances that left him no choice but to obey Leon. Even his simple act of informing Libra was pointless. If he was being set up, it would certainly be better if he hadn't informed me that he was on the other side. Intentionally saying I'm going to be on Leo's side was like saying, watch out because I'm going to be on Leo's side. With all this in mind, our next destination was practically determined. We're going to their nearest location to retrieve Leo and Sagittarius. Then I would have to verify his true intentions myself. Author's note: Castor has officially become an ally. Although he is in an awkward position when alone, when combined with the Argonauts, he is a reliable man who could be considered at the strongest level even among the 12 stars. However, Argonaut is a fusion ability with his sister. Therefore, he cannot use it when he is alone. Because it was sunk by the Demon King, the Argo ship and the Argonauts cannot be used until it is reunited with its sister. Castoru. Question: is it just me? Or is Castor weak? Oh no, my friend. He had a bad encounter with his enemy. The only ones who could face the serious Demon King Sin one-on-one on equal terms are the real, original Rufus and Bennett Nash during the full moon night. You know. Chapter 94. Now that our next destination had been determined, there was no longer any reason for us to remain in Dropner. So all we had to do now was leave the country. However, we were still in Dropner. This was because Virgo had received a message from the hero that she was to pass on to me. The message said that the hero wished to speak with me. Therefore, please wait a little while before leaving. That was the general idea. As a result, at that moment, he was simply waiting for the hero to arrive while resting on Tanaka's sofa. Although Ego Karos was expressing his anger as he muttered, making the master wait. The hero must have been delayed because he had to report the demi-human attacks to the Emperor. Anyway, he'll wait here comfortably. I was enjoying the moonlit view from the window while sipping the tea prepared by Libra. Although this was an irrelevant fact. In preparation for our upcoming trip, we apparently ended up buying a lot of Dropner tea leaves. By the way, Dina, do you know what the key to heaven is? I asked Dina, who was sitting next to me, in a low voice. Based on my conversation with Castor, it would be very strange not to know what it was. However, no matter how much I searched my memory, I couldn't find it. I was convinced that Rufus' memory would contain the relevant information. However, as if it had been deliberately sealed, I couldn't recall it. It seemed that, as far as this specific memory was concerned, it was stored in a very deep place. No, I don't know the details either, but I've heard that whoever possesses it has the power to control the course of the world. The providence of the world. The providence of the world, or in other words, the power to change the rules that govern its operation. My honest impression after hearing this was that it was as if the holder became the administrator, or, alternatively, a GM to whom such power had been assigned by the administrators. One whatever it was, at this moment, I could only think of it as the somewhat dangerous and problematic key. I wondered what the Rufus of 200 years ago planned to do upon obtaining such a thing. Or rather, more importantly, why didn't he use that item during the battle against the 7 heroes? Was it because he couldn't use it, since he had to meet certain conditions? Or was it because, although he could have used it, he chose not to? If it was the former, then everything was fine. Everything remained coherent and reasonable. The problem would be if it were the latter. If he could have used it whenever he wanted 200 years ago, but chose not to, I wouldn't be able to determine his intentions at all. After all, it would mean that his decision not to do so was no different than losing the battle. He didn't know how many rules he could have bent to his will, but even if it was only a few, it would undoubtedly have worked in his favor. However, he decided not to use it. He entrusted it to Castor and then lost it. I don't understand it at all. Based on how things unfolded, I can only conclude that Rufus intentionally chose to lose the battle 200 years ago. This isn't good. I'm missing a lot of information to make any solid assumptions beyond this point. I need a bit more information and material to work with. Oh, Rufus Sama. Say has arrived. After Virgo interrupted me mid-training of thought, I got up from the sofa. When the door opened, I saw a group of members of the heroes group lined up and looking like fools. Especially that young Sei, who said, although this is a fantasy, there's a motorhome, and seemed confused. Yes, leaving everyone else aside. Only he would have a reason to react that way. Or rather, objectively speaking, A supreme ruler traveling in a motorhome would feel quite strange. Even that end-of-the-century conqueror was only cool because he rode around on a giant horse. Two, if he had traveled in a car, he would have looked rather sloppy and surreal. And I'm the one who actually puts it into practice. I feel that my dignity is also collapsing, but if it's just a kind of dignity where I'm feared by everyone around me, I'd rather collapse now. I'm glad to see you arrive, hero. I was waiting for you. I decided to give a friendly welcome to the hero's party. Since they decided to cooperate with me, I decided to take advantage of it. After all, I didn't feel like wasting so much effort. From what I could see, young C's current emotions were 30 nervousness, 30 fear, and 40 conviction. I thought he had a pleasant expression at that moment. As for Gantz, since he already knew about me, I couldn't feel any fear or apprehension from him. Jean felt the same way. I didn't sense a trace of nervousness or fear in him. It was a huge relief that they acted the same as before. On the other hand, the elf and Isan was looking at me and trembling constantly with fear. I should be describing this situation as the same as before, or rather, if I remember correctly, he was also like this at the time he summoned me. Behind Elf Nisan were a tiger and a beast cat curled up in a giant ball of fluff. Beside them was a beast gorilla, the hero, an adventurer, a mercenary, and an elf. And 3 beasts, huh? Isn't this match a bit too biased towards the front line? What happened to Nick San and the others? Before she could say anything, Virgo raised her voice in confusion. Nick, if I remember correctly, they were Jean's adventurous and muscular colleagues. Now that I've mentioned it, they were not currently present at that location. Yes, if it's those guys, because their injuries are quite serious, they decided to relax and recover a bit in Dropner. Indeed. In return, I will join the heroes group and intend to fill the void they left. Since I wasn't present at the scene of the incident, I didn't know the details. However, it seemed that the 3 adventurers had to retreat, and the cat took their place. Hey, is this okay? It's kind of rude to say this, but that cat looks super weak. It looks like a Bengal cat walking on 2 legs, so it makes me smile, but it doesn't look strong from any angle. 3, if the enemy is a Japanese person who loves cats, I might be able to knock them out simply by being there as a sort of final hidden weapon, but I can't imagine it being useful in a proper fight. Cats are animals to be loved, not something to be fought with. I see. Anyway, let's hear what you have to say. Yes, the truth is, the content of young C's story was quite simple. It could be summarized as follows. He had doubts about whether I was truly an enemy. To determine this, he came to talk to me. Doing so required considerable courage. Although it seemed strange to say about myself, I was considered and treated as someone who was very frightening to interact with in that world. What is Barato? Because the 12 stars had become gigantic on the previous occasion. If I were in their position, I frankly wouldn't consider my own image to be so large. Even assuming I had received guarantees from Migres, there was still the fact that Migres himself had a conflict with me 200 years ago, so I could still perish. At least I should have thought that before coming here. However, he acknowledged his position as someone without preconceptions and chose to walk alongside me. Something like that wasn't something just anyone could achieve, was it? I see. You're right that I have no intention of being hostile toward you. For starters, I remember telling you this the first time you summoned me, didn't I? While answering C's question, I glanced at the elf and Isan, which caused him to squeal softly. This guy, isn't he terrified of me for no reason? I mean, he doesn't have to be so afraid of me. After all, I'm not going to kidnap him or eat him or anything. In other words, can I assume you'll help us fight the demon race? That's not a bad way of thinking, but that's for later. I have things to do before that. It wasn't a bad idea to work alongside the hero and his group. However, my next destination was still the region where Bennett Nash and Leon were in conflict. Leaving the others aside, if your level was too low, you were likely to actually die. At the very least, if you were to encounter Leon or Bennett Nash and still want to escape alive, you would need to have power of the same class as the 12 stars. Without her, it wouldn't even be possible to think about escaping. In other words, that's it. It might not be the best way to put it, but the heroes group is nothing but a burden. Anything you need to do? Indeed. It seems that this Leon fellow has been inciting the magical beasts and leading them down a path of destruction, causing collateral damage. For Leon, he may just be reaping what he sowed, but I feel it's quite unfortunate for the magical beasts involved. A subordinate's mistake is his leader's mistake. Or in other words, my mistake. Therefore, I have to go and stop that idiot. They are not entirely unconnected. If the magical beasts were to band together and come out in a rage, it would be a big problem. Hey, Rufus, they'll help you stop that guy named Leon or something. In response to my explanation, Gantz addressed the topic of a joint struggle without hesitating for a moment. Always a man with good intentions. Working together. Huh? I was quite pleased with their intentions, but, it's just that. Honestly, with their levels, the only thing they could do was die from the shockwave of a fight between Leon and me. Furthermore, he did not know when Bennett Nash would make his move. Taking them with me was too risky. However, if he were honest and told them directly, "You are too weak, so I don't need you," then the banner of reconciliation for which he had worked so hard for so long would probably suddenly break. For the time being, the appropriate action would be to give them a relatively unimportant role, as if I were assigning them some important task. Thanks, but where Leon is located is an active war zone. I want to go alone. Could you look up the location of the Centaur's home village? Although I was worried about Leo and Bennett Nash, the Sagittarius issue also weighed heavily on my mind. Regarding this matter, Libra had said that it was impossible for Sagittarius to rush into action as Leo would. In other words, there was a reason that compelled him to make such a hasty decision. In my prediction, I believe this was somehow connected to the people I must protect as mentioned in the conversation between Sagittarius and Libra. So, if something were done about it, there would be a possibility that we could avoid having to fight against Sagittarius. That said, Centaurs were a species of rather powerful magical beasts. For the hero and his party to embark on this quest alone was far too dangerous. Therefore, I made a quick selection of the members who would accompany them on their journey at that time. They'll ask Virgo and Castor to accompany you. It will probably be easier for them if they are with someone they know. What the heroes group was missing was a magical type. However, he couldn't entrust them with a suspicious individual like Dina, nor could he send them someone dangerous like Ego Karos. Or rather, Ego Karos would probably end up murdering the hero's entire group behind his back. Therefore, he couldn't leave him with them. As a result, the individuals I could assign were limited. In the end, I decided to select Virgo and added Castor, since he seemed the most normal of the group. Honestly, the main reason I entrusted Virgo to them was to keep her as far away from danger as possible. It was too risky to take her with me to where Bennett Nash and Leon were. In return, I'd bring Ares with me this time. After all, its percentage damage attack would be effective against Leon and Bennett Nash. In particular, now that Leon's status had likely returned to the time when he was a boss character, his HP was likely to have exceeded 1 million. In other words, it meant that Ares could easily cause him 99,999 damage. 5. Although Ares was the weakest individual among the 12 stars when it came to battle, it didn't mean he couldn't be more useful than those stronger than him. It had the potential to become stronger as its enemy became stronger. And, that's right. As a bonus, it'll include free transportation. Using the materials I acquired in Bloodgang, I manufactured a second model of a Golem motorhome without putting much effort into it. Putting the others aside, Virgo was a girl. I didn't want her constantly camping outdoors without even being able to wash up. Therefore, I included a minimal amount of utilities in the Golem, created rooms for the men, and created a separate small room for Virgo. In the limited space, I also installed a bathroom with a shower. Therefore, the space available for men was small, but it would still be better than sleeping outside, yes. However, he could not deny that he had favorites. Thus, the second unit of the Golem series, a motorhome model, was completed. As I had trouble finding a name, I ended up calling it Suzuki. 6 Suzuki level 350 species. Artificial life form horsepower, 20,000 SP. 0 STR, strength attack power 620 DX, dexterity 120 VIT, vitality 700 INT, Intelligence 9 AGI, Skill Speed 1650 M&D, Mental Power 75 LUK, Luck 100 OK. It's in a somewhat awkward state, but it's not like it's useless in battle. I ordered him to protect Virgo and the others in case of emergency, and on other occasions, to move according to the orders given by Castor and Virgo. He had also ordered him to obey the orders of the heroes group. However, if they showed any intention of abusing, exploiting Suzuki, he had programmed him to expel them. Finally, to have that 1 in a million chance. Cinchuredo, that's not what I'm trying to say. I know what you mean. Well, I can't tell you the details, but I just want you to understand that I also know a little about the other world. Young Se was avoiding the topic with his way of questioning me, but I quickly interrupted the conversation on the spot. Oh, by the way, inside me, there is a modern Japanese person. Even if I said something like that, it is unlikely that I would believe myself. And even if I were in his position, I myself would not have believed it. Therefore, there was no merit in passing on such information to him. Young Se looked at me for a while with a doubtful expression. However, he must have decided that it would be useless to insist on the matter. In the end, he said nothing. Chapter 95, after parting ways with the heroes group, we left Dropner. At that point, we were heading towards our next destination, Tanaka, which was traveling along the road. Our next location was the northernmost region of the land, inhabited by humanoids. This was the domain considered the most dangerous place on the continent. There were 3 reasons why he was considered dangerous. First, there was its geographical location. There was nothing perplexing or difficult about this point. The location was simply bad. The humanoids had lost most of their territory to the demonic race, so they lived in the small area of land that remained to them. And the northernmost land was the location closest to the domain of the demonic race. However, the demonic race did not advance any further into the land of the humanoids. No, they could not advance any further. And that was due to the second reason. The northernmost land was the territory of the species considered the strongest of the 7 humanoid races and believed to be the most demon-like existence. It was the realm teeming with vampires. Yes, it was the realm of Mjolnir, ruled by the vampire princess Banette Nash. Even if they were of the demon race, only Banette Nash was someone they absolutely had to be wary of. It seemed that if anyone ignored her and circled around Mjolnir, she would ignore them. However, if they accidentally or carelessly attempted to advance toward Mjolnir, Banette Nash would simply lead her own army and completely annihilate all enemy troops. In other words, the only reason humanoids could still retain their right to exist, and it hadn't yet been stolen by demons, was because it just so happened that the most troublesome individual existed in the most troublesome place. Banette Nash is there. That simple fact alone was enough to halt the advance of the demonic race for the last 200 years. That was the information Dina had given me. Even so, it seems that he continues to contribute to the humanoids in his own way. Although the person in question probably doesn't intend it at all. In practice, they must be thinking that, even though they haven't taken a single step, everyone around them is selfishly waging their pointless war while cornering them. When I honestly praised Banette Nash's contribution, Dina smiled bitterly and filled in the missing information. Banette Nash herself didn't care at all about humanoids. She was right there. The other humanoids, selfishly, had decided to consider her their shield without her intervention, while the demons, terrified by her, halted their advance on their own, also without her intervention. However, the mere fact that their presence there served as a deterrent was impressive. Although, on a previous occasion, the demonic race attempted to invade it to expand their territory. Well, the result was terribly bad. I'm interested to know what happened. The 7 strongest demons of the era. You could say they were the previous generation of the 7 luminaries, but yes, 7 level, 600 demons. 36 strong and fearless level, 500 warriors. 200 level, 300 demons, rivaling the current 7 luminaries. And 1,000 more demons, no less than minor ones. Those were the losses suffered by the demon race in a single night against Banette Nash alone. If deaths at the hands of their subservient vampires were included, The actual number would likely be several times higher. Banette Nash, really? I was about to shout that unconsciously. However, I could barely contain myself and couldn't make a sound. Those spontaneous lines that are not spoken aloud must have been one of the positive aspects of possessing Rufus' body. Although the tone of his speech was the same as always, I was grateful for how they avoided including such strange lines as these. One I see. I suppose that should be enough to deter them. But didn't the Demon King do anything about it? They had a minor skirmish, but for some reason, neither side fought seriously and both ended up retreating. I guess neither side had the slightest interest in a battle. After hearing Dinah's words, I realized once again how troublesome Banette Nash was, and I felt like holding my head in my hands. In a way, I could understand why they both wanted to withdraw. They had probably sensed that if they fought with all their might, neither of them would get away with it. And neither of their objectives included destroying the other side. It was in neither side's best interest to get involved in a fight where they could end up dead. From the Demon King's perspective, although Banette Nash was indeed a problematic individual, his fundamental stance was that he was indifferent to everything that happened around him. In other words, if he ignored Banette Nash and Mjolnir, they would be relatively harmless. Therefore, he had no reason to consider them enemies. From Banette Nash's perspective, the Demon King was a monstrosity, but that was all. If they were hostile to him, he crushed them, but if not, he didn't care what they did. If they left her alone and fought the humanoids, then fine. She had no interest in interfering in a war between cannon fodder trying to kill each other. That was her mindset. As a result, both sides decided this was not their battlefield. After a brief skirmish, they withdrew. That was probably the situation that occurred. Furthermore, the most problematic thing was that, if I were her enemy, she wouldn't back down from the fight. Most likely, once he had me in his sights, he would continue to pursue me until one of us fell. She was the most trustworthy person, without equal, simply because she was our ally. As an enemy, she was terrifying. And the third reason? Yes, the magical beasts, or rather precisely, the existence of turfing, an alliance of demi-humans. Two with the strongest of the 12 celestial stars of the tyrannical path, Leon Sama. As their leader, they're primarily composed of centaurs, mermen, spidermen, plantmen, snakemen, and giants. If we only consider the number of individuals they have, they surpass Mjolnir. So the species that weren't recognized as humanoids, honestly, I wasn't very enthusiastic about getting rid of them. It was because they were the victims. The shape of their bodies differed slightly from the definition of humanoid. Or perhaps they were just a little too large. For such a pointless reason. They were categorized and treated as magical beasts, and sometimes they suffered the fate of being subjugated. Of course, I cannot say that those who established the definition of what it meant to be humanoid were unconditionally guilty. Perhaps they had their own circumstances that concerned them and influenced their decision. Similarly, perhaps they had to consider the consequences of including certain races as humanoids and calculate the likely outcome after weighing the pros and cons ultimately. This led them to reluctantly discard those races. However, whether the species treated as magical beasts would accept their fate was a completely different matter. And, clearly, because they could not accept something so unreasonable, the current situation existed. As extra information, although it was not entirely relevant to the topic at hand, orcs were also excluded. Even though they were simply reaping what they had sown, I still felt a little sorry for them. Okay, so our target this time is Leon and the magical beasts. No, let's call them demi-humans. We're going to stop them, but this time ITLL be a bit tricky because Mjolnir is so close. It wouldn't be a problem if Benet didn't see me, but he'll probably notice you, almost without fail. Vampires are similar to me, and they're the race closest to demons. It's impossible for him not to sense the mana emanating from Rufus Sama. There would be no problem if Banette Nash did not notice my presence. However, Ego Caros casually shattered those fleeting expectations of mine. It seemed to be emanating and enveloped with such an aura of mana that only beings like them could notice it. Actually, I'm technically a flugelhorn, you know? am supposed to be part of the race that's furthest removed from mana. So how did things turn out this way? While I was lamenting this, a loud noise was heard from the ceiling, as if something had collapsed. In response, Libra reacted immediately and climbed onto the roof after climbing out the window. Did anything happen recently? After realizing that something had happened, I quickly stopped Tanaka and got out of the vehicle. And what I ended up seeing was the appearance of a beautiful young woman with silver hair sitting on the roof of Tanaka. "Tis Banette Nash." Ares screamed loudly as he wrapped his hand in flames and stared at the young woman sitting atop the rooftop. In unison with her words, the other 12 stars also prepared for combat. However, the young woman still did not respond. Without mentioning the answer, she wore a faint, tranquil smile. Her gaze ignored everything else and locked onto mine. "I see. She's Banette Nash, huh?" I did not recall ever having seen his face before. However, I did remember seeing her barato. There had been absolutely no change in it compared to 200 years ago. Skin as white as snow, eyes as crimson as rubies. Her flowing silver hair reflected the moonlight and shimmered, and her face was exceptionally well proportioned. Judging by her appearance, she seemed to be about 14 years old. She looked much younger than I expected. Her outfit consisted of what I thought was a white shirt and a black skirt. On top of that, she wore a black coat draped over her shoulders without putting her arms through the sleeves. Judging by her appearance, she was a charming young woman. However, I could understand. This was the vampire princess. She was, without a doubt, that Banette Nash. It's been a while, Rufus Maffel. 200 years and 4 months. I knew of your existence and that you were in good health, but now that I've seen you in person, I feel a completely different kind of relief. I'm glad you're still alive. It seems you haven't changed at all either. Your appearance is exactly the same as I remember. Of course, it'll never change. My time has stopped since then. Even if I wanted to change, I can't. Banette Nash smiled very gently, as if she were happy about this long-awaited reunion. And most likely, she was genuinely happy from the depths of her heart, rejoicing in this reunion with me, truly from the depths of his heart. However, unlike everything else, her eyes weren't the only ones smiling. With a fierce, unyielding gaze, and without any wavering, she stared at me. In response to that relaxed attitude, Libra judged it to be an opportunity to attack, and so turned his arm into a sword and attacked Banette Nash. However, without even turning to look at Libra, Banette Nash grabbed Libra's arm and held it with what appeared to be unimaginable, superhuman strength. "I recommend you stop, doll. The truth is, I'm in a very good mood. If you don't do anything, I don't mind letting you go. But if you want to interfere with my reunion with Maffel, keep in mind that I won't guarantee your safety." After saying that, with just the strength of his arms, he threw Libra in my direction. Although Libra landed softly, it's not as if there was no damage. If one looked closely at Libra, her wrist had cracks running through it, making it very obvious how powerful the vampire prince's strength was, even if one didn't want to find out. "You two 12 stars are fools. You're somewhat capable, it's true. But in the end, you're just Mafal's beloved pets. You're not really my enemies. If you don't want to die, you'd better go tremble in a corner." "You're so tough, shorty." In response to Banette Nash's ridiculous words, Scorpius charged towards her. Similarly, Ego Karos turned to the other side of Banette Nash and launched an attack toward her at the same time, without holding back. Despite this, what happened next was that the two who had attacked her flew away while she thought that Banette Nash's figure had disappeared. Magic? No, wrong. She was simply fast. With unimaginable speed, she dodged and countered both of their attacks. If I were asked to describe it in words, I could only give a simple answer, but this isn't right. It's so fast it's not even funny. Since I got this body, this was the first time I lost track of someone's movements. Even as I watched everything from the sidelines, I could barely understand that they had suffered a counterattack. It is unlikely that the two individuals involved realized what had just happened to them. To put on such a spectacle in front of Rufus Sama. "I cannot forgive you. I will destroy you. I don't think you'll make it back in one piece." Scorpio and Ego Karos quickly got up and began to unleash their true selves. However, before they could both transform, I stopped them by making a hand signal. It was still unknown whether they would both lose. However, if they fought Bennett Nash, it was unlikely they would emerge unscathed. Even if they won, in all likelihood, one of them, or in the worst-case scenario, both would end up dead. Therefore, I would not allow them to act any further. Both of you step back. Don't let her provoke you. After silencing Scorpius and Aegokeros, I looked at Bennett Nash again. Even during all this time, his eyes were fixed on me. He didn't even bother to have Scorpius and Aegokeros in his peripheral vision. They were literally not in their eyes. A wise decision. Even if the fight continues, it will only end with the loss of your beloved pets. You're the only one who can fight me. You say what you want, don't you? Weren't you and Leon enemies? Ah, that thing. I admit it's quite strong. In fact, defeating it is difficult. But a fight with a predetermined outcome can't be called a battle. It's difficult to defeat, but that's all. That thing can't beat me. Bennett Nash responded naturally, as if it were the most natural response in the world, and without it seeming like an act of harshness or deception. He would have some difficulties. He would have to try very hard. However, she never for a moment believed that it was possible for him to defeat her. His expression and words suggested to me that he had absolute confidence in his victory, definitive and infallible. Was it just vanity, or was it absolute confidence backed by his abilities? This is just my perspective, but I believe a battle is only truly a battle when the outcome is unpredictable. For me, facing a strong opponent who makes me feel there's a high probability of defeat is a battle, and aside from you, no one else can make me feel that way. It's good to be proud of yourself, Maffel. The only opponent I can challenge is you, and you alone. After Bennett Nash made that statement to me, he threw a piece of paper at me. The content of what I had received. An invitation? The invitation, which politely included the address, even bore Bennett Nash's signature. And on the back, it read the instruction to allow anyone who possessed it free passage to the castle, without any interference. And this is it. It's exactly what it seems. I want to invite you to my castle. Ah, you can rest assured. I won't set any traps or postcards. For starters, those little tricks won't work against you. The only thing I want is one thing. This time, without a doubt, I want to have a one-on-one fight with you without anyone else interfering. His desire was a one-on-one fight against me. Huh? In other words, he only came to send me a message today. Should I say that she was unexpectedly honest and straightforward, or that she was meticulous about strange things? For my sake, don't run away, Maffel. I've waited 200 years just for one final battle with you. If you ignore me, I might end up sulking and throwing a tantrum. Don't worry, you can relax too. Even if you don't threaten me like that, it's an invitation from my old friend. He'll gladly accept it. If that's the case, everything is fine. Bennett Nash flashed a warm smile and nodded approvingly. I'll handle this matter myself, and no one else will get involved, she said calmly. And you're the only one with permission to challenge me. There will be no compromises on this. This time, let's see it through until one of you falls. Her face was truly that of a constantly smiling young woman just before her long-awaited date. However, what came out of his bravado was undoubtedly a challenge to fight each other to the end, and the aura he emitted was full of dark, dangerous impulses. The silver-haired young woman who had such an unbalanced atmosphere looked at me for one last moment, and then disappeared as she flew under the moonlight. Bad. What do I do? That girl is too much. Author's note, Benet, no matter how long I waited, you didn't want to come to me, so I came to you personally. That said, these were Leon and Benet. Benet was the first to attack. If she had stayed seated on her throne, simply following her own specifications, she would have been the final boss. However, since she left earlier, she now appears to be a mid-level boss. She simply wasn't patient enough. Benet doesn't actually particularly hate Rufus. In any case, she really loves Rufus. Or rather, if he hated Rufus, they wouldn't have formed a party in the first place. If you were to ask me how much I loved Rufus, I would say that I wanted to be with Rufus so badly that I was somehow able to reach level 1000 without consuming the golden apple through sheer willpower and effort. She ends up attacking Rufus only because she loves Rufus so much. In other words, she is the once famous archetype, the violent tsundere heroine. 5. An archetypal character who resorted to violence when she felt ashamed. Although she wasn't in a relationship with the protagonist, when he looked at another woman, she became so enraged with jealousy that she could lash out dangerously at anyone nearby. Yes, definitely a classic tsundere. Furthermore, the situation had escalated beyond a mere joke, and she was inflicting constant harm on her target. Therefore, if the main character were someone like Sei, the aforementioned prank scene would have led to his serious death. Bene, Cincereto vampires were a race with absolute authority in combat and magic. And even among them, she was light years ahead of the rest from the very beginning. The amount of latent mana was different. The amount of mana they had from birth was completely different. Basic attributes and limitations. The one who was born far above the others in both aspects was her, Bennett Nash. Everyone around her had labeled her a child prodigy or a princess. However, those labels only made her uncomfortable. Looking at the vampires that surrounded her, she had never considered them to be part of the same species as herself. He could only see them as inferior, low-level life forms. He couldn't even consider them his own kind. Was her self-esteem simply so high that it led her to feel this way? Or was it simply common for a child to think they were special and different from others? If that were the case, then everything would be fine. Really, if that were all, everything would have been fine. But in reality, she was truly different from the others. As she grew older, the gap between her and everyone else widened. Eventually, this led her to feel that everything else in the world was nothing but garbage. It's as if they were things that resemble me, but in reality, they are completely different living beings. Such a thought was always present in Bennett Nash's mind, almost to the point of making her feel certain that this was indeed the case. Genius? Prodigy? Exceptionally talented? Even when they described or categorized it in every single way that description could be used, none of them seemed right. If a human and a monkey were ever to compete in terms of their speed at solving equations, and the human won, would that person be considered a prodigy? No, of course not. It was natural for a human to beat a monkey. In short, that was exactly it. It was the most natural thing for Bennett Nash to defeat all the other existing vampires, simply because they were all inferior to Bennett Nash and beings of a lower rank than him. The gaps arose simply because they were inferior living creatures. At least Bennett Nash acknowledged the great difference between herself and others in that way. There was even a time when she traveled across the entire continent just to find an enemy who could fight her on equal terms. The more he fought and killed, the more his power grew. Eventually, he reached a point where no one could stand against him. How boring it was for her. To emerge victorious from a battle, she knew for certain she would win even before anything had begun. The feeling of how monotonous everything was. The feeling of how disappointing and unsatisfying everything was. There were times when he felt the enemy had put up a good fight. There were even times when he felt there was some difficulty. However, she had never encountered an enemy who believed they could defeat her, nor had she met anyone who could truly be considered an enemy and who could fight her as an equal. Finally, she exterminated all the enemies of her continent, which amounted to a quarter of the world's land masses, compelling her to venture out into the world as her next destination. I had previously heard rumors of the existence of the Demon King and the Lion King, who were categorized as his fellow supreme rulers. In truth, she had no expectations of them whatsoever, as she believed she would still emerge victorious. However, they were still enemies he would ultimately have to face. They had to determine who was the strongest, and whoever emerged victorious would decide the fate of the world. In the past, before Rufa's Maffel reached the pinnacle of the world, it barely maintained its balance because the four most powerful individuals were locked in a stalemate. The Demon King, the apex of the demon race; the Lion King, the apex of the magical beasts; the Dragon King, the apex of the dragon-like beings; and the Vampire Princess, the apex of the vampire race. These four individuals had a clash to determine supremacy. Apparently, there was also someone in hell called the Demon King, Agokeros. However, since he had no interest in coming to the surface, For a long time, it was believed that only the four of them were vying to be the true supreme ruler. So when he heard that news, he was surprised for a moment. The Barato king had been subjugated by a Flugel woman. One of the four pillars that maintained the world's balance and were considered the strongest was defeated by a Barato of Barato, known Flugelhorn race. Even Benetnash had heard rumors about the Barato king. His personality embodied arrogance. He was a tyrant who considered every being other than himself to be inferior and often destroyed other living creatures on a whim. She had heard that it often frightened humanoids and made harsh demands of them. Therefore, it was no surprise that the humanoids held a grudge against him. Even if they subjugated him, it would simply be just retribution. The problem was that it was the act of a single individual. The individual had not been leading an army. There were no traps involved, nor did the individual lead them to their demise through skillful and deceptive words. The individual boldly approached him, attacked him, and killed him single-handedly. This same fact caused a feeling of surprise in Benetnash. However, at that moment, I wasn't yet fascinated enough. The reason the Dragon King lost was because he was weak. In other words, he was simply an insignificant person and not as powerful as all the rumors described him to be. After Benetnash came to this conclusion, he quickly lost interest in the Flugel woman. However, he only realized his mistake a few years later. And this realization came at a price. As a result of when that very specific Flugel, Rufa's Maffel, broke into its own domain. It was the first time in her life that she fought mentally prepared for defeat. It was also the first time in her life that she felt such emotion during a battle. It was the first time since she had been born a few hundred years ago that she had fought with someone of her own level. No, the first time she had met someone who was superior to her. The races involved were a vampire and a Flugelhorn. Within the humanoid races, they symbolized darkness and light, respectively, and were the two races whose relationship could be considered most distant. However, she understood. She's just like me. Other monsters, other vampires. She's much closer to me than any of them. She was a nonconformist within the confines of her own race, just like herself, a flawed existence spawned by the world, and an existence that should never have existed. For the first time, victory seemed out of reach. He had never imagined until that moment that he could one day be lost in a battle where defeat was imminent. She was not in a battle where victory was assured, and she was not winning in the way that had been predicted. She threw herself wholeheartedly into a challenge, into a battle she didn't know if she would be able to win or lose. How lovely! In the end, it was a painfully clear defeat for Benetnash, which resulted in Benetnash agreeing to join forces with that woman on the condition that it would only be up to the point where Rufus succeeded in unifying the world. It was humiliating for her not to have received the final blow. However, it was even more humiliating when that woman, watching her closely, did everything as if to say, "Let's just give up." But at the same time, it was the ship Benetnash had to get on. Because he met that woman, he discovered that higher beings existed. He realized how exciting the battles were. Additionally, he found that he could improve even further. Next time, he would definitely win against her. Even if she were to lose at that moment, she would accept the outcome gracefully. The pity she received because of this defeat was her own fault, for she was weak enough for her enemy to allow themselves to pity her. To ignore that fact and downplay her own lost Benetnash's pride would not allow such a thing. Therefore, for now, he decided to obey that woman to help her become the supreme ruler. When that woman took control of the world, the time for revenge would come. That's why she didn't hesitate to offer her help. When that woman was on top of the world, they would have a truly decisive battle. That was probably the first wish Benetnash made from the bottom of his heart. Despite often being misunderstood, Benetnash did not particularly hate Rufus. Although she felt some dissatisfaction at having lost her title of strongest, she acknowledged that she was not strong enough. As such, she neither hated nor resented Rufus. In any case, she was grateful to Rufus and respected her for it. If Benetnash were asked to name one person he respected throughout the world, he would undoubtedly mention Rufus' name, without the slightest hesitation. Benetnash didn't hate Rufus at all. In fact, he liked her. Her affection was intense and strong, like that of a young woman who has just fallen in love for the first time. She longed for Rufus every moment of her life. It was a feeling similar to affection, a feeling not far removed from love. The only difference was that, in his case, all those feelings were transformed into deadly intent and a supernatural attack. Every form of affectionate expression became an expression of hostility, resulting in severe attacks. Therefore, Rufus Maffel was someone only she could defeat. She would not allow anyone else to harm Rufus, and only Rufus would be allowed to kill her. As a result, she simply could not accept the outcome of that incident. She could never forgive the group of people who had tainted the battle between Rufus and her. It all started when Nash asked Rufus for a rematch. It was a mutual agreement between them. The pact stipulated that, once Rufus unified the world, he would return to fight Nash with all his might. Rufus had indeed fulfilled that agreement, and the two were facing off against each other, using powers that could end up destroying the entire world as collateral. One was the supreme ruler who had gained extraordinary strength by using her own power to create golden apples and the stat-boosting items she created through alchemy. And the other was Nash, who had ceaselessly absorbed mana to reach level 1000 through her own efforts after defeating a rival named Rufus and realizing her own potential. Both were beings that had far exceeded the limits of the vampire and flugel races respectively, and each was dispensing skills and powers that were beyond common sense to one another. For Nash, it was the moment of euphoria she had long awaited, believing that the battle would continue until she was either killed or killed her opponent. Finally, the battle reached its climax, and Nash was finally pushed into the corner. Her body was riddled with wounds. Even her innate vampiric regenerative abilities couldn't keep up, and she would likely exhaust all her remaining strength after the next full-power attack. In comparison, Rufus still had some room to maneuver. Given the current situation, it was logical to admit that Rufus had an overwhelming advantage in this situation. Of course, Nash wasn't one to give up just like that. If only he had the strength to attack one last time, he only had to turn the tide with that single attack. It was that simple. Incoming Maffel, let's finish off this last attack. Yes, that sounds like a good plan. Come after me whenever you want, Benet. Rufus, moving her hands with an expression as if she were holding back, felt annoyingly confident as ever. Even if I lose, I want to strike her. I'm going to give it my all in this attack and smash it against her. It'll become an existence she'll never forget. No, I'm not going to win. I'm going to pierce his heart with this attack. With the desire to fight for a sure victory, Nash began to run towards Rufus, and Rufus received that attack head-on. However, the betrayal happened too suddenly. Just before the attack, someone had used arcane interference magic on Rufus. This interference ability activated and left Rufus immobile for a moment. Nash noticed this interference and tried to stop his attack at the last moment. However, an attack that already contained the momentum of his full power could not be easily stopped. Although its claws managed to avoid delivering a fatal blow, it still landed on Rufus' flank, causing a red flower to bloom. You guys, what does this mean? Of course, it was Nash who shouted this out loud. From his point of view, his anger was reasonable since his long-awaited battle was interrupted by something rude. Therefore, she glared with hatred at the individuals, the 7 heroes, who had interrupted everything. However, he noticed it right away. There was something strange about them. They exuded an incredible amount of divine energy that they wouldn't normally possess. They currently had enough power that, even when compared to her, they wouldn't be considered inferior. What is this? I admit that the 7 heroes are strong people, but they're definitely not that strong. Facing Nash, who was seething with rage, the 7 heroes did not respond with anything. In addition to that, they used arcane magic to contain Nash and sealed his movement. Normally, she would not have been affected by such arcane magic, and even if she were, she would be able to quickly free herself from it. However, the current Nash was wounded all over her body. She could barely move her limbs satisfactorily. In the end, Banette Nash could do nothing but collapse pitifully to the ground and observe the situation without being able to understand what was happening. My apologies, Benet. It seems there's something important to attend to. I'm sorry, but let's consider this battle a mere mutual injury and leave the conclusion for next time. W8 Maffle. Don't worry, he'll definitely be back. You should sharpen your fangs until then. Having said that, he left Banette Nash where he was and flew away and never returned. What happened next was exactly as history foretold. The wound Banette Nash inflicted on Rufus was the main reason he was cornered and ultimately defeated by the Seven Heroes. Banette Nash suffered another defeat, which was described as mutually wounding each other. Furthermore, the loss of his rival took away his will to continue fighting and living. She lost all interest in worldly affairs and began to view the whole world with indifference, shutting herself away in her own coffin. Although he knew perfectly well, after receiving a message from his subordinates, that Alioth and the others were about to fight against the Demon King and that they were requesting his reinforcements, he nevertheless ignored them all and expelled the messenger. She knew their betrayal wasn't of their own volition. Nevertheless, she couldn't forgive them. Therefore, he paid no attention to what was happening around the world. She didn't care that the humanoids were cornered, nor did she care how many heroes died. Nothing could move her. The turning point for all of them came on that fateful day, approximately 50 years after Rufus' defeat. It was the day the army, teeming with enemies, invaded his country. The day he crushed them all like a piece of cake. It was due to the bomb thrown by the only individual within that group who offered any resistance, the Demon King. As expected from the vampire princess, you deserve to be rumored to be the only person, even among the seven heroes, capable of fighting that Rufus Maffle single-handedly. On the other hand, you don't dare pay attention to the rumors about yourself. Well, I admit you're quite strong, but that's all. The fight between the two was not on equal terms. Although the Demon King still had some room to maneuver. He had many wounds all over his body, and, in addition, much of his clothing was torn. Banette Nash, on the other hand, remained virtually unscathed. The course of the battle was overwhelmingly in her favor. However, one could vaguely sense that the Demon King had not used his full power in the fight either. What was fascinating was that, despite being overwhelmed to that extent, the Demon King still showed not the slightest intention of fighting properly. It's a shame. If you had been there at that time, perhaps the world would be different now. Whatever. I don't care what those guys did. How bitter. Does all this stem from anger at being interrupted in a battle against her? You should choose your words, bravado, carefully. I don't care if I silence that bravado of yours. Right on point, huh? Banette Nash moved with a speed fast enough to leave a noise behind. A wound opened on the Demon King as, who had taken a serious hit to his right arm, took a step back. However, his face remained as fearless as ever, and despite the injury, he didn't even flinch. Okay, let's calm down a moment. Alcor. Oh, Alcor is what we call Rufus among ourselves, you know? Anyway, didn't she say so herself? That shall definitely come back? You're jumping to conclusions. You talk as if you know something. That's because I do. As the Demon King answered, he brought the detached arm closer to the open injury. When he did, the arm reattached perfectly, even though he hadn't sewn it. After checking that his fingers were moving normally, he looked at Banette Nash with the smile of a demon offering a temptation to his target. Rufus Maffle will undoubtedly return. Let's see, according to her, it will be in 150 years. For a vampire like you, the wait shouldn't be that long. You'd better wait patiently. Don't worry, your wish will be granted. Even now, Banette Nash didn't know why the Demon King knew such a thing. She didn't know who he was referring to when he mentioned she either. However, this became a reality with the actual return of Rufus. So that's fine. Reality was everything. Everything else was irrelevant. She wasn't interested in anything anymore. As long as this version of reality existed, she was okay with it. She didn't need anything else. Banette Nash waited silently and patiently for the presence of his arch-rival to approach her while he waited in a room where his subordinates were forbidden to enter. Chapter 97, The Realm of Vampires, Mjolnir. The capital was founded on the premise that it would always be night. Around the domain of the kingdom, there was a constant darkness engendered by the arcane magic of Banetnash that never allowed the light of day to enter. As a result, in this kingdom, there was no concept of morning, afternoon, or night. The entire area surrounding the kingdom was constantly in a state of midnight. Under these circumstances, streetlights were placed throughout the kingdom, providing a dim, artificial light. To other humanoids, it might be considered dark. However, to the vampires, the lighting was just right. The structures within the kingdom were precisely those typical of medieval Europe. However, as expected, it was nothing like ordinary cities. Every building and castle one looked and was luxuriously constructed. There wasn't a single building that appeared ordinary or in a deplorable state. Vampires were the aristocrats of the night. All the citizens of this kingdom were noble and wealthy. That's what Dina had told me. Of course, it wasn't that there was nobody doing manual labor. Throughout the kingdom, there were those who worked and opened shops. However, these activities were not carried out by vampires, but by a type of undead classified as ghouls. Apparently, they were human corpses that had been mutated by mana and reanimated, a bunch of pitiful existences that couldn't even leave offspring. In other words, although they could always only last one generation, as long as there were corpses and mana, they could be born without any restriction. Therefore, although they could not thrive, neither could they be exterminated. Well, they're more or less what you call zombies. Since only the good-looking ones were in the capital, it was lucky I didn't feel disgusted when I saw them. If you ignored their blue appearance, they looked like normal humans. What's more, you could even have a conversation with them. The ghouls, who had nowhere else to go, were allowed to live inside Mjolnir, and somehow spent their days living in conditions almost no different from those of slaves. Although I felt a little sorry for them, I figured having a place to live was better than nothing. There was no way they could cross the borders of other countries. If they were also denied entry to this one, their only fate would be to be subjugated like walking corpses. Ghouls with severe deformities weren't even allowed to enter this country. Life was definitely hard for them. This is what I meant. You should not make a grave in a place rich in mana. Therefore, tombs in this world were usually built behind monasteries and were surrounded by mana-repelling barriers created by acolytes. If this were not done, a zombie outbreak would occur. Despite all that, zombies still emerged. One of the causes could be attributed to those who feared passing on. Perhaps they intentionally went to a place with a high density of mana to reanimate themselves as zombies. It wasn't that I could understand why they did it, but I questioned their will to keep living even if they became zombies. They'll take the first one. Here you go. Anyway, just because they were zombies didn't mean they were an existence one should be afraid of. Just as there were humans with good and bad intentions, in this world, the zombies retained the personalities of their previous lives. Therefore, good people remained good and bad people remained bad even after becoming zombies. However, as expected, the humanoids would consider the ghouls as nothing more than magical beasts and would feel it was perfectly reasonable to turn them to ash without a second thought. When I placed an order with a middle-aged, blue-faced man who worked as a street vendor, he handed me a snack that looked like a crepe with his hands wrapped in a pair of clean gloves. After paying for the snack and taking a bite, a jam that tasted like it was made from something similar to a strawberry overflowed into my mouth. It didn't seem like they'd give me something rotten just because they were zombies. To put things in a more understandable perspective, there is a distinction within the kingdom where vampires were the upper class and zombies were the manual laborers. And the roads were a bit unique. Since I flew, I could see it, but this kingdom had a strange shape if one looked at it from above. The kingdom was perfectly circular and surrounded by walls. And within the walls, the great roads largely divided the kingdom into what appeared to be a heptagram. I wanted to take my time to explore the area as a tourist, but unfortunately the reason for my visit this time was not to be a tourist. The reason I was here was none other than to accept Banetnash's invitation. The truth is, I wanted to take care of Leon and Turfing first. However, if I left her alone, I didn't know what she would do. In the worst-case scenario, there was even the possibility of being caught by Leon and Banetnash. Therefore, I left Dina and the 12 stars in Leon's care and came to this place alone. Now that I think about it, since I came into this world, excluding the moment right after the summoning, this was the first time I was completely alone. Well, if it's just a little bit, there won't be a problem. I'll go about my business without any problem. Hey you, since I'm currently in the vampire realm, I suppose I'll take this opportunity to do a quick tour. While I was thinking that, someone spoke to me from behind. When I turned around to look, there was someone who looked like a princess from some country, who had her arms crossed, and was looking at me with disgust. I've been thinking about it for a while, but you've got pretty light footwork, right? Hey, so, is it okay for someone like you to just show up out of nowhere in the middle of town? After all, you're still one of the 7 heroes. Oh, hello, Benet. Doltel Benet. When I was wondering what you were doing to avoid showing up at the castle, even when I sensed your arrival in the kingdom, even though I was waiting for you, you were very bold to be wandering around here ignoring me. Haha, no need to rush. I was planning to come to your house later. Although this was an irrelevant fact at the moment, every time he said Benet Nash, they automatically changed it to a more intimate nickname. Benet. Most likely, it was because the real Rufus had always referred to her that way. Furthermore, for some reason, I didn't feel any discomfort towards her. Although I understood that she was a dangerous individual, strangely, I felt a greater sense of goodwill towards her. Of course, it was something different from a feeling of romantic affection. But how should I say it? For example, a friend who is in the same position as you? I felt like I was talking to someone like that. I couldn't help but feel a certain closeness to her. Surprisingly, the individual most recognized by the true Rufus was probably this Benet Nash. By the way, do you recommend any places in the capital? Oh, yes, I'm also looking for souvenirs, but I haven't found any. Has your personality become a little softer? I've been asked that a lot. It was a rare occasion when I finally got to meet the last of the 7 heroes. From the way she spoke, I could tell that she wasn't in the same situation as me. However, I had expected that from the beginning. However, it was too boring to start a Barado match right after the meeting. It wasn't strange for me to want to chat with her and find out what kind of person she was. I ordered another snack at the store and handed it to the complaining Benet Nash. In any case, Centuredo, there was no doubt about it. However, even though it was strange, I felt that he was the easiest person to get along with. After all, she didn't have that strange psyche sense towards me. She wasn't like the 12 stars who felt excessive admiration for me. Nor was she like the 7 heroes who were psychologically oppressed because of her. She wasn't afraid of me. Nor was she like Dina, who couldn't know what I was thinking. It would be easier to say it was natural. He was in the same position as me. And my current self couldn't help but feel a sense of tranquility and comfort. Although, there's something wrong with me too, considering that I feel this way even when she's constantly unleashing a fierce bloodlust on me. After being escorted by Benet Nash, the place I arrived at was something like a coliseum. He probably wanted to fight me as soon as possible. However, when I said, I guess I'll go home, he quickly set about showing me around the kingdom. He was very easy to understand and get along with. Honestly, I would have loved to prolong this, create a relaxed atmosphere, and avoid the battle itself. After all, from what I've heard so far, if Benet Nash were defeated, the humanoids would suffer significantly detrimental effects that would likely lead them to fall into a horrific condition. It was because of the existence of Benet Nash that the demonic race could not advance further. To put it another way, it would mean that if she were defeated, that would be possible. As such, as a personal preference, I would have liked to postpone the battle with her until later. TLN, if you're sensitive to animal violence, you may want to consider skipping the rest of the chapter, although it is not actually very graphic. This place is an arena for magical beasts. We make captured magical beasts fight each other to the death and bet on who will win. It's the most popular pastime in the capital. You have a rather bloody hobby. Lately, there have been a lot of magical beasts trying to invade us from turfing, so we're not sure of participants. It also serves as an execution ground for magical beasts, you know? Although she just said something outrageous, as if it were the most common thing in the world. If one considered the level of civilization in this world, it wasn't very strange overall. Even on Earth, Executions in the Middle Ages served as a form of entertainment for other citizens. After all, there are even records indicating that in France and England large numbers of people came to witness public executions. Furthermore, this place was the realm of vampires, known for their belligerence. Moreover, those being executed were the magical beasts of the enemy country. It was not surprising, then, that there were no feelings of compassion or morality in the equation. The only people who would say something like, "Why are you doing something so horrible?" would be individuals who had lived in a peaceful country and had time to learn things like morality. The problem was that, even as an individual who had grown up in Japan, who had been blinded by peace, and had had time to learn that morality, I didn't feel very repelled by what was happening. It's not that I didn't feel sorry for them. Yes, I even thought they were doing something pretty horrible. But above all, I understood and accepted that yes, is that kind of country. I've already arrived at a rather dangerous place. Since we're here, do you want to make a bet? Sure. After Bennett Nash asked me, I looked at the sand. Although it was called an arena, because it was completely surrounded by walls, and it was absolutely impossible to escape, it would be better to call it prison. The vampires looked down from a safe height and were having a good time while shouting things. And those that were in the arena looked like a hippopotamus-like animal with a strong-looking body and a weasel-like animal with a small stature. In terms of size, the hippopotamus measured over 5 meters, while the weasel measured at most 1 meter. Using common sense, one wouldn't think the weasel stood a chance of winning. The odds were clearly in favor of the hippopotamus, and in fact, even when I looked at the status of each one, the hippopotamus was in the lead. With all of the above in mind, this was nothing more than one side intimidating the other. Then I bet 50 euros on the hippopotamus. It's a pretty cheap way to gamble. As expected from the monarch of the kingdom, the perception of the value of money was completely different. In terms of Japanese yen, 50 euros was equivalent to approximately 10,000 yen. Therefore, he had bet a fairly significant amount. However, for her, that amount must have been insignificant. She looked at me with an exasperated expression. Later, when the decisive battle began, as expected, the hippopotamus was winning by an overwhelming margin. Of course, after all, their physiques were completely different, as can be seen in the precise division of boxing classes into a few kilograms. Sometimes weight can be directly associated with strength. In this world, something like that could be disregarded due to individual statistics. However, even in terms of their status, the hippopotamus was also at the barato. As a result, the game was practically decided even before it started. The hippopotamus charged into the weasel with great barato, and the little weasel was tossed high into the air. It was clearly a decisive moment in the match. It was obvious the weasel was on the verge of collapse from a single blow. However, the weasel tried to return to its original position as it fell and barato the hippopotamus' neck. Maybe it was the weasel's final effort. Well, it certainly made an impact. As I was thinking about it, I noticed something strange. The weasel had latched onto the hippopotamus and refused to let go. The hippopotamus struggled and cried out in distress. Eventually, overwhelmed, the hippopotamus collapsed, and the weasel got the better of the encounter. In the end, the smallest one came out on barato, I heard. Fufu, it seems you were mistaken. Haverines may be small, but they are utterly fearless. They are dangerous predators that bite their prey until its last breath. In this arena, there's a tradition of being able to kill them. Haverines? They are a new species of magical beast that emerged after you were imprisoned. They were originally a smaller wolverine that mutated into a magical beast. When I looked around, I saw a group of vampires who were furious and saying, another one was killed by him. I see, it seems those guys predicted it wrong too, just like me. Since I thought I had been tricked, I reluctantly paid the 50 euro bet. If it turns out later that I lost it because of a bet, Libra is going to scold me. Chapter 98 Bennett Nash showed me different places, but I regretted it a little. I felt that I really shouldn't have left everything to his discretion. While I thought I could avoid fighting with her in the end by continuing with that relaxed atmosphere, reality showed me that things weren't so sweet. The place Banette Nash took me to was a large building near the castle that was empty inside. From the outside, the building looked elegant, but inside there were only strong, reinforced walls, a roof, and a floor, and nothing else inside. There weren't even the minimum amenities required for daily life, which made it clear that the space was not designed to be inhabited. This building was specially constructed for the day that would eventually come. Built with Mizar steel, specially imported from Blutgang, it won't crack in most situations. Even so, it should be quite fragile compared to us. But at least it will serve as a battleground without us having to worry about the surroundings. Now that I think about it, this isn't a tourist spot, is it? I wouldn't have minded showing you Barado, but yeah, sorry, but I'm not used to holding back, you know? When I have a goal right in front of me, I can't resist. I seem to be even worse than the horses. She smiled as she said that. However, in contrast to her smile, she clearly emanated the intention to fight. In all likelihood, if a low-level person were to enter the building, that person wouldn't even be able to stand up due to the intimidating aura it emitted. It's not even a flugelhorn. It gives off this intimidating aura as if it were the most natural thing in the world. What's wrong with it? Since she was clearly in a different league compared to all my past enemies, this time alone, I couldn't say it would be an easy fight. It seemed like I had to prepare myself completely. I have waited too long for this moment. Just for this moment, I have waited too long. Banette Nash's facial expression distorted in anticipation of the battle. Her beautiful face changed to a sharp, menacing expression, and her barato curled into a wicked snarl, revealing her sharp barato. Her eyes shone crimson red, and her silver hair waved violently. In accordance with this, I sharpened my awareness, which caused everything in the environment to slow down. Even so, the sensation of the aura emanating from her didn't change. This indicated that the time frame she was experiencing was similar to mine. Now, let's begin. At the same time as he said that, he lashed out at him. With just one step, the floor beneath his feet shattered and exploded, causing debris to stop in midair. To clarify, it wasn't as if the debris stopped in midair. From a third-party perspective, it would have appeared as if Banette Nash had vanished and the ground beneath her had exploded. And before a single second had passed, all the debris would have tumbled back to the ground. However, for me it was different. I experienced a perception of space and time where time itself dilated to the extreme, so that the debris that was part of the explosion stopped in the air without falling back down, essentially isolating me by leaving behind the mundane concept of time. He existed in a time and space that were indistinguishable from a state of suspended time. In this state, only Banette Nash could move with agility as he approached me. It's the same with the Demon King, but to think that they're able to remain so naturally within time, the world between time. One, it seemed there was no falsehood in naming her the strongest of the 7 heroes. Needless to say, I wasn't happy about this result. TSK. In response to Banette Nash's claw attack, I grabbed her wrist to stop it and counterattack by kicking her feet. The instant I thought I had unbalanced Banette Nash, she kicked back, causing me to quickly release her wrist as she flew backward. In the space between Banette Nash and me, a cannon-like shockwave extended vertically, opening a huge hole in the ceiling. I wonder what happened to the idea that the building wouldn't even break Barado in most situations. Barado, this was something extremely irrelevant, but as she had lifted her feet in front of me, I noticed a small detail I hadn't expected. Anyway, wouldn't it be better if the skirt were a little longer? While he was thinking about something so stupid, Banette Nash's kick changed from a flying kick to an axe kick. As for the distance, it was impossible for him to reach me. However, it was impossible for his attack to be carried out only to leave a small trail in the air. I took a half step to the side, just in case, and, as expected, a black slash cut through the place I had just moved away from. Magic, and a powerful one at that, without using a spell from his leg. However, I didn't have time to be surprised because Banette Nash had already moved on to his next attack. Something black glowed and condensed in her hand. Subsequently, what could be described as a torrent of darkness was released from her as the embodiment of destruction. A thick laser? A destructive beam? It was a little difficult to describe it properly in words, but it was indeed a great ray of light that is often seen in manga. As a result of dodging the beam that was traveling directly forward, he went through the wall of the building and flew somewhere. It's no use. This building cannot withstand the power of Banette Nash. Anyway, being on the defensive all the time is a bit, I guess I'll try to attack her this time. I kicked the ground and closed the distance between us, then cut it with my hand. In retaliation, Banette Nash blocked the attack and stuck out his finger to counter. I quickly moved aside, but Banette Nash's finger grazed my cheek. At the same time, I matched his pace with a knee strike. However, Banette Nash managed to stop him with his own knee, finally managing to land a quick punch on my cheek. Despite that, I was able to avoid getting hurt by turning my whole body and head, causing his blow to slide off. Taking advantage of the centrifugal force, I tried to land the back of my hand on her. However, Banette Nash ducked and hit me in the feet with a kick close to the ground. Although I almost fell, I braced my hands on the ground and propelled myself upwards with the strength of my arms. I kicked towards her using the force I gained from the handstand and launched her upwards, connecting with a blow to her chin. However, she spun around in the air and came closer to me, and I decided to face her. Our arms and legs moved rapidly, and after layers and layers of feints, our fists collided in the middle. After being pushed back a little by the rebound, I moved on to my next move. Psychological understanding. For now, let's start by weakening the enemy. This was just the basics. I applied telekinesis to Banette Nash and restricted her barato. Then I tried to approach her. However, faster than I could approach her, she quickly broke the telekinesis spell into thousands of pieces and counterattacked using her claws. To what? How come they can't contain you at all? Although Rufus thought so, it was clear that Banette Nash was delayed, even if only by a fraction of a second. Consequently, his claws shot out into the void, destroying the walls and floor once again. On the other hand, after jumping into the air to avoid her attack, I moved to land behind her. She spun around in haste, but it was too late. My rising kick struck her and sent her slender body flying. If she were one of the 7 luminaries, it would have been certain death. Even if she were one of the 12 celestial stars, she would undoubtedly have suffered considerable damage from that attack. Despite that, Banette Nash stopped his momentum in midair and landed back on the ground as if nothing had happened. She showed no indication whatsoever of wanting to attack. It seemed like he was simply testing the waters. As our perception of time returned to normal, the initial debris that was created as a result of Banette Nash kicking the ground at the start of the battle fell to the ground. I guess I should say it was to be expected. I thought I defended myself quickly from that attack, but it seems I broke my arm. As he looked at his arm, which was bent in an odd direction, Banette Nash smiled happily. In a battle for supremacy against an equal rival, having a shattered arm was by no means an insignificant event. It was a momentous loss that could end up deciding the fate of the battle immediately. However, Banette Nash briskly moved his arm back to its original position and began to move his fingers as if nothing had happened. Vampires' regenerative abilities? No, even if they did, it was too fast. It looks like he has some HP recovery equipment or something like that. But it's definitely good news that his arms broke precisely because of that. However fast its regeneration is, its durability is definitely not that high. It's probably okay to think that I'm stronger than her when it comes to power and stamina. But considering what you've done, it was definitely a weak attack. I don't like it when you hold back, Banette Nash frowned at me as he said that with dissatisfaction. Holding back, huh? Well, of course, that attack definitely wasn't a skill or enhanced by divine magic. So if you were to ask me whether that attack was the best thing I could have done or not, it definitely wasn't. That said, I put a lot of effort into that attack. Although that attack wasn't backed up by any advantage or skill, I had seriously kicked her without holding back. This was the same situation as the fight against the Demon King, although I was fighting with all my strength. From the opponent's point of view, they thought I was holding back. In other words, it meant that I wasn't in the same position as Rufus was 200 years ago, and if Banette Nash was able to fight the Rufus of 200 years ago on equal terms, I was in a very bad position in this battle. It seems I really don't have any room to hold back, huh? I cast a status-boosting buff on myself, and, as if to match it, Banette Nash also activated an ability to boost her own status. Next round. Let's see how long you last. I really don't intend to do that, you know? Banette Nash flew towards me again, this time much faster than before. Quick! Even I could only see the shadow of its movement and barely realized that it had lunged towards me. I quickly tried to protect myself from the attack in response, and when I did, I felt a strong impact running through my arms from the other side. Although I tried to counterattack, Banette Nash had already disappeared from my sight. When I thought a silver lightning bolt passed by me, this time I felt the impact behind me. I somehow managed to protect myself from this attack using my wings, but this isn't good. I can't keep up with them. From that moment on, for me, it was clearly a defensive battle. As the silver beam of light moved and continuously attacked me from all directions, I could do nothing but barely protect myself from them. Even if he felt like counterattacking, there was nothing he could do because he was unable to keep her in sight. Since I could barely follow its afterimage, I somehow managed to defend myself against its attacks in time. However, I probably couldn't win a fight simply by defending myself. So there was only one option I could take. I predicted the coming attack, gave up the defense, and threw my fist at Banette Nash's face, aiming for an eye for an eye. As I predicted, she intervened at the same time to scratch my cheek. However, in a test of power, I was above her. Although I was able to escape after receiving a small amount of damage, Banette Nash was sent flying quite easily, and his face was left badly bruised and scratched. Banette Nash laughed with pure delight and flew back towards me as the wounds on his face regenerated rapidly. Hey, normally people would be a little more undecided. Even though he had managed to counter her, she paid him no attention at all and continued her attack. As she cornered me, I remembered the fight between the two magical beasts that I had just witnessed. That magical beast that looked like a weasel. If I remember correctly, it was called Bavarine or something like that. That guy didn't care about being outnumbered and fearlessly fought the biggest hippopotamus. And in the end, he emerged victorious. There was nothing more terrifying than those who feared nothing. Those who had no doubts were extremely problematic because they didn't care what happened to them. After all, we often hear the saying, the more cowardly you are, the longer you live. I had absolutely no intention of rejecting that idea, and in any case, that was probably how things really were. Although the words brave and courageous sounded very good, it could be interpreted that these individuals simply freed themselves from their natural limitations of self-preservation. Therefore, it was natural that they generally did not live very long. However, when it came to a single battle, there was nothing more terrifying than individuals who feared nothing. And in all likelihood, Banette Nash was one of those individuals. Without a doubt, she had entrusted everything to this one fight. The phrase, "I've waited 200 years for this," was not an exaggeration at all. She truly believed it would be all right to meet her end here and now. Therefore, regardless of whether she would end up receiving an injury that would last with her for the rest of her life or end up perishing, she couldn't care less. Until she was defeated or I was defeated, she would continue the fight. She was there with that mindset. This person, without even needing to debate it, is definitely the most problematic enemy to date. Transmute, Winter of Swords. I transmuted a single sword and stuck it in the ground. At the same time, countless swords grew from the ground and created an inescapable field that simultaneously attacked Banette Nash. Needless to say, I didn't think for a moment that something like that would be enough to defeat Banette Nash. However, at least it would allow me to read his next move. If she avoided the swords, her speed would naturally decrease. And if she broke them, the location of the broken sword would tell me where she was. However, none of those scenarios materialized, and there was no Banette Nash figure inside the mountain of swords. In that case, there was only one possibility. Without even looking, I jumped and crashed into Banette Nash, who was violently attacking me from above. Because there was a swarm of blades on the ground, it was very difficult to attack me. As such, the simplest way to attack me was from above, which also happened to be the safest place at the time. I seized Banette Nash's arm and kicked him hard in the stomach. At the same time, I struck her in the back and held her between my arm and knee. He staggered from the blow, and although I felt bravado sorry for her, we flew up into the sky. After passing through the roof, I continued ascending straight up, eventually reaching a point where the buildings of Mjolnir barely looked like small peas before rapidly descending. Adding speed to the fall, I launched it towards an area of land far from the capital with all my might and activated a tracking ability. Transmute Hrungnir's right arm. For from the ground, particles of sand and rocks rose up, eventually even reaching above the clouds. Then, with the downward movement of my arm, a huge fist fell after splitting the clouds. It was an enormous 10-ton fist, born thanks to the alchemist's skill, and that ability struck Banette Nash mercilessly. With a deafening noise, the ground collapsed. After finishing my attack, I inspected the enormous fist I had created myself. How's it going? Is the attack over? Or did I go too far? It's best if she stays down. However, my expectations were quickly dashed when a fracture began to run across the enormous arm. There was not even a need to mention who deciphered it. Finally, after it broke completely, the silver-haired vampire princess flew out from inside, then stopped when she reached me. There seems to be some effect, but his leisurely smile is still there. Huh? Just as I expected. It was a pretty good attack, but considering what you've done, it was a rather weak one. Can't you face me seriously? Or is it? Banette Nash's eyes gleamed suspiciously as he laughed, bearing his sharp bravado. This isn't good. I have a bad feeling about this. Will you be willing to give it a real try when I take it seriously first? Yes, there it is, he said it. That classic cliché, the phrase I wasn't really trying at all. Honestly, I knew something like this was going to happen, darn it. Author's note. The curtain rises on the battle of Rufus versus Benet, incidentally. Not a single second passed between the moment Benet first burst in and the I guess I should say that was to be expected scene. Of course, if an ordinary person had observed this fight from the sidelines, it would have seemed as if both disappeared in places here and there broke and exploded randomly. Cinchureto stopped. These are all the exchanges that took place. Question: I don't quite understand what you mean by things happening so fast. It seems as if time has stopped. A. Please imagine Zeldinched, who is able to repeatedly use Rush Punch and Head Shock within the span of a second in the game, but in reality spends many tens of minutes relentlessly pummeling the enemy from the player's perspective. 5 Rufus and Benet are individuals capable of living in that domain of time perception. Chapter 99, the feeling of intimidating pressure from Banette Nash, continued to amplify. Before I knew it, I was covered in cold sweat, and I could understand that even I was being overwhelmed by his aura. The situation was becoming so ridiculous, it wasn't even funny anymore. To think that I, who used to wield the coercion racial ability, will be the one sucked in and crushed by the pressure this time. Banette Nash's silver hair fluttered as lightning and thunder split the sky. As if in response to what was happening, the sky, which had been shrouded in darkness, cleared to allow the moonlight to shine all over Mjolnir. Ordinarily, Mjolnir was shrouded in the arcane magic of Banette Nash to prevent sunlight from entering. However, since she had finally decided to get serious, the spell must have been broken. In other words, the mana accumulated over so long in the spell had returned. And worse still, tonight was a full moon. In other words, in addition to the strength that Banette Nash had previously displayed, she was now even more strengthened by the mana she had just recovered and the power of the moon. In the game, the concept of becoming stronger during a full moon was merely a secondary scenario. For starters, a full moon night didn't exist in the game. Within the game, no matter how long a player had to wait, the moon would always be a crescent moon, demonstrating the developer's laziness. However, in this world, what was simply a background scenario became a reality. The wave of magical power emanating from Banette Nash amplified to the point where one could see it rippling with the naked eye. Moreover, it did not stop there. Maffel, I am very grateful to you. If I hadn't met you, I wouldn't have been able to get here. So, this is the greatest respect I can offer you. No, that's enough. I'm completely satisfied. Please forgive me. However, As expected, something so weak would never have come from me. After reaching this point, I finally truly hated how this body prevented me from saying something so convenient. Hey, at least let me complain. Even if you don't feel like getting serious, that's okay. It just means I've reached the point where I can't make you feel that way anymore. So, in that case, it'll first let you see how far I've come. This world beyond level 1000 you showed me in the past, after saying that a silver light enveloped Banette Nash. Huh? No, wait. Seriously, wait a minute. Did I think level 1000 was the upper limit in this world? At least, to my knowledge, level 1000 was the maximum a character could reach. Beyond that, a character's stats could only be increased by buffing items. However, he was sure that wasn't what Banette Nash meant. Banette Nash's magical power continued to increase even though she believed she could no longer control it. In the process, her silver hair turned golden white, platinum, and her entire body began to glow with a silvery hue. Oh, this is bad. I can't see its condition, but I feel in my skin. This girl is really not good. Although he didn't receive the goddess divine protection, his power increased even beyond what was possible thanks to her. What's wrong with this monster? Now here I come. After saying that, Banette Nash disappeared. At the exact moment Banette Nash disappeared, I felt an impact as if I were being hit by something and saw the background fly past me. It hurt because I was punched. I understood what was happening. Although I stopped quickly in midair and landed safely on the ground, I couldn't find Banette Nash's figure at all. My perception of time was already stretched to the extreme. Without a doubt, everything around me remained calm. However, I couldn't find her. I couldn't even see the shadow of her afterimage. Was he implying that, although I was able to see everything around me still and frozen in time, Banette Nash was able to see my figure still and frozen in time? This time it was my stomach. Again, I felt an impact that went right through me. I felt a pain as if something was piercing me. However, I still couldn't find the Banette Nash figure that had attacked me. On the other hand, I could only prepare blindly for the imminent attack, like a clueless fool. How is this possible? Since I entered this body, regardless of what they said, I had somehow managed to keep overcoming everything quite calmly. There were times when I had to push myself a little, but even then, I didn't experience any major difficulties to the point of being able to call it problematic. Despite that, I had completely lost track of my enemy's whereabouts. At that moment, she was no different from a scarecrow. She couldn't keep up with him, and only she existed in a higher dimension after increasing her speed. We'll try to get an eye for an eye counter, but even that wouldn't be possible. Cinceredo, the first thing I would do is determine its movement. Transmute. Winter of Swords. I made countless swords grow from the ground and restricted Banette Nash's movement. Now, without this Tisk, they made me realize how superficial and short-sighted my thoughts were, and how the gaps between the two of us had long since passed the point of making those little tricks meaningless. Of all the things that could have happened, each of the blades I had just created on the ground shattered immediately at the same time, and before I could protect myself, Banette Nash's blow sent me flying. In that state, and before I could even regain my balance or breathe, I was struck in the stomach, near my back, then in my chin and ribs. Many more attacks followed, one after another, throughout my body. This is really bad. She's much more than a joke. She is too strong and too fast. At this moment, I can't even determine or understand if I'm being punched, kicked, or magically shot. The only thing I can understand is that I have become a punching bag that can be attacked unilaterally. However you want to put it, this is foul play. For starters, what on earth is he talking about? What is this world beyond level 1000? I don't even know anything about that, you know? In any case, she is really very strong. Hey, look, I got punched again. This time it was in the shoulder. Oh, I know I was just slammed to the ground and shot in the back with magic. I've heard more that you were strong, but honestly, if it's at this level, I'm pretty stuck. I didn't think you'd get that strong when you got older. After all, ever since I met you, you were already in a different league than everyone else. So this is the result of your ambition to reach higher after meeting me. Huh? Haha, how wonderful. Wait. What do I mean by the first time I met you? This thought process isn't mine. It's Rufus, right? Oh, this isn't right. They're hitting me so hard I'm losing consciousness. Even I know my memory and awareness are becoming clouded and disoriented. But strangely enough, I don't feel irritated or frustrated at all. In any case, deep down, I feel honored and delighted inside. You did well to become so strong. You've done a great job perfecting yourself this far. You're truly amazing. Honestly, you really make me want to bow down to you. To achieve this strength, an ordinary amount of effort wasn't enough, was it? Therefore, before I realized it, I was laughing. The outcome of events was so joyful that I couldn't help but feel happy. Oh, really? I'm very glad, Benet. You did well to complain here. The atmosphere released by Rufus changed. After Benet Nash quickly detected that change, he stopped attacking and quickly retreated to create some distance. Until that moment, even though she was the one attacking unilaterally, she did not think for a moment that she was in an advantageous position. It was because she knew that Rufus Maffel wasn't so insignificant when he was serious. The arch-rival she had feared, adored, pursued, and desired simply could not have been a weakling like that. Therefore, she was convinced that there would definitely come a time when Rufus would arrive, and indeed, Rufus had finally decided to show his true ability. So it finally arrived. Indeed, Rufus stood up with a relaxed smile and glanced at Benet Nash before turning to look around. As Rufus looked around, a nostalgic feeling emanated from him, causing Benet Nash to feel strangely confused. However, he quickly changed his mind. The only thing that mattered at that moment was what was happening here and now. The fact that Rufus had finally decided to get serious, as long as such a reality existed, was enough for Benet Nash. As I expected, it was you, huh? The one who woke me up with a jolt. That? Haha, it's nothing important. I was just daydreaming. Up until now, I'd been stuck in a dreamlike state, you know? Well, all things considered, it turned out just as I predicted. Rufus took a step forward. In keeping with that, Benet Nash unconsciously took a step back, allowing him to recognize that he was instinctively afraid of Rufus. That's right, this is Rufus Maffel, the archenemy whom I both respected and feared. There is no way Rufus Maffel could be anything else. Benet Nash mustered his courage and took a step forward as if to cover the instinctive step he had taken, which seemed like a step to flee. Thanks to you, I woke up. The way you woke me up was a bit extreme, but it was exactly what I needed since I was daydreaming. I thought if it had been you, you would have hit me on the head to wake me up. After all, it was worth coming here. Rufus smiled refreshingly and cheerfully as she spread her black wings. Aries and Scorpio wouldn't have been able to do this. They're competent, but I, who was asleep, could have easily overpowered them by turning over. It seems I really should thank you, Benet. Both of Rufus' hands were covered in mana. The concentration of divine power and arcane power increased as they interacted with each other and circulated around Rufus. There was no doubt. The current Rufus was eager to dominate. The once supreme ruler who had governed the entire world, the Black-Winged Lord, has once again honored me with his presence. In response to that pleasant sensation, Benet Nash's mouth distorted and once again moved at a speed that could be mistaken for the speed of light. Swa, after letting out a war cry, he challenged Rufus with his superior speed and power. It was different from how he had been investigating things as he had done previously. It was, without a doubt, the greatest amount of power he had in a truly serious attack. If it had been an ordinary person, much less someone who understood what was happening, they would have ceased to exist without even realizing they had been attacked. The speed was practically the same as the speed of light. The attack she used once split the continent, along with the magical beasts and demons that lived on it, in two. The Vampire Princess' unconditional attack caused a permanent fissure in the planet, but Rufus stopped it with just the tip of a finger. Rufus' hair fluttered, and from the shockwave of the attack alone, cracks appeared in the ground behind her. However, the fingertip that had directly stopped the impact of the attack did not even have a single scratch or a single torn layer of skin. After a moment of rigidity, Benet Nash had already moved on to his second attack. I already knew it. I already predicted it and foresaw it. That's right. My opponent is Rufus Maffel, the strongest individual in existence, and the only one I considered worthy of defeating. So it's natural that she can do something like that. It's natural that his skill is so high. A wall so high I can't see the top. A wall that seems impossible to climb. But it's because it's so high that it's worth climbing. It's because it's so high that it's worth challenging. Oh, louder, faster, sharper. Banette Nash attacked furiously like a blizzard with his magic-infused claws. However, Rufus was able to stop each of those cuts and did not suffer a single injury. Before that, Banette Nash. Rufus smiled gently and then placed his hand on his forehead, a flick of his finger. When Banette Nash felt like her head was going to explode, she went flying. She barely managed to do a few flips in the air before landing safely. What power! Even on a full moon? Banette Nash wiped the barato from her forehead as her barato twisted into a smile, her eyes distant as if she were possessed. I waited too long. Yes, I've waited an eternity for this. This is a wall worth overcoming. It's worth challenging, and not winning a fight that I know I'm going to end up winning. I'm in a fight where I don't even know if I'm going to win. No, I'm challenging an enemy that I know, for almost certain, I have no chance of winning against. This is what it means to fight. This is what the word challenge means. Right now I can feel on my skin that I'm the challenger without a doubt. Yes, I feel a little mortified. But above all, I feel happy. The person I aspire to surpass is undoubtedly a scandalous individual. That fills me with joy. As expected, you won't lose your fighting spirit, will you? Of course. If I was going to lose the will to fight just because of that, I wouldn't challenge you from the start. Rufus, who felt joy at Banette Nash's eternal will in his battle, took a look at his own state once. Rufus Maffle level 3,000 species, Flugel class level Guerrero, 200 Sword Master, 200 Grappler, 200 Champion, 200 Monster Tamer, 200 Alchemist, 200 Ranger, 200 Strider, 200 Acolyte, 200 Priest, 200 Esper, 200 Psychic, 200 Wizard, 200 Sorcerer, 200 the Archenemy, 200 CV, 18,050,000 SP, 72, 290 STR, Strength Attack Power 46,600 DX, Dexterity 29,250 VIT, Vitality 40,900 INT, Intelligence 34,900 AGI, Agility Speed 42,334 MND, Mental Power 34,650 LUK. Luck 27,840 Team 1 Head. Right arm, left arm, body. Dress of the Empress of Heaven immunity to all status disadvantages. HP automatic regeneration footwear. Speed boots increased movement speed in battle others. Shelter of the 7 luminaries 50 damage reduction from all elemental attacks. 80. No, around 70 of the original. After Rufus reviewed his own statistics, he was able to recognize that he had not yet fully recovered. However, he considered that fighting Banette Nash would not be a problem. Essentially in this world, level 1,000 was the upper limit that an individual could reach. That was the maximum limit set by the goddess laws. As long as her rules were followed, it was impossible to cross it. However, Rufus had crossed that line. In other words, it meant she had broken the rules of this world created by the goddess herself. Furthermore, this phenomenon was not limited to Rufus alone. Banette Nash was also in a similar situation. This reality was what made Rufus happy. The Vampire Princess Banette Nash level 1,500 species. Vampire class level Grappler, 200 Champion, 200 Killer, 200 Strider, 400 Wizard, 200 Sorcerer, 200 Necromancer, 100 Horsepower, 705,000 SP, 31 430 STR, Strength Attack Power 26 112 DX, Dexterity 10,787 VIT, Vitality 14,305 INT, Intelligence 14,318 AGI, Agility Speed 4200 1 MND, Mental Power 11,295 LUK, Luck 10, 282 Team 2 Head, Moon Tiara HP Automatic Regeneration Right Arm. Claw the Usurper absorbs HP from the enemy when attacking. Left arm, Claw of the Usurper absorbs HP from the enemy when attacking body. Garment of Immortality, HP, automatic regeneration footwear. Black Shadow boots, the probability of evasion increased by 100. Other, Moonlit Night Coat, HP's automatic regeneration increased by 100 overnight. Exclusive vampire article. Just by looking at Banette Nash's state, Rufus could easily understand that Banette Nash was not ridiculing her with the intention of challenging her. Although Banette Nash's status did not reach the same heights as Rufus, she was able to escape the restrictive boundary specified by the goddess. Despite Banette Nash enjoying the momentum of the full moon night, his combat prowess was nothing short of splendid. Censuredo, if Rufus were asked whether Banette Nash could defeat her, the answer would be no. Furthermore, Rufus had no intention of letting Banette Nash win. However, simply winning against that Banette Nash, who had waited 200 years for this moment, would be unfair to her. Therefore, there was only one thing Rufus could do. Use all your power to the limit, without reservations, without mercy, and completely annihilate Banette Nash with the best of your skill. That was the greatest show of respect and the greatest form of courtesy. Be honorable, Benet. You are an opponent who deserves my best. So, out of respect, I will also fight with a weapon that deserves to be used against you. Rufus murmured an honest compliment without any lies and raised his hand. And the power formed in his hand was of both divine and arcane nature. She caused the two types to collide with each other, distorting this world to create a hole in space that was created by the goddess. The hole in space then became a door and was connected to create a temporary path to another location, effectively turning the distance between the two locations into zero. X-Gate, come here, my weapon. The invocation of the Supreme Ruler. In accordance with that order, the Maffel Tower, which was located in the distant land, began to rumble. Author's notes say, why would the people of this world want to fight against people like this? Breaking the limit this time, the breakout limit used by Rufus and Banette Nash is like a form of skill, therefore it's not as if they're normally above level 1000 all the time. Therefore, 12 stars are usually also level 800. Putting things in another perspective, while Rufus is like that, Ares and the others are at level 1000. Strictly according to the calculation, they are at level 2100. However, because they have not surpassed the limit, they are stuck at level 1000. Ares. Oh, I suddenly reached level 1000. Ego Keros. Same here. Scorpius. Ah, it seems Rufus-sama has decided to get serious. It was a pleasure meeting you, Shorty. Libra. It seems she has already won. She is convinced. Karkinos. With this one, I too will have more roles to play. Dina. No, even if the tank's level goes up, it's not like there are more roles to fulfill. Karkinos. Chapter 100. The countless pieces of equipment recovered from the Blackwing's royal tomb had been sent to the Maffel Tower and could normally only be used through Dina, who was able to use X-Gate to bring that equipment into Rufus' hands. At least, that was what Rufus had believed up to that point, and in fact, that was really how things were. However, that preconceived idea was refuted by none other than Rufus herself. It was because the team in the tower was summoned to her hand without going through Dina due to Gate X, which she activated herself. The team that was summoned was a pair of swordsmen who acted as a single weapon. One sword radiated power, yet appeared rudimentary, while the shorter sword exuded grace and elegance. Though the pair seemed mismatched, they conveyed the feeling of man and woman. Lifthraiser. Too, this is a legendary sword that, it was said, would remain intact even if the world were to end. It is a treasure that would be wasted if I used it against some insignificant nobody, but if it is against you, even this sword would probably gladly aid me. Nothing will come of this, even if you praise me. You know? It's a sincere compliment. You should accept it with dignity. Rufus swung the swords, even though it wasn't the right time to do so. Needless to say, Banette Nash wasn't some clueless idiot who wouldn't think, what is she doing? While watching this, in a battle like the one they were fighting, common sense was useless. In fact, one could even say that the winner was determined by how and to what extent an individual could overcome this supposed common sense. Just after Banette Nash was launched into the air, the ground beneath her shattered, and the slashing attack continued flying into space beyond Midgard, eventually splitting a distant asteroid in two. However, the two had no way of knowing about the collateral damage that occurred elsewhere in outer space. They both kicked the ground to take a step forward and collided in the middle, causing a gust of wind to blow away from them due to the impact. Banette Nash's claws and Rufus' short swords clashed together, and very quickly, Banette Nash, who had lost in the contest of strength, was defeated. However, he quickly stood up and slapped with the palm of his hand. Moon Sniper, Bullet of Sun. The black torrent released from Banette Nash's palm and the mass of white light shot from Rufus' finger collided with each other. In terms of power, both were approximately equal. However, Luna's shooter, the arcane magic activated by Banette Nash, was a high-level moon attribute arcane magic and was one of the ultimate skills used to instantly kill an enemy using a large amount of mana. On the other hand, Soul Bullet, used by Rufus, was a basic offensive arcane spell of the soul attribute. It was of a lower level than the one Banette Nash had used. The fact that they were both equal meant the difference in their ability to handle arcane magic. Furthermore, that confrontation did not last long. It was because Rufus came running through his own attack towards Banette Nash. Upon seeing this, Banette Nash clicked his tongue as he thought, "What a troublesome sword." Part of Rufus' collection, a pair of swords, Lifthrazer. The longest magic sword, Lif, could cut through divine magic, allowing it to strike directly at the enemy, piercing their defensive barriers. The shortest divine sword, Thracer, could cut through arcane magic, making it a powerful defensive weapon against arcane magic. However, against Banette Nash, who would not use divine magic, the longer-bladed Lif was completely ineffective, so it was nothing more than a sword that cut well, thus serving as a ray of light in all of this. However, if you were to ask whether everything was all right, the answer would be no. After all, the one wielding that sword was the strongest in all of Midgard, Rufus. In his hands, even an ordinary knife became a weapon worthy of being called legendary. In this case, that individual acquired a weapon already classified as legendary. Consequently, the power and threat of that weapon needed no further explanation. Ha 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 ha! After shouting a war cry, Banette Nash turned into a silver beam of light. Pushing even his own limits and ignoring the creaking of his joints, he continued to attack Rufus from all directions. However, with a cold expression that irritated Banette Nash, Rufus deflected the attacks with his sword and ended up not suffering a single scratch. Not to mention that, with a single sword stroke, Banette Nash was critically wounded and forced to retreat. U201C. TSK. Banette Nash immediately held up his arm and pressed it to the open wound, quickly regenerating everything. Then, without hesitating for a moment, he charged from the front and, using the residue on his hands from his previously injured arm, attempted to blind his enemy. Then he turned around and pushed his arm straight towards where Rufus' heart would have been. But once again he missed. Keeping his back where it was and moving only his arm, Rufus blocked Banette Nash's attack with the blade of his sword. Then Rufus spun around and used the momentum to rain Barado her kick to Banette Nash's Barado and launch her upwards. The Barado of the blow sent her reeling, but Banette Nash did not stay down. After landing back on the ground, as if she had barely managed to avoid being struck uncontrollably, she extended her palm and unleashed a barrage of arcane magic that rained down upon her enemy. Each of his condensed mana bullets was dense enough to destroy a city. However, he unleashed hundreds or thousands of them, leaving no room for maneuver. However, even after such an attack, Rufus emerged unscathed. She flew out of the dust cloud and through the mana bullets, landing right in front of Banette Nash. Then, without hesitating for a second, she struck a devastating blow that brought Banette Nash down. TSK, don't underestimate me. However, in that same situation, Banette Nash counterattacked, launching a mana bullet directly at Rufus. Barado, it might be appropriate to call it an obsession born from his strong, long-standing feelings. Even after losing control, his bravado moved on its own and kicked Rufus. In light of what had just happened, even Rufus was surprised, which caused her to open her eyes wide in surprise as she was impressed. Taking advantage of this interruption, Banette Nash combined his upper and lower body attacks. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the severe damage he had sustained up to that point, he ended up kneeling for a moment. Just for this. I want fall just for this. Who cares about the pain? Who cares about the harm? I have already decided that this battle will continue until one of us dies. This is exactly the once-in-a-lifetime battle I've been searching for so long. So I can't waste time on my knees. There's no time to stop and recover. As if this is going to end, Banette Nash didn't even wait for his wounds to heal properly before charging and starting his ferocious attack again. His attacks were not slow at all. They were neither weak nor clumsy. In any case, there was no one else in Midgard who could launch attacks that were equally fast, equally strong, and equally sharp. Each of his individual attacks in this countless bombardment was more than enough to instantly kill those at the level of the 7 luminaries and cause significant damage to those at the level of the 12 stars. She was, without a doubt, the strongest being among the 7 heroes and one of the individuals who could be called the strongest in Midgard along with the Demon King. However, even when faced with such an attack, Rufus was able to easily overcome him and counterattack, striking with his feet and breaking Banette Nash's neck. Even while rolling on the ground, the regenerative effect took hold. However, although Banette Nash got up, she was already breathless and clearly exhausted from everything that had happened up to that point. I knew it, but she's so far behind. I knew I couldn't win. But are you telling me I can't even compete with her properly? She was glad her arch-rival was strong. However, putting that aside, if she couldn't do anything to close the gap, it was already clear who would be the loser. She had issued a challenge while fully prepared to lose in the end, but it wasn't as if she wanted to lose. After all, her greatest ambition was to defeat Rufus and surpass her. Therefore, she wired her brain to think of a move that would lead her to victory. I had no intention of saying that dirty plays were unfair or cowardly at this point in the game. Winning was everything. Attacks aimed at the eyes, subtle attacks, and surprise attacks. As long as there was a hand to play, she didn't care which one it was. She no longer paid attention to what method she would have to use to win, nor was she fighting an enemy she could defeat if she worried about such a thing. It was okay to look bad. It was okay to look dirty, and it was okay to look desperate. If that meant she would be able to win against her opponent, there was no asset worth more than that. I will grant you that wish. Boom! The heart pounded loudly. The voice of someone she didn't know, but undoubtedly recognized, echoed through the room. And suddenly, something flowed toward Banette Nash. That was it, power. It was exactly what she had wanted a moment ago. The move that would shorten the distance between her and Rufus. You wanted it, didn't you? To defeat her. If so, I will serve as your power. If it's you, you will undoubtedly be able to fulfill that wish. For a moment, Banette Nash had a vision of a beautiful lady with blue hair wearing a dress. A woman who gave off an oddly calm feeling, smiled warmly, and Banette Nash saw a scene of herself being greeted warmly by that lady. At the same time, Banette Nash was suddenly filled with divine power throughout his body. The power filled his entire being. Is this it? This is the secret of how the 7 heroes defeated Rufus. I'd always thought everything was strange. I had always believed it was a mystery that, despite the enormous difference between Rufus and the 7 heroes, they managed to emerge victorious. But he finally understood. If that was the case, then victory was no longer impossible. Moreover, if she were to obtain such power, it would allow her to fight Rufus almost on equal terms. With this, if I have this power, I will be able to fight against her. As a result, Banette Nash laughed at the situation and then opened his mouth. You're in the way. Get out of here. Banette Nash sensed the surprise in the voice at his response. However, he didn't know why she was so surprised, nor did he want to understand. This fight was his, the battle he had sought for so long. And at the end of that battle, whether victory or defeat, life or death, everything was his alone, as if he were going to give away even a single millimeter of it. What kind of misunderstanding does this stupid woman have? Did she think for a second that I would be happy about this? Did he think everyone would get down on their knees to pray, worship, and say, "Oh, thank you so much, goddess," like fools or something? Know your place. There's a limit to your insolence. I've never called someone like you a fool, nor have I ever needed to. When did I say I needed your bravado? Since when have I ever wanted help from someone so unimportant? That act of yours, pretending to be a kind goddess, and your hands trying to bless me are unpleasant and deeply off-putting. Don't you dare touch me, you piece of trash. She is the only person in this place who is allowed to come into contact with me. Didn't you hear me? I already told you to get lost, Alovinus. You're a hack author. For Bennett Nash screamed loudly, and a silver light overflowed from his body. At the same time, the power emanating from her body was extinguished, and divine power itself was expelled from her. I don't need it. I don't need a false power like that. Sure, I want to win against Rufus, even if I have to trade my life for it, but if I have to win using a borrowed power like that, even dying would be better. First of all, winning like that isn't a victory for oneself. Even if someone were to win that way, it would only mean that someone who received the goddess power won, and it wouldn't be solely their victory. I was determined to win, no matter what dirty tactic she used. I wanted to beat her even if it meant looking bad. But I have never wanted to fall to the point of becoming someone else's tool or to win by using someone else's power. That's right, this battle is mine. This stage is just for Rufus and me. As if I were going to let someone else go up on stage. Even if that person is the goddess, I will kick her and make her fall backward onto the audience seat. All a fool like you can do is watch. Shut up and watch from the sidelines. You misplaced goddess. I've kept you waiting. Now, let's continue our fight. I won't let anyone else interfere. Why do you look like a fool, Maffel? No, nothing. I just thought you were a special person. I've never felt such deep respect in my heart as I do now, Benet. After hearing Rufa's honest compliment, Bennett Nash's eyes widened, and then he began to laugh. What are you saying now? I've always been a very special person. If I weren't, I could never have considered myself your archenemy. Ha, that's right. You're definitely someone worthy of being called my archenemy. Just then, I felt that feeling resurface once again. They recognized each other and smiled, creating a moment of stillness. But whatever happened, this was still a battlefield, and they were still killing each other. Therefore, the peace did not last. Although Bennett Nash was exhausted, she moved resolutely towards Rufus with a movement as abrupt and quick as she had been doing so far. Due to his extreme speed, even his own body suffered as a consequence, causing blood to flow from the corner of his mouth as he continued to strike Rufus. In response, Rufus used pinpoint accuracy to protect, deflect, and counter Bennett Nash, sending her flying. Then came the next attack. Rufus kicked Bennett Nash, who had barely managed to stand up, crushing his ribs with tremendous bravado, trying to break his bravado. But even then, the vampire princess continued to stand without falling. Not yet. I won't lose yet. Bennett Nash leaped, gathering and amplifying all his magical power in his two hands. Faced with the impending doom, Midgard trembled violently. Animals all over the world trembled with panic, and the Sword Saint, who was traveling with Cease Group, was terrified and unable to move. Perhaps it was what is called an instinct inherent in those who live in nature. They could unconsciously sense what was going to happen. Right now, in this time and space, a power great enough to completely destroy Midgard has been created. Bravado. That power was in the hands of the woman who would launch it at Midgard without hesitation. They understood this instinctively. Together with Midgard, all can perish. From Bennett Nash's hands sprang a light that pierced the open space. Immediately afterwards, what appeared from the sky was a single arrow. However, the size of that arrow was astonishing. If we only considered its length, it easily exceeded several kilometers. All things considered, rather than an arrow, it would have been more appropriate to call a spear. No, even if it was a spear, it was too long. In any case, it was too powerful a force to call an arrow shot from a bow. The maiden who shoots the silver arrow. 5 Bennett Nash lowered his arms. At the same time, the arcane magic of the highest level moon attribute enhanced with the greatest possible power, charged towards the ground. What would happen in Midgard as a result of this attack was nothing more than a passing thought for Banette Nash. Even if the whole world were destroyed, as long as she could win against Rufus, even for just the briefest moment, everything would be all right for her. She didn't care if she died as a result. However, faced with an attack that could literally destroy the entire world, Rufus laughed carelessly and then sat firmly on the ground. Then, with a deafening sound, the silver arrow fell upon the place where Rufus stood at that moment. Chapter 101 The silver arrow capable of destroying Midgard was nearing the ground. As he watched it, Banette Nash was already preparing his next move. I don't care what Midgard ends up becoming as a result of this ability. She wasn't lying when she said she felt that way. But at the same time, she was convinced it wouldn't happen. It was because Rufus possessed Liftthraser, which could cut through magic. If an ordinary person wielded it, it would be impossible to cut such a large silver arrow. But the one wielding it was no ordinary person. It was Rufus. Therefore, he would undoubtedly cut it. Banette Nash was convinced of it. But even if it were her, there would surely be an opening the moment she severed the magic. Even if Rufus understood this, she would have no choice but to stop the attack. If she dodged it, Midgard would be utterly destroyed. That precise moment would be a good opportunity for Banette Nash. The time it would take her to cut the arrow would probably be only an instant, but this would undoubtedly be a good opportunity for Banette Nash. After pushing past her limits, this moment would feel like several minutes to her. She could win if she aimed for the moment when Rufus was defenseless and launched an attack with all her might. But Banette Nash's expectations were dashed the next instant. Incredibly, his precise attack, which had drained all his magical power, stopped just before hitting the ground. Rufus stopped it with one hand, completely halting its momentum. What? With one hand? I'm returning it. Rufus launched the arrow while Banette Nash dodged it. After missing its target, Centurado, a momentary lapse in concentration. This was an opportunity created unconsciously. She was defenseless. It was less than 1/10 of a second in real time, but it would be enough for Rufus to defeat her opponent. However, Rufus didn't pursue Banette Nash, letting the opportunity slip away. Was he holding back? Was he leaving room for maneuver? Or perhaps he was just getting overconfident. None of them were right. Rufus wanted to show her respect to Banette Nash and decided to defeat her completely. A complete victory required her to avoid any surprise attacks against her opponent. She needed to face Banette Nash's full power from the start. Therefore, Rufus let Banette Nash's opportunity slip away. She didn't want a pointless victory by attacking an unprepared opponent by surprise. Rufus' face turned fierce. His crimson eyes blazed like a flame. Banette, I'll show you what mana transmutation is. Rejoice. This ability is still experimental. I haven't taught it to anyone yet. Alchemy worked with physical materials, but it was considered impossible to transmute them using magic as a base material. To be precise, it was possible to transmute mana into materials, but it was pointless since magic would eventually transform back into mana. This was common sense in alchemy. Anyone interested in alchemy would know this. But Rufus now knew this information was incorrect. Transmutation using mana as a raw material was possible, and evidence of it could be found all over the world. Transmute Winter of Wolves. Upon hearing Rufus' declaration, the surrounding mana consolidated and stabilized. It then took the form of wolves, and a pack of several hundred of them attacked Banette Nash. Wolf-shaped magic. Certainly, since magic transformed mana into phenomena, it had to be magic. It wasn't surprising that it took the form of a wolf. After all, magic existed in the form of birds, beasts, and even humanoids. The Apsaras of water magic were one example. What is this? Why does an existence created from mana have its own ego and attack according to its own whims? This is completely different from my own magic. In fact, they seem more like demons than magic. Banette Nash believed it, but that didn't change what he had to do. It didn't matter if it was a demon or magic. He just had to kick them to pieces. You intend to defeat me with only this level of attack. A silvery flash burst forth, and the wolves were defeated one after another. The wolves Barado, losing their forms and reverting to their mana states. Mana pooled behind Rufus. When all the wolves were defeated, the mana fully coalesced and formed a colossal wolf. With a body no less than 200 meters long, this gigantic wolf king was even larger than Ares. It stared at Banette Nash and bared its fangs. Transmute, that which shakes the earth. Rufus laughed mysteriously as the god-eating wolf opened its jaws. And he roared. The wolf's indescribable roar transformed into a wave of destructive energy that engulfed Banette Nash. He was completely overwhelmed in an instant, suffering massive damage. Only Banette Nash could have withstood it without falling. Had it been anyone else, they wouldn't have had a single bone left. I. However, she finally reached her limit and fell to her knees. Her heart pounded, her fingers trembled, and her vision blurred. She understood what this meant. I've reached my limit. If possible, I want to deliver a final blow. But it seems I only have enough power left for one full power attack. As I was thinking this, Banette Nash laughed involuntarily. Oh, it's the same thing. It's the same situation as last time. It was like that 200 years ago. She was so cornered that she had to risk everything with one last attack to try and turn the tide. Back then, some fools got in her way, but this time it was different. Banette Nash concentrated all her remaining power into her right arm and looked straight at her nemesis. Come on, Maffel. Let's end this attack. Ah, yes. Come on, Banette. She uttered the same phrase as before. Rufus understood and responded in kind. That beckoning gesture was also the same as last time, which made it both hateful and endearing. Now, the scene I longed for is right before me. The continuation of that day is finally here. Banette Nash's expression distorted with joy as his eyes burned with a deep red color. Oh, regardless of victory or defeat, this would be the end. Burning away even his life force, Banette Nash's attack was like a meteor. He charged straight at Rufus at his maximum speed, faster than anything he could have achieved, even in his several hundred years of existence. On the other hand, Rufus also advanced. He decided not to use feints and raised his right arm to receive the attack head-on. With arms crossed and fresh blood, he danced among them. The one bleeding was Rufus. Banette Nash's powerful attack had torn her shoulder open, leaving a considerable wound. But unfortunately, while it wasn't superficial, it wasn't deep enough either. Although she was bleeding profusely, the wound hadn't reached the bone. Rufus could easily recover from such a serious injury. On the other hand, Rufus' sword had pierced Banette Nash's heart. The sword acted as a plug, preventing excessive bleeding. However, anyone could see that it was a fatal wound. In other words, the winner was decided. Banette Nash couldn't defeat Rufus. She felt relieved. Realizing this, Banette Nash smiled mockingly. I still haven't been able to get in touch with you. Huh? In her heart, she felt it was frustrating and mortifying. After all, it was the first time in her life she had a goal and the first time she had a rival. Yet, in the end, she couldn't surpass her even once. Until her very last moments, she only pursued Rufus back. With a thud, her arms fell to the ground as her body gave way. Are you satisfied? Banette, don't be foolish. Losing is the worst. All that's left is a lingering attachment. His eyes could no longer see, but strangely, he could clearly hear Rufus' hateful voice. Are you satisfied with this? As always, he demonstrated his freedom of action. But that was Rufus. If Banette Nash got angry every time, there would be no end to it. But I feel like my heart has closed up. It's not bad. You just said it was the worst. Shut up. She collapsed, her legs giving out. However, Rufus embraced her. Banette Nash no longer had the strength to push him away, so she simply yielded to Rufus. It seems my fight ends here. She felt a lingering attachment to the moment, but she had no regrets. This was a battle she had accepted all possible outcomes of, a fight she had longed for. And finally, it had come to pass. The result was disappointing, but she certainly felt alive in that moment. So, yeah, it wasn't bad. Although it was only for an instant, time, which had stood still for her, finally began to flow again. Even if it was just a few moments, It was even more rewarding than the 200 years she spent stuck in time. Centuredo and Mizar. Now that I think about it, those days weren't so bad. Even when she vowed a rematch with Rufus, he supported her as they fought for world domination. She considered them both her allies and her rivals, the fearsome vampire princess. That's why she couldn't forgive any betrayal. That's why she was angry with them. She didn't regret not having helped them. They were simply reaping what they had sown. She had no intention of apologizing or showing remorse. But yes, he'll forgive them somewhat. Now that I think about it, I don't really hate them. Hey, stay right here with me. I feel my body fading away. Oh, I understand. Alioth and the others are already dead. This time it's my turn. That's all. I have a liquid in my mouth. It's probably blood, but I can't taste it anymore. Banette Nash swallowed it hard. His consciousness felt distant, and he understood that his end was near. Maffel, do you really think you can change the world? This is the goddess playground. We're no different from the magical beasts in the arena. The goddess watches us from the distant sky and sees us fighting. How can you possibly fight someone like that? I'm assembling several hands to play. Everything's going well now. The goddess might also be preparing several things. Well, no problem. After all, I have some talented subordinates. Rufus said, thinking of her subordinates. They would undoubtedly do well. With such confidence, she could afford to go along with the goddess' plans, still following her lead. Though she was already awake from a small fright, she would soon fall asleep again. And then she would wander about like a sleepwalker, her eyes drooping, provoking the goddess to lower her guard. In particular, she has talent. If it's Ophiuchus, she would certainly do well. I haven't heard of her. Aren't there 13 people in the 12 stars, including the twins? She's the 13th star that not even the 12 stars know about. 200 years ago. No, she began acting under my orders even before that. I am here right now because she was able to outwit the goddess. So everything is in the palm of your hand? I don't like this. Banette Nash muttered in annoyance, but deep down she felt relieved. In truth, the person she considered her rival was a terrifying being. To be able to outwit the goddess and make her dance in the palm of her hand. She was an abominable woman. That's why she could think, fine, she won't lose against the goddess. It was quite frustrating, but I couldn't imagine losing. That's fine. Don't lose to anyone. You should continue acting like who you are. Just be the absolute powerhouse I admire. As long as you do that, it will all have been worth it. Maffel, what is it? Never lose. Now that you've beaten me, if you lose to someone else, it'll beat you senseless, even if I have to come back from the underworld. Don't worry. I won't lose. Rufus' decisive reply pleased Banette Nash. A few seconds of silence passed, and then Banette Nash spoke again. Hello, Maffel. Did I manage to become your rival? What a silly question. You are the one who's been chasing me all this time, trying to defeat me. Maybe you're the only one who truly understands me. I see. Banette Nash didn't reveal what she thought of Rufus' response. However, it was clear she was pleased. A few seconds later, Banette Nash spoke again. Hello, Maffel. Are you still there? He'll be here until the end. Don't worry. His consciousness finally faded, and he lost all sense of his body. It was almost time to say goodbye. Banette Nash felt the truth keenly. But still, it wasn't so bad if his final moments were in his rival's arms. Hello, Maffel. What is it? Thank you. Those were the last words he spoke. After that, Banette Nash fell silent and still. Rufus gently laid her down and withdrew the blade. She was then restored through divine healing magic. Her sleeping face radiated comfort. With a gentle smile she rarely showed. Gently stroking her hair, Rufus reflected. Just as Banette Nash saw Rufus as her target, Banette Nash was Rufus' target. Even in her infancy, the vampire princess was already known as the strongest humanoid. Along with the Dragon King, the Demon King, and the Lion King, she reigned as one of the four powers. Rufus, who was still weak at that time, longed to be like her. She longed to be as powerful as the vampire princess, repelling all irrationality and never losing to anyone. Banette Nash wondered if Rufus considered her a rival. But that was incorrect. It was Rufus who thought so first. Rufus was the first to see Banette Nash as a rival, aspiring to be just as strong, and the one who should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be so strong. Thank you, Benet. Rest in peace. He said goodbye and looked up. There were 10 vampires nearby, possibly Banette Nash's subordinates. At first glance, he knew none of them were ordinary people. Their levels. Even the weakest one is level 500. They're probably survivors of the battle from 200 years ago. As Rufus recalled, Banette Nash had challenged her alone 200 years ago. She hadn't participated in the fight against the Demon King either. In other words, the elites of that time had lagged behind until now. But even so, they were no match for the Rufus of today. If she wanted, she could defeat them all in the blink of an eye. You must be Rufus Mafalsama? Yes. Are you subordinates of Banette Nash? We are not his subordinates. We are his tools. We all dedicate everything to him. She was quite beloved, wasn't she? The vampires gazed at Banette Nash's serene, sleeping face and gently lifted his body. Then they bowed deeply toward Rufus. Thank you, ruler of the Blackwings. You have kept your promise to our master. Don't you hate me? This is what our master wanted. Be it victory or defeat, life or death. We would always prioritize our master's will. Despite what they said, they probably felt an inner conflict. One vampire, standing at the back, clenched his fist until it bled, while another vampire tapped him on the barato. Our lord is surely satisfied. That is our greatest honor. You don't have to push yourselves. As Rufus said this, the bowing vampire raised his head and swung his fist at him. But before he could reach him, another vampire grabbed his arm and stopped the attack. At that moment, he opened his eyes and realized he was being rude. Perhaps it was because he was subconsciously driven by anger. He immediately lowered his head and clenched his fist tightly. Excuse me. Forgive my rudeness. Excuse me, but we must take our leave. We must hold a state funeral for our master. The vampires turned their backs on Rufus and fled. They didn't even look back, but it was clear their eyes were filled with hatred and pain. This was because the eyes of the vampire who had attacked earlier were filled with tears. She was very beloved, truly. Rufus muttered and picked up the twin swords from the ground. He started walking across the battle-scarred wasteland to rejoin Dina and the others. However, his steps were somewhat heavy. Chapter 102 Hello im Rufus. Right now, I'm trying to remember what happened earlier as I fly to regroup with Dina and the others. Although my memory of what happened after Banette Nash beat me up is somewhat vague, I know for sure that I've defeated him. But what was that all about? Actually, I know what happened. When Banette Nash cornered me, the real Rufus probably came out and defeated her. I understand perfectly. What I don't understand is why I feel like I did it. I wasn't just observing from a third-person perspective while someone else controlled my body. I wasn't locked away while the real Rufus fought. That was me. I did it. How can I put it? For example, if a man gets drunk and dares to do something he wouldn't normally do, it's still something he did himself, not the result of a split personality. It might be a little confusing, but if I had to make a strong analogy, it would be something like this. At that moment, I also pointed to myself and said I was asleep, or more precisely, how should I put it? I remember waking up then. My consciousness cleared, and I felt as if my restraints had been removed. This has happened to me several times since. It was especially evident when I fought Scorpius. Back then, I enjoyed the fight. I am slowly getting lost. Is this assimilation? Or am I being absorbed? Either way, I've changed a lot since I came to this world. There was something strange about it from the start. Even though I lived in the peaceful nation of Japan, it was disconcerting to find myself killing living creatures with such ease. Though I've lost count of how many times it's happened, I'm once again reminded that my initial thoughts were far too naive. I thought I still had time, but it was ridiculous. Perhaps, from the very beginning, I never had time at all. If things continue like this, I don't know what will happen to me when Rufus fully awakens. Will I be assimilated as before? Or will they completely dominate me and vanish? This state is probably not what the goddess intended. Since she considers Rufus a disturbance, she probably won't be pleased with her awakening. Was this a mistake on the goddess' part? She wanted to seal Rufus' strong will, but she prepared a weak cover like me. If this is true, then the goddess is incredibly foolish. Also, what did I say when I was fighting with Banette Nash? Everything is going according to plan? I certainly said that then. What exactly is going according to plan? What was I thinking when I said something like that? Even though it was me, I don't even know myself. Who exactly am I? Let's turn back the clock a little. Acting independently of Rufus, Ares, and the others rode on Tanaka and approached Turfing. Although they were concerned for their mistress, they believed that, being who she was, she wouldn't lose to Banette Nash. She hadn't fought seriously since her return, but that was only because there was no opponent to force her to take things seriously. Therefore, if Rufus did fight seriously, it would be impossible for even Banette Nash to win. It was precisely because they had absolute confidence in her that Ares and the others were able to continue moving forward toward their goal of defeating Leon despite being distracted by what they had left behind. We see it now. It's that place surrounded by a wall, right? I've detected many biological signals. They match snakes, giants, and bugs. There's no doubt. This is Turfing. After seeing a walled city through Tanaka's window, Ares screamed. Libra confirmed it. Tanaka assumed his flying form and soared into the sky. They observed the streets of Turfing from above. The fortified city was divided into several districts by walls, which separated the areas inhabited by different semi-humans. As a result, the residence of plant-like beings, such as dryads, was a forest, while the district of the Tritons, on the other side of the wall, had holes filled with seawater. Seen from above, it was a mess. In the center of town stood an unnecessarily large castle that seemed to flaunt its presence. In all likelihood, Leon was there. So what do we do now? Do we go in? Karkinos looked at everyone and asked. However, Libra and Dina dismissed the idea with a wave of their hands. No, the castle may have traps set by Sagittarius. There may also be traps in the city. Well, there's no need to fight in enemy territory. The opposition had Sagittarius, a specialist in traps, and they should have been expecting his arrival. So, was it necessary for them to enter his territory? There was no need to do so if they already knew there would be a trap. After making that decision, Libra transformed her right arm into a cannon and left Tanaka. Seeing this, the others understood what she was going to do and climbed onto the roof of Tanaka. We know where they are, so there is only one thing we can do. A preemptive strike. Libra aimed the cannon at the castle. In his vision, the red icon marked Leon's location. A target lock indicator was displayed, along with the shot's accuracy. At the same time, Ego Keros increased his magical power. Dina raised her hands, and Ares created a flame in his own. Scorpius took a deep breath, while Karkinos remained motionless, doing nothing. The correct scale, Zubin el-Janubi. Maximum power, fire. D. Deneb al-Jidi. Judge Aqua S. Gavel. A familiar flash of destructive light erupted from Libra's arm, while a black wave surged from Ego Keros' hand. Dina's magic created a massive amount of water that crashed against the castle like a judge's gavel. However, it was a rather large gavel. Mezar theme version 3. Thank you. Ares generated and fired a massive fireball, which she called version 3. She seemed aware that it was being used differently than intended. Meanwhile, Scorpius exhaled a poisonous breath called Graphius. This breath system was originally a dragon ability, but as the queen of poisons, poison attacks were her specialty. On the other hand, Karkinos unfortunately had no chance to act. His special ability, Acubans, was a counterattack that activated after being attacked, so he had to wait for the opponent to attack first. And that was his only offensive ability. If Karkinos couldn't activate it, he could only perform normal attacks. Among his other abilities was Tegmine, which could increase his defenses. When he couldn't fight, Altarf could activate to double the damage of his allies, even exceeding the damage limit. To draw physical attacks, he could use Acellus Borealis. Rufus would say it's just an ability that could alter the enemy's target. Acellus Australis, on the other hand, draws magical attacks. These were Karkinos' primary abilities. It was obvious that none of his abilities could be used to attack at will. He was undoubtedly excellent as a wall, but in a situation like this, he was merely a scarecrow. Therefore, Krabson no longer had any role to play. While Karkinos was busy being a mere decoration, Libra and the others' attacks struck the castle, causing a massive explosion. Fortunately, Dina deployed a shield around the castle, significantly reducing the damage to other parts of the city. However, a catastrophe unfolded within the castle walls. Well, this was the first blow. Most of the castle's traps should have been destroyed. However, the opponent was Leon, the strongest man among the 12 heavenly stars. Such attacks wouldn't be enough to defeat him, so everyone began preparing for another attack. Shoot again. Use long-range attacks to reduce Leon's stamina. If he was too proud to leave his castle, so be it. They just had to make it his tomb. After that decision, Libra took aim again, but his expression turned serious the next instant. TSK, here he comes. Everyone spread out. Libra gave the order, and everyone flew off without a word. Immediately afterward, a man leaped from the castle with tremendous force and crashed through Tanaka's roof. However, gravity pulled him down, and he landed on the ground. He was an enormous man, over 2 meters tall. He tossed his reddish hair and glared at his former comrades with the eyes of carnivore. He wore a tight black jumpsuit, the lower part of his body covered by ripped jeans. He gave a smirk. Hey, aren't there a lot of nostalgic faces? If he had to be described in the fewest possible words, it would be a mass of muscle, with well-developed biceps, a rock-hard chest, and defined abs. His appearance was significantly different from that of the handsome members of the 12 celestial stars, such as Ares and Karkinos. While not ugly, he certainly stood out among them. One might say he exuded virility, but it was more the ferocity of a wild beast. Comparatively, the adventurer Jean and the mercenary Gantz seemed far bravado rational. A centaur with striking features, Sagittarius, stood beside him. One alone would have been impressive enough, but the two together made a formidable pair. The air around them felt charged with a strong, commanding presence. Why had Rufus created Leon's humanoid form this way? Although the other 12 celestial stars were composed of attractive individuals, these two seemed to exude masculinity in a negative way. But Rufus didn't even come. It looks like this is going to be a boring fight. You dare say that? You're a traitor. At Leon's words, Ego Karos flew into a rage and enveloped his body in black mana. Despite witnessing his transformation from an old man into a goat-headed demon, Leon remained unmoved. Instead, he seemed to be urging him on. You'll regret this. Ego Karos charged and punched Leon in the face. The shockwave from the punch sent trees flying behind Leon. However, Leon didn't change his expression. He simply stared coldly at Ego Karos without turning his head. What is this? Isn't that a rather lukewarm punch? A punch should be thrown like this. Roaring, Leon's punch slammed into Ego Karos' face. With that single blow, the magical beast known as the Demon King was sent flying, shattering the city wall. Its momentum demolished countless buildings as it soared toward turfing and vanished. Hey, Ego Karos, you. Shaken by the blow to his close friend, Ares leaped and delivered a kick to Leon's thick neck. Leon dodged it with a swift movement and prepared a punch to counterattack. However, Scorpius was faster, wrapping his hair around Leon's arm and sealing his attack. Then,